Hello and welcome to the La Union International Pro. Chris Binns here alongside Luke Landrigan. And Luke, thanks for having us in town, mate.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Bringing WSL is such a big thing for this sleepy surf town.
You're the contest director. Run us
Yep.
through the run of play today.
Yeah, so we're going to run a few...
here on the beach in
men's
LU.
shortboard and women's shortboard. Because tomorrow and the next day we're going to see a bit of a drop in the swell. And on the 24th, 25, and 26th, there's a new swell coming. So yeah, after this first round of shortboard, we're going to run some longboard heats too.
Amazing. So how many competitors do we have in total in town?
It's around 120 competitors, yeah.
Huge. So the Southeast Asian Games were held here.
Yes.
All right, conditions looking great down here this morning.
2019.
As White is up.
Yeah, after that, since pandemic.
Doesn't make much of that wave, but there's plenty more where that came from.
US 3000. Great way to start the year for our province and for the Filipino surfers.
And obviously a lot of work went into
Conditions looking good so far. Waves are clean,
There's a lot of
as we're expecting it to pick up a little bit as the tide fills in throughout the day. Oh my God, it's the famous Susan and Sheila May from Siargao. Good luck.
Right now, Couture Lewis from Indonesia is in the red jersey, so he's the top seed, up against Noah Arkfeld and Benjamin Cannon. They're both Filipinos.
All right, Red, your first wave was a 6.0, so a really nice opening wave for the competition. Red's first wave, a 6.0. All right.
Yeah, it's a long, long wave. I'm sure when it lines up, it's incredible.
Yeah, actually worried when we first initially planned about the longboard and the shortboard and doing it in the same time, because we thought like there's gonna be, free surfing problems. Like maybe the longboarders will get most of the wave, but no, it worked out pretty okay. Yeah, so La Union is 250 kilometers from Manila, north of Manila. So yeah, there's a lot of bus companies that come up and down almost every 2 hours. So from Manila, it's a 4 to 6 hours bus ride, depending on the time of the day.
Yeah, the traffic's
Yeah.
something else. Run us through the old school buses that seem to be getting around, the pimped out vintage buses that everyone jumps on and off.
From here to Manila,
Oh, just
the
around
local
this-
ones, yeah,
yeah,
those are
around
the
town.
local, those are the local mini buses, what we call. They usually just run from here to the next province and back.
They're works of art. Do the drivers do that themselves? Is that sort of a point of pride for the drivers?
Yeah. Oh, you mean the jeepneys? The jeepneys?
the little tuk-tuks? No.
No, the next one, like the 20
I've got-
passenger one.
I've got a million photos of them on my phone. These guys.
Yeah, those are jeepneys.
The house
Our
is-
trophy is actually a jeepney, a wooden jeepney.
Oh,
Yeah.
they need a fourth surfer in this heat. I might sign up.
So waiting for Noah to get a wave.
Yeah, he's been waving his arms around wanting the beach commentator to fill him in on the time, but he should just get on with catching his waves, to be
Yeah,
honest.
true.
And a lot of us, this is our first time to La Union. It seems quite confusing that we're on the west coast
Yep.
and it gets waves. Obviously, everyone who surfs in the Philippines or knows about the Philippines for surfing knows about Cloud 9, which is on the east coast. That seems more logical to get the swells. So these north swells must wrap quite hard to get in here.
Yeah, that's right. The Pacific side surf spots do get more waves. Their surf season is longer than ours. And yes, you're right. Those swell that comes through the Pacific kind of wraps around, and it gets here. This swell even gets as far as Palawan, the last island down south. So yeah, for some reason this point is like a magnet. It just catches that swell.
And the town itself, seems like there's a bit of a backpacker vibe. There's a lot of local tourists learning to surf, beach bars. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, within the stretch of 1 kilometer, everything's here in this small surf town. You can come here get off the bus and just walk around everywhere, unless you want to go to the nearest city, which is called San Fernando City, where they have big establishments and stuff. And San Juan town is actually a very quiet, not commercialized town yet. Yeah. And what's fun with coming to La Union too is you're just 80 kilometers to Baguio. Baguio is this big city and up the mountains. And yeah, it's a pretty fun town. And further north, we have a town called Vigan. It's 3 hours away. It's like an old Spanish town. So yeah, when you're here, you can go to these other spots too.
All right, here goes Ketut Agus, the surfer in red. And, a lot of the Indonesians are in town feeling pretty comfortable in these tropical right-hand point breaks. We've seen Ketut in action. He competed at the World Juniors in Taiwan a couple of years ago and proudly flies the Indonesian flag around the Asian League. So this is an Asian-sanctioned
Yes.
WSL event?
Yes.
QS 3000?
Yep. So yeah, on the next heat, we'll have Madi Ariana, Kaiki Yamanaka from Japan, local boy Joe Marie Ebresa, and local boy Harold Crisostomo on the next heat.
Just under 16 minutes remaining. Coming up in the next heat, we'll have Ariana in red. Kaiki Yamanaka.
So it's your first time here, Chris, yeah?
Joe Marie
First time to La Union, yep.
Harold Crisostomo in green. That's coming up in the next heat. We still have 15 minutes to go right here. In round 1, heat 1 of the men's short-form division.
Yeah, flew into Manila via Singapore,
15 minutes remaining.
and then yeah, it was 3-4 hours to get up here, and
I saw you cruising on your twin fin yesterday.
yeah, it's the only way to try and get waves off the 100 competitors in town. That's a fun wave though. It's great.
Yeah, so we're waiting for Ketut's second wave to drop. Noah, what's happening? Haven't caught a wave yet.
He's just locked in a 4.
Oh, okay. There you go.
So Katut will, yep, he's got a 5.45 and a 6 is in the lead. Benjamin Cannon has a 5 and a 2.25. And Noah Arkfeld a 4. So it's just a battle for second place at the moment. First and second progress. So we see this occasionally in the round of 64. The odd 3-man heat. So yeah, mainly Indonesians, Filipinos, and Japanese surfers this week.
Yep.
We saw Kian Martin before. He's just come in from the World Juniors in California. Kian lives in Bali but surfs for Sweden. And he actually qualified for the World Juniors through the Asian region. So he's a cultural melting pot in one surfer right there. So 13 and a half minutes to go. The surfer's still just chasing a little bit of info.
Yeah, I heard he had dramas with his boards.
I don't think he has any. His baggage hasn't turned up.
Oh, no.
He's actually borrowing a board off Katut Agus.
Ah, yeah, because they ride for the same shaper.
Yeah, they both get Channel Islands off the onboard store, onboard crew in Bali. And what about, apart from this bay right here, are there other waves nearby?
Yeah, there's a few spots up north, but this point is like a magnet. If this is not working, most likely the other spot is not working too, or the other spots are half the size than this, unless during the months when we get the south swell, which happens from June, July, and August. That's when the other spots are working better actually. Or the beach break actually works good on the south swell. We get a long left-hander there from the point in front of San Juan Surf Resort. Just a long peeling left-hander. But for that to happen, we have to have a low pressure or a typhoon pass by first.
And the forecast, you mentioned that there's some swell coming towards the end of the window?
On the 24th, 25, and 26th. 24th supposedly to get a new swell.
Blue has priority. You need a 3.26 to move into second. So blue.
So Benjamin and Noah both from Siargao?
Yeah, both surfers from Siargao. They've been competing in the national tour of the Philippine legs. Yeah, these guys are still young.
All right, this is Noah.
Noah is not even 18, I think. He was supposed to compete in the junior leg on the Philippine tour, but he wanted to join the Opens, and he won it.
Would you say Siargao is kind of like the capital of Filipino surfing?
Yeah, for sure. It's the most famous spot. It has the best waves in the Philippines. Yeah, it's nice beaches. There's just you just feel the island vibe there. Yeah. And La Union, we mostly get a lot of people from the city, Manila people from Baguio that come by on weekends that want to learn how to surf, bring their family and friends. Because again, it's just a bus ride or a car ride from Manila. So they all rock up on a Friday and leave on a Sunday, ready for work on Monday.
And is there are there any local surfers from right here in La Union competing?
Yeah,
this
there's actually around 20, 22 surfers from here. Look. Yeah, it's a lot of longboarders. Yeah, I would say this is a hub for longboarding in the Philippines because of the waves, and yeah, we've had longboard comps here since I was a grum.
And yourself, where are you from?
I'm from here.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I grew up here, studied here, stay here most of around 8 to 9 months of the year. When the rain comes, I piss off. Either go to Bali and or Siargao.
And surfing the last couple of days, obviously with 100 and something competitors in town, the lineup's pretty chaotic. But what's it like the rest of the year?
It's so crazy, dude. Like, it's crazy in a good way. We've never seen this much talent in this surf spot. I've been, it's so good for the local surfers, especially the young ones, to see how this international surfers approach the wave, how they surf the wave, because we've never seen this good talent here, except for the SEA Games. But yeah, I'm sure this event will change how our local boys surf and how they approach the wave. We see proper surfing, actually. That's what we were calling it. Finally, proper surfing at the point.
Yeah, well, they say if you want to get better at surfing, surf with people who are better than you.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, so hopefully the plan is to have this every year. Fingers crossed. So yeah, this event will do a lot of good things in the future for this town and for the athletes.
Does it have a tube out here?
There's a few sections that would, but yeah, nothing too great about the barrel riding here. Usually the beach break is pretty fun. Depends with the sandbar. So this is the point. We're watching the Mona Lisa point right now. To the left of this is a small cove, and that's where the beach break is. So it depends with the sandbar. Sometimes we get A-frames, and sometimes we get left-handers or right-handers, and sometimes just closing out. But yeah, it's a fun little beach. That's where all the surf schools are based, because it's a sand bottom and it's perfect for learning. One of the safest place to learn, actually. Sand bottom.
All right, this is
Noah
Arkfeld.
Here we go.
Couple of turns, it goes down on the second one, so that's not going to help his situation. It's pretty tight between Noah and Benjamin, just point 0.1 separating them.
Yeah, 0.1. So Noah has a 4 and a 3.35, and Benjamar has a 5.0 and a 2.25. So yeah, on the next heat we have Madi Ariana from Indonesia, Kaiki Yamanaka from Japan, and two local boys, Joe Marie Ebuesa and Harold Crisostomo, on Heat 2.
All right, White was just looking for a low-range score to move him into second place, so we'll wait and see.
Waiting for White's last wave, if that's enough for him to move in the second place.
All right, situation change. White, you are now in second. Blue, you are in third. So we have red in first, white in second. White needs a 6.4.
So it's pretty low tide at the moment. Obviously, that's going to fill in through the day.
Yep.
And this point works better on the high tide, or?
Changing tides from low to high, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll have a low tide. We only have two tides here because it's West Philippine Sea. Unlike the Pacific side, we'll get two tides in a day. Here we just get one tide, and not too big of a tide. So yeah, low tide today is around, I think, 6 a.m. and high tide will be at 7 p.m. Yeah,
Yes,
so for incoming tide will be lining up more, wrapping around more in the inside of the point. There you go. White's last wave was a 5.0 that moves him to second place. Benjamin Canyon now in second. Noah in third. Noah needs a 3.61 to move into second.
Oh, bit of movement right now. Just under 4 minutes to go, so Couture would like one more solid score to really kind of separate himself, but at the moment it's just a two-horse race for second between Noah and Benjamin. Just a 5 and a 2 beating a 4 and a 3, so there's not much in it between those two. They would have surfed plenty of heats together over the years. This is Benjamin Cannon looking to get himself back in the picture. Just the one turn, he hit it pretty nicely, and he is out of there.
That's the funny thing about the point. You surf it on full tide, and you surf it on dead low. It's a totally different wave.
So that last score for Benjamin, just a minor, doesn't affect his situation at all. Noah Uckfeldt is still chasing a 3.61. 2.5 minutes to go. Katut, of course, has priority, so Noah is he'll just be taking off on anything at this moment.
Yeah. Katut has that lead and priority. 2 minutes. Best position to be in.
2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining.
So thanks to our sponsors, Next Gen, for this event, and the provincial government of La Union, the local government of La Union, and our local surf club for hosting our WSL and our Asia Series events.
So there's a lot of surf schools on the beach here. Who runs those? The
Those
local
are,
surfers?
Yeah, local surfers.
Yeah.
There's around
1 minute.
around 22 just
Wow.
on that small on that small beach.
And the clientele mainly come up from Manila
Yeah.
for the weekend?
Yep. Mostly Manila city weekenders.
What's the growth of surfing been like in the Philippines? Huge?
In this side of the Philippines, it's especially during the pandemic, we thought it was gonna be oh, here we go, Benjamin Canyon on the left again.
Oof. Well, that's not going to help Noah Uckfeldt. That was probably, I mean, it was the left, but here goes Noah. He needs a 3.61. He's flying down the line. He'll want to ride out of this one. Well, there you go. He's done it. And Katuta Gus throws the big grab rail reverse on the wave behind. That was cool. I'm not sure Katut quite rode out of that, but Noah Uckfeldt, I'm going to say he has done enough with that last manoeuvre. In the clutch, came through with the air reverse. All right, that is our first heat, round one. Action from the La Union International. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more from this QS 3000 event right after this quick break. Or send Tippy to do it. Okay, welcome back. This is round 1, heat 2 action, the La Union International. And that was Keiki Yamanaka in the blue jersey, opening up proceedings.
Good morning, Chris. How are you?
Very well, Jerry. How are you? Jerry Deegan, welcome back. Welcome to the booth for the first time this week.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll be here plenty, and happy to be here. Happy to be here. Well, it's my first event in La Union. I think it's the same for you.
Certainly, it's the first time I've ever been here.
Okay, I was here about 15 years ago. It was a little different, and I was here last year during COVID. It was kind of weird. You weren't allowed to walk across the beach. You weren't allowed to swim. You could surf, but you still had to get across the beach, which I kind of felt was, you know, running the gauntlet. But it's a lovely place. I love walking the beach here. I love the restaurants on the beach. Yeah, it's a very cool joint.
Yeah, sunset last night was pretty spectacular.
I saw you there taking your Instagram photos there, sending them off to your lovely wife. It's very nice.
It's not my wife.
Well, your lovely girl or your boy or whatever you got. So second heat here. We're going to try to get through all of round 1, I believe, today.
Yeah, of men and women.
Okay. I mean, the predictions weren't great, and all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but the swell was good yesterday. It was meant to be tiny, and it wasn't. I'm pretty happy to see that.
Yeah, it just didn't go anywhere.
And you got a couple of surfs in yesterday?
4.
Taking advantage of it. Well, I'm sure if you get a break today, we'll see you up the beach there. We'll be able to see you from the veranda we're looking at here. Squeeze on out there for another 3 or 4 surfs and your half an hour breaks.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent view we've got behind us.
It's epic, isn't it? You know, we're looking at the South China Sea. It's unusual for me in the Philippines to be surfing in the South China Sea on the west coast of the country. Normally, of course, I spend all my time on the east coast at Cloud 9. But funnily enough, at this time of year, the west coast here can be more consistent than the east coast is in surf season. You get these big nor'easters that zip down past Japan and past Taiwan, and they just push swell down in the South China Sea.
Okay, this is Jo Marie Buesa. Quickly in, quickly out. And now Aimade Ariana, otherwise known as Pajar, Indonesian surfer in the red jersey on his backhand, doing some work. This is a great looking wave. And it'll keep running.
So you were chatting to Luke before. Does it look... He's actually doing pretty well on that, making the most of it. I feel like I want to turn around and watch it.
It's tough. Yeah.
And what did Luke say about how the waves will change during the day? Did you have a chat with him about that?
Well, hopefully it should just keep getting better with the tidal push. It's a 6 a.m. low and a 7 o'clock p.m. high, so just the one tide for the day, and as the tide pushes in, it'll be good through the guts of the day.
That's another weird one for me, the tide thing here. You know, I mean, obviously I'm from the east coast of Australia. You're from the west coast. I think we've both got 2 tides a day, 2 highs and 2 lows. Is it the same on the west coast?
No, I think we're just the one.
You're the one as well.
I think so.
See, I don't know anything. In all my years, I don't know anything. We have the same in Sydney, where I'm from, as we did in Cloud 9 or on the east coast of the Philippines. 2 a day, varying between maximum about 2 metres. And here it only changes about, I don't know, less than 1 metre. So it's not a huge change in all the day, and you can surf all day, which is great. I love that. You know, spent all that time in Cloud 9 and at low tide, there's nowhere to go. Well, that's not true. There's secret spots, but I won't be chatting about them.
It's amazing how, you know, you spend time in Indonesia and the tide, you live by the tides.
100%.
Then there's other parts of the world where, yeah, they obviously have an effect, but you don't have to sort of plan your day around them. If you want to surf in the morning, you can still surf in the morning.
Yeah, no, here is amazing. And yesterday as well, the wind didn't change pretty much all day. The tide didn't change. Nothing changed. I mean, that's a real bonus. So that's a hint for those wanting to possibly go on a surf trip, you know, this time of year. And I think it starts around November and carries on till around March.
That's the same kind of timing as Siargao, right?
No, Siargao is exactly the opposite. So Siargao, essentially the typhoon season starts around August and runs till into November. Then the onshores start. Those same onshores that bring the swell around to the top of the country here go onshore at, in Siargao or at Cloud 9.
So August to
November. And it doesn't mean you can't get waves at other times. You certainly can get some decent windows, but May, June, July tend to be really small and clean. Beautiful time to take your family there, you know, take a longboard or whatever. Then the next few months you get the swells, you get the typhoons, and then you start to get the onshores, which is called the Amihan in the local language. And so when the Amihan's there, you don't want to be in Siargao. You want to be here. You want to be there when the Habagat's there, which is the offshore trade winds. And they're generally generated by low pressures or typhoons. It's a funny thing, you know, certain parts of this country you dream about getting typhoons, and then one hits you and you hate them, but you want them because they bring you the swell.
Yeah, it's the traditional surfing double-edged sword, really. We sort of live for bad weather and what it brings.
100%.
All right, so Pajar opens up with a 5 and a 0.5. Keiki Yamanaka is sitting second with a 4. Jomari Urbiztondo has a 3.75, and Harold
Chrysostomo.
Just a 0.3 to his name.
I believe Harold's from up this way. And Keiki, he's been on the show for a long time, I think, in 10 or 12 years. I was just having a look at some of his previous results, and so he's been battling the QS for quite some time. Probably one of the older statesmen of the Japanese crew, and there's quite a few of them here. What do you think of the fact that they've changed to zones, and they've got your Asia zone and your Australasian and Hawaiian, etc.?
Oh, it definitely makes lots of sense, I think. As we see Jomari Urbiztondo on their backhand. 2 turns, the second one gets the better of him and he goes down. It makes a lot of sense that you can compete locally to then advance to the world stage.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you're not always competing against the best in the world. Well, you're competing against the best in your region. If you're the best in your region, you get to move ahead. I believe we were going to do some interviews elsewhere, but I think Katut's up here to have a chat to you, Chris. They've brought him up here, so I might just move on over and let him jump in for a sec.
No worries. Sounds good. Hi, bro. Oh, I like this. We're doing our post-heat interviews in the booth. Katut Agus, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
How are the waves out there?
It's really fun, even the small, but some waves, the medium one is like kind of wall, like until inside. So lucky to get that waves.
Yeah.
So I got a 6 point.
There you are. You obviously got here a couple of days early. You've been practicing, putting in your time out there.
Yeah, like maybe 3 time session.
Yeah.
So the first day I only have like 1 session like before sunset, but it's pretty hard to surf guest longboard, you know, so everyone was just take off from outside and just ride the waves, and we just sitting and waiting the small one, so we couldn't get the big one, you know. We just like try to chill, trying to if they give it to us the way, so we appreciate that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I get a couple.
Nice. And who are you traveling with?
I'm traveling with Mega, Artana, Ryuki Waida, Putra Hermawan, and Pajar, Made Pajar.
He's in the water right now.
Yeah, he's in the water right now.
And I saw Kian Martin in the water yesterday riding one of your surfboards.
Yes. I was thinking like, oh, I just spoke to Charlie, and Charlie like calling me, hey, Kian needs a surfboard. Can Kian riding one of your surfboard? Like I say, yeah, why not? I bring a 4-board, you know. So it's good for him too, using my board in there. But he say it's good, so that's mean for me like, oh, that's glad you use my board also,
Yeah.
you know.
But then if you come up against him in a heat, you take the board back.
No, all good for Kian. Yeah.
And Kian just competed in the World Juniors in California.
Yeah.
You competed in the World Juniors in Taiwan a couple of years ago.
Yeah, like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That's been a long time.
Long time now.
Yeah, it's really long time. I just shocked now, 2023.
Yeah, well, we had sort of like a 2-year timeout, really,
Yeah.
I guess.
But yeah, it's really good to be traveling back again, you know. Even last year on the Challenge Series, it's been hard for me to traveling.
Yeah.
But now it's trying to start it again, you know.
And how did you enjoy the Challenger Series?
I really enjoy like big experience,
Yeah.
like surfing with the other pro, like more high level. Yeah, I really want to back there again, you know, like Rio did really good.
Yeah.
So I really want to be there too with him.
Yeah, talk to us about Rio. Pretty inspiring to see him make it.
Yeah, it really inspired, like make me want to be there too, you know. Like I really want to with him to traveling around the world, you know, like represent for Indonesia too, you know. I really miss that.
And talk to us about Pajar, who's in the water right now. One of your good friends?
Yeah, we're traveling to Philippines here, La Union, together, and he always get a good waves here. So I think he will be fine out there. Look pretty slow right now, but it will be some waves coming for sure.
What talk to us about the good waves when you're sitting out there. Are you looking for the big ones that stand up? Are you looking for the wider ones out in the bay, smaller inside ones that hug the reef?
Actually, before I was like thinking to try to get a big one, but I saw before my hit start, I saw couple set. It's pretty wide and fat, so I was thinking like, okay, maybe they take the small one, the medium one, and yeah, I was trying to get the small one, and it feel good, you know. Like there's so many, like all the way inside. It's pretty lucky to get that waves on that hit.
All right, this is Keiki Yamanaka, Japanese surfer who's been on tour for a long time, doing the rounds. And we're into a new year. This is our first event for 2023. What's on the cards for you this year?
For this year, I just trying to qualify to Challenge Series again.
Yeah.
So I will be, there's gonna be 3 or 4 event more coming. So I'll be doing that now. Just focus on this event and trying to be winning.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Katut.
Enjoy.
All right, here's a replay of Keiki Yamanaka's last wave. Couple of turns, did it pretty fluently, and he is out of there. And Jerry Deegan, welcome back.
Thank you very much. I've got the wet headphones now, which is great.
Okay, this is the green jersey. I don't know what colour green is. I'm guessing this is Harold Crisostomo.
Yeah, so just to let the folks out there know, we don't really have some colours in front of us, so we're lacking a bit of information on our little iPad here. But yeah, that's the only one that isn't showing up on the left-hand screen. I think the people listening and watching can see the same thing we can see. So That was Harold, and again, I'm not in, I think he's from up this area around La Union. I could be wrong. If someone wants to text me and tell me something different, then I'll be happy to let you know.
So Jerry, tell the viewers a little bit about yourself. You first came to the Philippines, what, 25 years ago?
It's actually a little longer than that. It's I first came to the Philippines in 1995.
Yep.
My wife, I'd say at the time, but it's still at the time with the same wife, she was in Europe. We decided we'd meet somewhere in between, and I, of course, wanted to go somewhere where I knew there was some waves, and I had heard about this wave at Cloud 9. Something had been published the previous year in Surfing World, maybe, or one of the American magazines. I think John Callahan had been here with a couple of guys, and he had been there at Cloud 9. And I just said to the wife, let's go there. We'll go there for 2 weeks and see what happens. Then we'll travel the Philippines.
Somewhere convenient and easy to get to.
Oh, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare back then. Now there's, 10 flights a day in there. But back then it was a flight to Manila, a flight to Cebu, a boat to Surigao, a boat to Siargao, a bus across the land.
How did you get your better half across the line on that one?
She's pretty solid. She's pretty solid. So, but what happened was we went there for 2 weeks to Cloud 9 and got some waves and met some super duper nice people. And then we decided we'd travel the Philippines. We got about a week into our travel of the Philippines, and I said to her, I'd really like to go back to Siargao. And she went, me too. So we went back to Siargao, and we spent the next few weeks there. And we met a Japanese guy, Naoki Nakata, who was there, one of the only other surfers there at the time. And I think we had a drunken conversation on the Tanduay, which is the local rum in this country. And he said, wouldn't it be nice to do something here, And we were like, yeah, whatever. And 6 months later, I got a call from him, and he was in Korea in transit on the way to Australia, and he'd put a deposit on the land that apparently we'd talked about, and the rest is history. We thought we'll go for 1 year and see what happens. And so we lasted from 96 to 2018 when we sold our resort there in front of Cloud 9.
Amazing.
It's one of those things, and, I say to anyone out there, if you've got an opportunity, go for it. If you say no to things, then you don't know what's going to happen.
Mixed emotions, the sale?
Oh, 100%, 100%. I mean, my daughter wanted to come back and go to a proper school, and we got an offer that was nice. I thought I was just going to come back to Australia as a surf bum and be a brickies labourer or something, and as, the offer was okay. And so, yeah, very much mixed emotions, and I miss it. I think I miss it probably a little more than my wife and daughter, but I'm the surfer of the family as well, so,
All right, this is Pajara on his backhand. He's down in third at the moment. Keiki Yamanaka got a 4.75 for his last wave, so just low scores so far. The judges clearly sending a signal that they want to see a bit more from the surfers. I think everything's a little bit sleepy at the moment.
It does seem to be, yeah. I mean, I thought I saw some better and bigger sets earlier. Maybe, we just need that little tide push. I'm really looking forward also to the next heat.
Okay, Aimade Ariana got a 4.35 for his last wave, so he has now moved back into the lead. So Jo Marie Abueza and Harold Crisostomo have some work to do.
With 7 minutes left. So my wife just texted me to say good morning, so if you're watching, Susan, good morning, and I love you, and we're having fun here. But we are working, by the way. It's all about the work. It's all about the work.
Always. And over your, 30-year journey in the Philippines, you've obviously seen some remarkable changes in the surfing scene. Could you have pictured the sort of trajectory it would have taken?
No, not. Had I been smarter or more forward-thinking, I would have bought all the land in Siargao and built some surf shops and whatever. No, not at all. As a matter of fact, when I first came into the Philippines, I think the first time I brought a surfboard, in Manila, they didn't know what a surfboard was. They just didn't know. What's that thing? Now, when you fly into Manila, they look at you and go, Siargao? It's changed. And Siargao in particular, I mean, more so than here. This is, La Union's been an established surf spot for quite some time, and thanks to Luke and Luke's dad and some other people, Bob and a few other people that I'm sorry if I haven't mentioned your name. This has been a real established surf area for some time, but the newer areas, Siargao, Samar, Down in Mindanao, you know, they're just blowing up, and surfing is just taken over. People love it. People realise how healthy it is, and I think it won't be too long before we have, you know, I'd like to think a CT surfer. You know, a couple of years, a year, 2, 3, whatever. I mean, I know it's taken Japan a long time, and they've had a surfing culture for a long time, and now Indonesia has.
Rio has just made the tour. We're seeing his brother Ryuki is surfing in Heat 5.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so I mean, I think my thinking is that the Philippines won't have to wait the few or 3 or 4 decades to get someone in that, because it's just exploding and the kids are just taken to it, and there's some fantastic surfers here already. Certainly, a bunch of QS, or a few have won QSs already. Filmar and Maramar and those guys.
Yeah, Rio White has really sort of shown how it can be done. Of course, he made the Olympics, and I think qualifying for the Olympics was huge, because in the eyes of the government, it then sort of proves that surfing's a legitimate entity, and that has opened so many doors for, you know, Rio travelling from Indonesia, which isn't the easiest passport to get around the world on.
No, it's not. And yes, that's exactly right. The government thought, oh my God, it's in the Olympics, it's a legitimate sport. I mean, we've always known it, but the same happened here in the Philippines. You know, once it was announced, they were working towards getting someone into the Olympics. Now, it didn't happen for the Philippines this time around, but that's what they were working towards. It kind of legitimised the sport, you know, whether that's a double-edged sword. You know, for me, I'm an old bloke and I love, you know, not being crowded. But it's fantastic for the country, and it gives them something really good to work towards. You know, the ultimate goal is to get someone in the Olympics, and the second goal is to get someone on the CT.
White still has priority, blue second priority, red third priority, and green fourth priority.
So 2 questions. Where were the 2016 Olympics held?
2016... Jeez, isn't it funny how you forget these things quick?
3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Rio in Brazil.
Okay. I was just about to say that because we were talking about Rio.
Yeah, and what was Indonesia's only gold medal in?
I would think boxing, possibly. No, that's a big no.
You got the first letter right.
I'm not going to say basketball or baseball.
You got the first 2 letters right.
Badminton.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, right. Oh, that's good. That was their first ever gold medal.
Well, I don't know if it was their first, but it was their 2016 only gold medal.
Okay, well, the Philippines got their first, I believe, and again, someone might jump at me, their first gold medal, and someone can tell me the name. A weightlifter won for the Philippines the first gold medal just in the last Olympics.
I'm amazed there hasn't been a boxing gold medal or
for sure. It's boxing and basketball are massive in this country. Huddle Diaz was the winner. I was just being told by John Carby in the background. Didn't know he could hear me. He's got good ears, that guy. So yeah, I'm surprised they haven't got a boxing one. And when I've spent some time here, and basketball and boxing are the big things here. They've had some fantastic sports people. They had Efren Barta Reyes, who was a world champion, I think many times over in I don't know whether it's pool or billiards. He was a bit of a hero. And then, of course, Manny Pacquiao came, and Manny Pacquiao's been the hero of heroes. It's been fun to be here and watch, you know, the rise. And I won't say the fall of Manny Pacquiao. He's just gotten older. But, he is just beloved in this country. And I love him. He's a great, you know, he's come to Siargao a couple of times.
Has he?
And yeah, he came to Siargao and, you know, gave poor people money, came in on a helicopter. And no, he's a legit humanitarian.
Did you push him into a couple?
No, but I believe he went out there. I wasn't part of the deal, but...
This is Joe Maria Bueza.
And he needs something there.
He really does. Oh, throws the reverse. That draws a reaction from the crowd.
He's claiming it. He's there. He is there too. Okay, I thought he was going to just not get through that one, but he did. That's interesting. With 1 minute and a bit to go.
Yeah, he needs a 5. I'm not quite sure if that's there. That'd have to be the best wave of the heat.
We'll find out soon enough there.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining.
here goes Keiki Yamanaka. He's flying down the line, but just can't find a section to work with and gets out of there. So priority is with the surfer in red. Joe Maria Bueza still looking for a 5-point ride. Harold Chrysostomo a 7.35, but time in very short supply. Here's the replay of Joe Marie's last wave.
And White again in the dying seconds here. 10 seconds left.
And he needed a 5 and he got a 4.5, so it's not going to be enough, and it's going to be Pajar, Aimade Ariana and Keiki Yamanaka from Japan who go through. So the Indonesian surfer in red and the Japanese surfer in blue take the win. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break and we'll be back with Heat 3, round 1 of the La Union International Pro from right here, San Juan, La Union in the Philippines.
All right, while you were looking for a 5.0, that way it was a 4.5, so that was not bad. All right, we're going to start with Heat 3, 2, 1. All right, 25 minutes on the clock. Results from last week, we have red in first, blue in second, yellow in third, and green in fourth. Congratulations, I made
Okay, we're back. We're back with Heat 3. And we're joined by Tippy Jabrick, who's a great mate of mine and a fantastic Indonesian surfer. And he's actually the king of the Indonesian surfers as far as I'm concerned. How are you?
Morning, Jerry. I'm far from the king these days. I'm just a social worker, actually, you know.
Yeah, okay, I feel that way sometimes too. So tell us about our two Indonesian surfers here.
So yeah, we have Varun Tanjung here, the son of Rizal Tanjung, and also Oni Anwar. So Oni is currently sitting in the first on the ranking of the Asian QS region. So he's trying to, extend his lead, hopefully, because there's still 3 more events to come before the challenger lists are decided.
Okay, great. And our others is Robert Magaluna and Lima Delamide, 2 Filipino surfers. And Robert's quite fancied. I don't know Lima, to be honest, but I know Robert's a fantastic surfer and he's been chasing these Philippine events as well. So it should be a pretty interesting heat.
Yeah, Robert was he was one of the great performance at the last event at Cloud9. He made it into the semis, if I'm not wrong.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Oni came second in that event?
Yeah, so Oni beat
Moma.
Robert, actually.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
they're out there again.
Yeah.
You know?
Could be a good matchup, yeah.
Fireworks.
Yeah.
Fireworks. Who's the best fighter?
I think everybody is ready because this couple days I've seen like a lot of the surfers are been training and everybody's surfing really good, actually.
They're good, and for a lot of them, it's the first time here. I mean, I imagine most of the Indonesian guys, it's the first time here.
Oni is actually he's still the current champion here. He
Oh, is
won
he?
the SEA Games, and that was the last international event.
Correct, the SEA Games. That's right, yeah.
So 2019 SEA Games, and Oni Anwar take that one. So he's currently still the
reigning champion.
reigning champion,
Okay, good
yeah.
to see. Okay, well, that's great.
So this is Varun Tanjung, young surfer from Indonesia. He's also one of the new hope for Indonesia, alongside with Pajar Ariana, who won his heat just before.
And how old is Varun?
Varun, I think he's only 19 or something, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, wow, nice connecting there from Varun there.
Yeah, he's not giving up either.
Yeah. So Oni open up with a 4-2-5. I think 4-2-5 is been a keeper so far this morning.
Yeah, I think the last heat of 5 was the highest score so far. So a 4.25 is a really good start, and I imagine Varun's going to have that, if not more.
Yeah. Because we haven't seen any of Robert and Lemar's wave. I think that's Lemar, young surfer. I'm not sure where he's from. This is Robert. So Robert, a goofy footer from Siargao. Still looking for a section right there. There's one rebound to going left. And at the back we can see this is Oni Anwar on his second wave. Trying to do his, I would say that's one of his signature moves.
Yeah, what do you call it?
Just a rebound like 360 right there.
A rebound reversing thing, yeah. Yeah, I can't say I'm up on all the airs. I'm semi-old school. I don't know what they're all called these days. I always hope I'm sitting next to someone who does know what they're called.
Yeah. For me also, it's a learning process, because all those airs these days are super technical. They use a lot of the skateboarding.
Correct, and different grabs and different things. Yeah.
Because sometimes the grabs are, different hand, different fingers, different, touching the rails on different part of the surfboard is different name, yeah. So
and it's also sometimes hard for the judges to see what they're doing as far as grabs. I mean, imagine judging a skateboarding thing, the guys are pretty close.
Yeah.
They're in a bowl, they're whatever, but...
yeah, that's why we have 5 judge panels. So hopefully like 2 or 3 of them, they understand all those details. So here we go. This is a replay from Varun Tanjung. So Rizal brought all his entourage. He brought his 2 sons, his wife Chandra also here, and Bronson Mady also he's here.
Yeah, I saw Bronson just before. Okay, there's
Robert.
That's Robert.
Yeah. So this is a totally different wave from Cloud9, Jerry, because Cloud9 is a bit of a machine. This one is a bit of a groveling wave today. You need to find that wave that opens and give you opportunity, like what Varun did. That wave was kind of open, not the way he wants it, but he got a 4.5, so a good start.
Yeah, that is a good start. And you're right, it's a vastly different wave than Cloud9 wave. It's longer. It's a fair bit softer. It was a little more intense yesterday, I think.
I think so, yeah.
It looks so much different looking at it on the screen than turning around and looking at it out there. I mean, it actually looks bigger when you look at it in real life.
Yeah.
On the screen makes it look a little bit smaller. I don't know if that's because the cameras are up high.
Oh, that gives some difference, because some elevation, you will have a bit of a distort, how you see it. If it elevate, you might not see how deep is their bottom turn.
Correct.
Yeah.
I know they've got a couple of different angles. They've got a couple of cameras near where we're sitting, and we're actually on the 3rd floor here of a nice little place in front of the break, and there's a couple of cameras down, or another camera down on the judging tower.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good setup here. I'm sure at some stage we'll get some drone shots to give the people out there an idea of the full setup, the lineup out in the surf, and where the judging tower and all the rest of it is. I always really like looking at the drone shots, actually.
Yeah. You know what surprised me, Jerry? I don't know. You've been travel a lot of places, especially in Australia. You don't see building right on the sand like La Union.
No way, Jose. Like we are. I mean, I could jump from here onto the beach.
I
and
know.
We're on the 3rd floor. It's insane. And I, as far as Siargao's concerned, and again, I hope I don't continue to harp on Siargao. And Siargao is another fantastic surfing island in the Philippines. There's restrictions and rules there about how far you can be from the high tide mark, and the actual rule is you've got to be at least 30 metres. That's a local rule. The government rule is 20 metres.
Okay.
Here, I think because...
20 centimetres.
Yeah, it's 20 centimetres. But I love it. I'll be honest with you. I love walking the beach here and having little bars and little shops and hearing music. And, it's a real interesting surfing community here. And it's vastly different than the other ones that I see around the country.
Yeah, one thing for sure is everything is it's nice and when it's sunny day like this. But I was here during the typhoon season on the for the sea games. Those typhoons like hitting this place really hard.
Oh, really? A nightmare.
And then yeah, everybody have to be kind of like evacuate from the contest area. They don't let us come surfing actually. So yeah.
So what happened in the long run? They had to delay it?
Yeah, they delayed for, I think it was like 3 to 5 days delay.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we end up surfing carrils.
Oh, okay, yep.
That was really good. So yeah, back into the action. We have 15 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Looks like Oni is just catching another wave there. We'll see if that's going to help his better his situation.
It looked like Robert's paddling back out as well. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if we missed something or maybe they got caught inside. Oh, actually, looking back out there, I think they got caught inside. So it really doesn't give an indication. I mean, that set was, you know, in the old school, that was a 3-foot set, a solid 3-foot set. And they actually got caught inside.
Yeah. So yeah, yesterday have a bigger, little bit. I think this morning have a bigger sets coming, you know, through the channel here at Mona Lisa. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bigger this morning. Now I don't know whether the swell's dropping off or it's just a bit of a lull, waiting for the tide to come back because the tide's super low. The predictions were that the surf today was going to be awful, and yesterday was meant to be no waves, and tomorrow. But I showed up yesterday, and it was, you know, they were solid 4-foot sets. And again, on the face, I'm keeps harping on how I'm old school, but the faces were maybe 8-foot faces, I suppose,
Yeah.
on a 4-foot wave.
So what? I don't know. What do you think about, you know, all those forecasts, you know, been missing from the prediction, Jerry?
Oh, that was nice. That
That
was
was
nice.
Oni.
Sorry, I got distracted by Oni there.
Yeah, Oni also with his signature turns there, and trying to finish this one.
He's a hard guy not to go for, Oni. He's such a lovely kid.
Yeah, he's a good representation of our country, you know, Indonesia.
And he's loved here. They love him here in the Philippines as
Oh,
well
for
because he
sure.
spent a lot of time here, done all the events. As far as the predictions are concerned, I was speaking to Luke Landrigan previously about the predictions here, and he said they're very hard to trust here in
Okay.
particular. I think on the East Coast it's far more predictable, although it isn't always right. If it's 1 foot and you look out and it's 1 foot, it says it's going to be 3 foot the next day there. It's usually 6 foot.
Yeah.
But they tend to get the timing pretty good there on the East Coast. I just think, for reasons I'm not sure, it's harder to predict here. Here goes our surfer in white.
So this is
Lemar.
Lemar.
See what he can do. Oh, that's a nice wave too.
So yeah, if you're looking at the map here, Jerry, we are like this is like facing South China Sea.
We are in the South China Sea. We're not just facing it, we're in the South China Sea. And
So all this swell is not coming from the Pacific.
well, funnily enough, it is coming from the Pacific.
So
What
they're-
happens is, from Japan, over the top of the Philippines and past Taiwan, you get these really strong nor'easters at this time of year called the Amihan. And they just push swell. So the swell officially and the wind is coming from the Pacific, the northern Pacific. But it comes through that gap over the top of the country and runs down and refracts and comes in here. It goes all the way down into Palawan.
Yeah.
All the way down the swell goes. As a matter of fact, if you're looking at a map there and you open it right up, the swell moves all the way down into Malaysia.
So they
They get waves in Malaysia. And
so
the
they
bottom
creeping crew from Taiwan, between Taiwan and Philippines. They
Yep.
go past a little bit of a Hong Kong and went into Malaysia.
Correct. You can get waves in Malaysia. You can get waves in the bottom of Cambodia. You can get waves at this time of year at any of those places. I remember many, many years ago, I was flying from Manila to, it must have been Singapore, I guess, and the flight was, something happened in Singapore. We had to circle a few times. What they ended up doing was heading directly north along the Malaysian coast, and it was this time of year. And I saw point after point after point of what looked like pumping waves. Now, we were at, I don't know, 20,000 feet or whatever we were at. So I'm not entirely sure, but it made me want to one day, you know, just go there and go up and down the coast in a boat during this season.
Yeah.
And I hope I'm not giving away someone's secrets here, and someone listening's thinking, oh my God, in next January I'm going to get a boat and go up and down the east Malaysian coast. But I know that there's waves there, and the South China Sea does get swell in it. Mostly it comes from the north and over the top of the Philippines.
Wow. So they travel that far because
You can get a pressure system in the South China Sea that will cause waves as well. Obviously, any wind causes waves, but the consistent ones come from
that far,
this same swell. This same swell that hits here can go all the way to Malaysia.
Wow. Yeah, because I surf Hainan, that island in South China Sea. It was like a pumping, like 4 to 5 feet, perfect left. And I was like, where is this swell coming from? Because South China Sea is not as big as Pacific or Indian Ocean.
No. But people surf everywhere. People surf in the Great Lakes in the USA. I mean, you can get,
if you're that desperate.
Yeah, it's cold and miserable, and yeah, some people are. But I know I've seen footage of that and surf everywhere. I mean, where don't people surf these days?
I know. I think they even surf like in the middle of the big lake in Russia. I heard, there's also a surf community there.
Any wind will cause waves, I mean, you need the wind to slow down so it's not messy, but any wind will cause some waves.
Yeah, so here's a replay of Oni. He's currently sitting in the first position. So it looks like this wave are just the end of the replay of Oni.
Yeah.
So, somebody's going left.
That's Varan that went left, yeah. As I was speaking to one of the officials yesterday who went out surfing, and he kept going, he went left all day yesterday, said it was fantastic.
Yeah, I think the left is a bit of a leftover of the right. Nobody going left. So.
Well, yeah, maybe. And look, when you're out there and you're you're not one of the young guns ripping fighting for waves, you got no choice but to go left.
Yeah, I would go left, no problem.
Well, like Cloud9. Cloud9's got a very underrated left, and for many years, myself and a couple of other people would go at Cloud9. There's 30 people going right, and 2 or 3 of us would be going left, getting barreled time and time again.
On the last event, Philmar got a 7 and make his heat from a left.
Well, there you go. The problem with the left there is it's hard to see for the judges. Here, the left's fairly easy to see, but I'm not sure about the paddle back out through it.
So yeah, talking about La Union, do you have a lot of experience here, or are you more like Siargao?
No, Siargao. I mean, this is my 3rd trip here.
Yeah.
One, which I was telling Chris before, was about 15 years ago. And one last year, I was here during the end of COVID, so it was very quiet here.
That was nice time, probably, no?
Restaurants were all closed, but I hung out with Luke and his family, and just surfed a bit out the front. I loved it, to be honest. I think COVID times were really terrible for most people, but some people had the greatest times of their life during COVID. I know the people that were stuck in Siargao.
Yeah.
Once they allowed them to surf again, there was no one there, no tourists there. It's terrible for the businesses.
Yeah.
But for your average surfer, it was wave after wave, and people were very happy to be doing it.
Yeah,
and I'll say hello to my Siargao mates that I know will be listening. So hello all you friends there in Siargao, Alon and all the boys. I hope you're getting waves. Apparently it's been pumping there the last couple of days.
Yeah, I heard it's been raining for a couple of weeks ago, but today has been really good weather.
Oh, they've had terrible floods there, actually.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay,
that's Robert Magaluna. And talking about Siargao, Jerry, half of Siargao people are here right now.
I think we have 20 competitors or so from Siargao.
Them, yeah.
Well, we got 2 in this event. Robert and Lemar are both from Siargao. I'm told that Lemar just never gets out of the water. And again, these are young guys, and had it been a few years ago when I was living there, I would know them. But because I've been away for 3 or 4 years, I don't know them as well as I know their parents, actually. But I'm told that Lemar never gets out of the water. And it goes to show how good they've gotten in such a short amount of time. I mean, 4 years ago, I knew every single surfer there. Now there's guys that have up and coming that are just ripping and going in the QSs. So they're young guys. Oh, there's Varan just taking a bit of a nosedive there. He won't be happy about that, and he needs the wave. It's just under 7 minutes to go. Now, I'm not exactly sure what he needs at this stage because we don't have the actual individual wave scores up at the moment, but that was not good for him.
Yeah,
Little,
talking about numbers, you know, in the on the competition, you know, sitting in the fourth or third, that means like you are under pressure to get the score. Sitting on the first with not a big lead is also a pressure. So this is all numbers game that create all those, you know, like your comfort zone.
Oh, look, for me, it's just incredibly stressful. You've got 4 guys, only 2 go through. They've travelled a long way to get here. You know, after the points, I suggest more than the money.
Yeah.
It's a tough game. It's brutal, to be
But-
honest.
But if you see it only in a small perspective about competition, of course, this is like a cutthroat, you know. You lose, you're out of the game. But, you know, to serve and explore, meeting new people, you know, I think...
It's priceless.
It's priceless.
And look, for the 2 young guys, Robert and Lima in particular, and Varun, you know, it's experience. It's
for
surfing
sure.
experience, competition experience, and like you said, travelling
Yeah.
experience.
Even for Robert and Lemar, if they come from Siargao, to come here is not cheap also.
No,
Yeah.
they get some support from some of the government people there, and some of them have some sponsors, but it's expensive and it's
Yeah.
not something they're used to doing. As a matter of fact, when I first went to Siargao, there were people that had never left Siargao. There were people that hadn't been to the main town in Siargao. People didn't travel anywhere.
Okay, here we go. Varun Tanjung is looking for numbers, Jerry. So here we go. Different camera angles. Can he finish that one? Not a rebound. Ooh.
Okay, so there were 2 big manoeuvres there. We just slightly missed one in the camera change there, but it was a fairly big manoeuvre.
Yeah, so Varun have a 4-5. He's, you know, at 4-5 to replace that 7.1. He looks like he's only looking for small numbers, yeah.
It does look like that, and you've got to think in a big manoeuvre like that, then
Yeah.
maybe that was the case.
So as we can see, Robert and Lemar also waiting there, you know, making sure like, you know, to get all the information, to calculate in his brain what he needs. Yep.
Yeah,
4
well,
minutes.
and they can, thankfully they have the beach marshals there telling me exactly what they need and how many minutes they have to go. Sometimes it's probably great to hear that, sometimes it's distressful.
Yeah.
Um,
But with all the information that they have, you know, in this kind of competition, it's also give them strategy in the water.
Agreed.
Yeah. So this is Lamar, nice top turn there. He's also looking for some good numbers here. He's currently sitting in 4th now. Varun taking over that one.
Yes,
Oh.
so that's...
That's also a good surfing from Lamar, actually.
And he doesn't look like he needs a great deal either.
Yeah.
So, yeah, pretty interesting heat, this one.
So
You know more about it than I do, the stress and the tactics. I mean, you're a competitive surfer. You know, my greatest achievement was once winning the Cronulla Point Board Riders event on a Sunday. So, you know, I haven't been up to the dizzying heights of QS or any other levels.
Yeah, like this is first round, early heat. Everybody is still like, you know, still have a lot of pressure under their feet. You know, moving on into like, you know, later round, closer to the final, everybody just gonna showcasing their, you know, all their ability. Right now, they just have to make sure that, you know, it's all about the 4 and the 5s.
Getting through
Yeah.
and getting through,
Yeah.
yeah. So we have 6 days. We have 6 more days. Now, we don't need to use all those 6 days. So, you know, we'll get Luke and the boys to figure out if we continue on tomorrow, whatever. But obviously with waves today, you know, there's no way we're stopping. And again, it's hard to, we talked about it before, how different it is. When I turn around from where we are and look out there, it's actually, you know, this is a semi-decent sized wave that he's on there. And from on that shot, it just looks tiny.
Yeah. But this is like, you know, the first event for the WSL. Of course, the WSL crew, they want to make sure that, you know, they get the best information from the, you know, from the local knowledge. If it's a long-running event like Cloud9, for example, they have that confident to work with you closer. You know, this is
Yeah.
a first-time event. Even though they know Luke can give the best call, this and that. But from WSL perspective, this is a new place, you know.
100%. And look, to be honest, I'm glad the waves are the way they are today because, as I mentioned before, the predictions weren't for great waves.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's that word we all hate to hear, contestable, but
Yeah.
it actually isn't so bad out there. And I can see the next heat is starting to paddle out there. What do we got there? We got Hirato Ari from Japan and Kiari Noro, also from Japan. Alan Derecho and Danny Koldura. Danny's a Shargau boy. Alan lives in Shargau. He's not originally from Shargau, but he's considered a Shargau boy as well.
Yeah. So here we go. This is Robert Magaluna. Ooh, there's a situation change actually. Robert sitting in the 4th place, but that first maneuver was really good, I have to say, Jerry.
Yes, yeah, no, he really got it up there. He got almost vertical. Let's see if something happens on the inside here, because it's his last hurrah.
Yeah. Things got a little bit, like sideways here, but if he can put another maneuver here.
Oh, he just wasn't able to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see what happened there.
So 35 seconds to go.
Anything coming?
So 20 seconds to go.
And at this stage, we still have our 2 Indonesian surfers with just a few seconds remaining. And someone's having a paddle here.
So yeah, that's the end of this heat. As we can see, still Farun Tanjung.
It was a nice little wave too.
Yeah.
You know, it could be a situation change, only changing him from 2nd to 1st, because it looks like they're both, the 2 Indonesian lads are through anyway. But
yeah, still waiting for Robert's wave. Is that in already?
well, yes, because he was sitting in 4th, so that's it. So,
Ooh, okay.
I'm not sure if we're taking a break at this stage. We're going to take a break at this stage. We'll be back shortly for heat number 4.
Close, yeah. Okay, welcome back. This is hit number 4. I'm here with none and only beloved John Carby.
Hey, good morning, Tippy. Great to be here in the beautiful LU. A bit of excitement in the final seconds of that last heat, huh?
Yeah, it was a good heat between Farun and Roberts and Lamar, actually. So congratulations for Oni Anwar taking that first place, and also Varun Tanjung. So talking a little bit about this heat, John, what do you know about Alan and then also Danny Koldura?
All right, so from Siargao, we have Alan Derecho. Alan Derecho is actually one of the all-rounders from the Philippines. You basically go to any surf destination and they're going to know Alan Derecho. He's a great guy. He's one of the Bagtick, the sponsored from the Congressman Bingo. He's actually here as one of their coaches, and he also surfs and looks after the team who's traveling. So,
oh, that's good, yeah.
Yeah, he's turning into a great little mentor for these surfers, and hoping to move into coaching roles and mentoring the younger generation to sort of get there and sort of keep their mind on that athletic side of you and get away from the crazy life.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you know, it's always good to have a local representation, you know, for the development of the sports. Because if he want to take that role, he should take it and make sure that give a good example, and then see from there. Yeah.
Absolutely, it's empowering Filipinos, empowering Filipinos. It's the same what you're doing over there in Indonesia with the ASC, and I'm sure it's happening in Japan with some of the older generation there.
Yeah.
So it's beautiful, and it's the way the sport needs to develop, and it's a nice positive culture that we're developing in these individual growing nations in surfing.
Yeah, for sure. With Olympic is not too far. The 2024 Paris, everything having that good momentum. Because sports is a big part of every nation, including Philippines. Philippines is a country with rich wave, so you cannot left out the development of it.
Absolutely, yeah, it's great. As Jerry and Chris were speaking earlier, these developing surfing nations, we're all sort of following the lead of the West world, but oh, there we go.
That's actually Hiroto Arai. Really nice 3 turns right there. Hiroto is he's pretty young, but he's also a veteran competitors. He been around for so long. He was one of the top junior when he was young. When he was 16, he was in that Rip Curl International kind of team. He was traveling around the world. He did really good in a lot of juniors, and looks like he's having quite a moment on his QS campaigners. It took him like 5 to 6 years till that juniors, until we see him right now. So he's trying to go up into the ladder, trying to get into those CS right now, actually.
It's definitely it's a long game, isn't it, for a lot of these surfers? There's the shining stars every now and again that they just boost and they get the career jump of a lifetime.
Yeah.
Rio Aida, who definitely did his time, but he definitely got boosted to the top of the ranks on his skill and hard work.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys think that that's the way you do it, but a lot of the time you do it like like this. You just keep working and growing and developing your game plan until you hit that maturity, and everything sort of comes together for you.
Yeah, if you think about Rio, that things doesn't happen just like that.
No,
that's a lot of work from a lot of people, making a lot of planning. It's all about blueprint, because if you have a vision and a mission from day one, and our day one is 2001, so it takes that long, to have a Rio up there, so. Those planning is not only for Rio, actually. It's all for, we work hard, for the Asian region.
Yeah.
So this blueprint that we all creating, between the Indonesian, the Filipinos, you see people in, crew like Jupe in Thailand. They're all making this blueprint.
Absolutely, and Hiroto is evidence of that in Japan. You know what I mean? The guy who's just working and working and working to get where he was. And what did he get for that last one? It was definitely up there. It was one of the highest scores of the...
Wow, it's his combining total right now is a 925, so he could have quite good numbers, actually.
He does, and that is that crisp competition surfing, putting those 3 smooth transitional turns, not transitional turns, major maneuvers together.
Yeah.
With that variation on each turn, it was...
Yeah, so the judges really love to see, like, turns between turns, like there's no wiggle, there's no like downtime. So what Hiroto did there is just pure connection.
Yep.
So
and the judges rewarded him for it.
Yeah.
We got Danny Caldora up in surfing at the moment.
So yeah, when I see people surfing, I can identify them, but I don't know most of their names. But when they surf, I can identify, oh, this is the guy,
Yeah, it's the joy from watching, especially a vantage point that we have up here. Looking down from 3 stories up, you can pick the turns, you can pick the approaches, you can even pick the arm position sometimes on these guys.
I know.
And you get to know them, and you get to see where they are, because you're also a part of the coaching team there in Indonesia, so you know that technique's a lot of it, but individual style also plays a major part in the aesthetics for the judges, basically.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, here we go. This is a last ride from Hiroto Araya, 675. So that's quite good numbers.
Up there, I haven't seen too much of the numbers coming in. There we go. Oni threw a. What did he throw in his one?
Only get a high 7 just before. So this is Kairi Noro. Kairi also from Japan. So 2 Japanese and 2 Filipinos.
Good mix. I think the Filipinos make up about half the field that we have here.
Yeah, I think every event, every QSs that goes around in any countries, local representation is always strong.
Yeah, and you're always looking about half the field. We've got a great representation from Japan and then obviously Indonesia. We have Koreans, we have Taiwanese here.
Yeah.
We have competitors from France and also Sweden through
Kian Martin, yeah.
And then also France through Luis.
Yeah.
All usually Asian based, but it's good to see them out here mixing up with the locals and the Indonesians and the Japanese.
Yeah, so that was Alan Derecho on the screen getting that right-hander there. He's on the backside, so Alan is a goofy footer.
He is. Usually we'll find him out there on a twin fin too. He's moving into that stage of his life where he's getting a bit old and just starting to enjoy the joys of twin finning and that sort of soul surfing. And Danny Caldora is also a goofy footer out there.
Yeah. So talking about goofy footers and natural footers, you know, this wave is majority is a right-hander actually, but there was a couple guys early in the heat trying to go left. And yesterday also on the free surfing, I've seen like a lot of guys like, you know, throwing a lot of good turns also on the left. So with this kind of like multiple peaks right now, I think there's also a chance to go left.
There's definitely, and there's a sort of a ramp that sort of will come at you on the left-hander. So some of the more known air boys might start to eye that off.
Yeah.
Particularly on this lower tide. As it fills in, the point will generally start to just hold a bit more shape, a bit more face on those right-handers, and the left won't be quite as steep as it is in these early mornings. So it's sort of interesting to see the guys. Not anyone really looking at that major manoeuvre on that left-hander yet, but I know it must be in their mind, especially for those goofy footers. Goofy footers can find a left-hand wave on the most substantial right-handers in the world.
Yeah, for sure. So I was talking to Jerry before, John. So he's saying this swell is coming from Pacific, and we are like, you know, facing South China Sea. I was wondering if this swell. Oh, here we go. Talking about laugh.
There we are.
This is Danny.
Danny responded. Thank you, Danny, and he didn't quite capitalize on that. Sort of mishitting that little top section. Yeah.
So talking about that swell, is this kind of the same swell that goes to Cloud 9 also?
No, we're in almost two different time zones. This is caused by, we call it the Amihan season. It's a huge trade wind that blows from basically, Kiro getting unstuck there. It blows through from the bottom of Japan, sort of whistles in between China and the Philippine sea there, which sort of creates, we're talking winds 60 plus knots sometimes, sustained.
So this is a wind swell?
This is all basically long-range wind swell. It's not usually from low pressures or anything like that.
Okay.
It travels then the whole length, half the length of the Philippines, sort of cleans up the lines and wraps in with the refraction of the ocean and the directions of the swells. And yeah, it's usually a nice north swell that we get that started from down the bottom of Japan, basically.
Wow.
So it travels a long way to get here. The other option we have waves here is when the low pressures actually move across into that South China Sea or West Philippine Sea, as we like to call it. Here in the Philippines. It also blows in, then we get our ground swells and everything like that. And a bit of a different, which sort of opens up different areas to surf also.
Yeah.
You get those unique waves that break under those sort of swell conditions. So yeah, these waves come from a long way.
Yeah, if you're talking about surf spots in Philippines, there's like the one that goes down a little bit, from Mindanao side, and there's up here in Pagudpud. There's a wave around there.
Pagudpud, that's right at the top. It's Pagudpud's the version. It's sort of basically the end of the road.
Yeah.
The name actually means like you've just gone a long way. You're at the end. It's a long haul to get there, especially back. It's getting better now with the roads improving in the Philippines.
Yeah. So that's almost like the end of the world.
That's the end of the world. It is. And we had a local event there beginning of last year, and they scored.
Wow, really?
Yeah. The only drama sometimes you may have is that wind. Actually, it was September, and they scored some some amazing conditions, a great punchy left-hander. We had longboarders getting barreled. It was
Wow, really?
It was an event. Yeah, it was a great event.
Yeah.
But we've got Lucas del Sur, which is where we are. We've got some great breaks just on this west coast, which surprises a lot of people because generally you look at the maps and you don't see much happening. But this, as you can see, the conditions are almost.
So yeah, you know, if you can identify all those surf spots with all those character of the swell building, you know, you can kind of predict which month is good for which area. So this is a really good for development also, and then also approaching an event like this WSL, so we can know, you know, the potential of having a flat day on those period can be, you know, avoid a little bit, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you know, with nature, you cannot have like a direct, you know, phone numbers. You know, that's what happened, you know, with G-Land, for example. We thought
the most anticipated contest on the WSL schedule last year, right?
We thought we were gonna be scored on that month because that's usually, you know, the month where Indonesia are, you know, flooding with a swell. But there's it's almost like 8 days of what do you call that, like a waiting time when everybody is just sitting around and there's not much wave, not much swell. So I'm here with Oni Anwar, the winner of previous heats. So big shout out to Oni. You want to say something to family at home, or how first tell me a little bit about La Union. How do you feel surfing La Union?
Well, good morning, TP. Yeah, thanks for having me here, guys, everyone who's watching live. So great to have an WQS in La Union. This last time I came here. It was huge. I remember that day. It was like, oh, I had a final with Rio here, and you were coaching us.
I remember that day because I was the coach for Rio and Oni, but they made into the final, and I said to them, I'm not going to coach you guys, just surf and have fun. That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah, we're like, whose side is tipping going on today?
I'm not anybody's side that day. So, yeah, actually, I have to say, Oni, you are still the reigning champion of La Union because on 2019, on the SEA Games, you are the champion, and after that, this is the next international event. So, you know, unofficially, you're still the champion.
Well, thanks for my travel partner, TP Jabrik, for bringing a good vibe on the road, you know, and he's believing in me in here. So, firstly, I just want to have fun. I don't really think about the ranking or anything as much as I used to be. And like, look at this, you know, I get to surf and the good weather in Asia. I think like being who's this guy? It's Sergao boys. So competing in Indonesia, that's a good start for me. So that's why I figured out like, oh, why am I putting so much pressure on myself in all these events around WQS, you know, going to Brazil, like going to America, Hawaii, all these things. I never being able to enjoy my surfing. And coming to the NIAS and Krui and then all the Asian contests, this is like an door open for me to realize, hey, bro, chill out, have fun.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, if you see the way you surf and the level that you have, you know, sometimes you put pressure on yourself not because of your surfing, just because you put too much pressure, you know, because, you know, you have to let the surfing do the job and let that pressure out, you know, for all those turns and making stronger turns on those with that pressure. Because I've seen like guys lose, you know, by taking a, you know, wrong decision. But this morning, I have to say, you take all the good decision. You got a 7.25. Is that a 7.25?
Yeah, I think that was like, that was Rizal there. We're like chilling, having a breakfast this morning. We went for a walk with Faroon, and he was just like, I saw Faroon, you know, like up and coming, all these young stars coming up in Indonesia. And for me, he said to me, oh, I think I got you in my heat. And he said, look, you don't have me in my heat. You got the nature with you, not me. And like as we talk, Hiroto Rai, he's my travel buddy as well in the QS. He were talking today Hiroto and I probably the oldest one in this event. He's 28 this year, and boom, look how mature his surfing is now. So
Yeah, I think he, like he don't have any pressure the way he surf.
exactly.
Yeah.
And the pressure is like talking back to the pressure, TP.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest part in our surfing in the contest. I think that's more our opponent than the other guys in our heat. So if you surf with pressure, I think that's when you start losing.
Yeah, for
Doubting
sure.
a lot. And I don't know how to decide which wave to take and what turn to do in that section when the pressure is in me. So out there, I'm just like, okay, I'm just doing flick year reverse, and I said, what am I doing? But at the same time, dude, just have fun. Who cares what people think about me in the water or in the beach? Just like, I think that's me having fun out there today. So, but the wave is gonna get better, so I'm excited.
Yeah, so the plan today, I think we're gonna move into the women's division after the men, so of shortboard, and I don't think so. You're gonna surf again today, so it's still a long day, but I think the call will come after this first round of men's and women. So good luck with you, Oni Anwar, and you wanna say anything to friends and family at BGS, maybe?
Yeah, look, guys. Keep an eye on us. The La Union Pro is gonna be good, and I would like to say thanks to TP for having me here, bringing up me around his wings, and also to Alina. And I'm gonna be a dad soon, so
Wow,
I'm excited. So I think that's a good energy for me.
So this is official, yeah. You're already putting it out there to the world.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be a dad, yeah. Congratulations on it, and
well, I'm waiting for the time, so. That's why I need to enjoy myself right now, surfing and.
Yeah, if you're gonna become a dad, so somebody's pregnant then.
The mother is telling, mention my name.
So yeah, I think we all know her because she was traveling with you on the last event. So yeah, congratulations.
Yeah.
And having a baby is also a blessing, because it keeps you motivation.
Yeah.
Making sure you're in the right direction. And I think all the energy is coming to you on it, and hopefully you can stay first in the ranking, and then you can travel for the Challenger Series next year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, it's this year.
Yeah. I'm getting ready for Snapper Rock. No, getting ready for this event first.
Yeah. Yeah. Make sure you finish this event with a good result, and then move on into the next event, which is going to be hopefully one in Japan, Avoca, and Newcastle, and that's going to be the end of the Asian region.
Yeah. I'm excited for that. There's going to be a lot of Japanese tours going for that event. So it's good rivalry between all of us right now.
For sure.
Hopefully you can see the Philippine boys make to the Challenger Series too. It would be nice. Like Marma is looking so good, and he's training really hard and surfing really good now. So, it'd be nice to have a multiple Asian crew in the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
Philippine, Indonesia, and Japanese.
Yeah, so we all can have a big breakfast of a big, rice.
The rice storm.
Yeah, the rice storm. The storm of rice.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Oni, and then hopefully good luck with the event. Keep focusing, and hopefully the best result for you.
Yeah, thank you, TP. I'll see you guys soon, and have a good day. I'm sure I'm gonna have some coffee.
Thanks, Oni.
All right, here we go, brother.
So yeah. So Jerry, there was Oni Anwar giving us a little bit of a positive vibe, as usual.
The guy is full of positive vibe, and I apologise to the people out there that I'm here instead of your famous John Carby. He had to go and do some duties with UPSA, which is the United Philippine Surfing Association. I think there was an interview or something like that, and just while I'm here. I wanted to mention Next Gen, which is the non-government organisation that supports Philippine surfing, supports UPSA, and they're really turning the country around. It's becoming incredibly professional thanks to UPSA and of course
Gino.
Next Gen. Gino's the head, and Ralph and the boys and girls there at UPSA. Everything's changed here. It's easier for us as event directors. Not that I'm event director of this one, but they're just making our life a lot easier, and they're turning surfing far more professional than it's ever been.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about good turns like that. So
That
that's
was-
Kairi Noro, like a really nice turn there. He's trying to get away from Alan and Danny a little bit. He's sitting in second. Not a big numbers, a 7. So, you know, talking about oops a little bit, Jerry, you know, I'm really happy to see, you know, the consistency of the same people, you know, putting dedication on the surfing development, you know. A couple years back, I've seen like John Carby is always around, you know, with the development. And now we've seen like Gino and Ralph also in every event. That means like the consistency is there.
Yes.
You know, the product that they build, you know, the development, it's going to be consistency rather than, oh, the people in Siargao is run by different people.
Look,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
it was hard for a long time now because I've run the Siargao one for a long time, and you would have different people helping every time, and there'd
Yeah.
be groups that came in that didn't know anything about surfing.
Yeah.
That had run a basketball event maybe,
Yeah.
or something else. So yeah, the consistency is really a game changer.
Oh,
it
for
really
sure.
is, and to see the same faces and they know what their roles are.
Yeah.
They know what your role is.
Yeah.
And yeah, it really makes a difference. And these are, you know, like I said, this is the second only WSL of location.
Yeah.
UPSA plans to have more
Yeah.
for the Asian region, more events here, WSL events here, and I have no doubt WSL will be happy about it because they realise what a good job's being done and how much help they're getting, and they're bringing people in like Next Gen who are coming in with the money and helping with sponsorship and other things. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a game changer.
Yeah, it's amazing, you know, because I talked to Ty Sarati the other day, and he said like Asian region, it's one of the most country that hosting a QS.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
And can you imagine 20 years ago, you know, you had a couple in Japan and I don't know how many in Indonesia, but one in the Philippines. There's nothing, you know.
Yeah, it's not enough. But now you see like 2 in Philippines, couple in Indo, you know, hopefully couple in Japan. India is coming on the map. Sri Lanka, Taiwan was always there. You know, China is always also one of the place where we go. So yeah, that was the end of round 64, hit number 4. We have Hiroto Arai and Kairi Noro. Looks like advancing into the next round. So congratulations to those two surfers, and we're gonna go into a short ad breaks.
What are we up to? How come this thing's not live feeding? Ooh. Puffing and puffing like an old man running up the stairs. Sounds good on the... Judge tablet and we'll just change scores. Good morning, John Carby back, joining with Jerry Deegan.
I'm a bit of a fill-in at the moment, but happy to be doing it.
You're always a fill-in, Jerry.
Well, I don't really even know what that means, mate. So we're into heat number 5. And we've got Roki Wada, the brother of Rio Wada.
Yeah, and a great surfer in his own. I guess living in the shadow of a giant like your brother Rio, he's obviously keen always to get out there and prove his point that he is, on his own merits, an amazing surfer. And we'll see in this heat, I'm sure, that he is.
Yeah, and we've also got our 2 Siargao boys in there. JR and Toby. Toby is the second generation, the son of Dodo, is that correct?
The son of Dodo, if you walk into Siargao, one of the names you're going to hear often is the Espion name.
Yes, yes. And Dodo, I believe, is in the event, later in the event. And for mine, oh, that's a nice fin. Oh,
that's young Jaywood. Young Jaywood Tata El Ciso. This kid has got one of the best little natural abilities to read a wave. and just reaction time. He's really, really good at these.
How old is he?
He's only 17, I think. 16,
Okay.
17. You'd probably know him as Tata, Eduardo's brother.
Yeah.
When you were there, he was probably knee-high and hustling down on the beach to try to make some surf lessons and get a bit of spare cash. And he's, growing into his own.
And I was burning him out Cloud 9, and now they all burn me. If I even get out there.
Yeah, they'll paddle around you 4 times before you make it to the back, Jerry.
I'll just plough through. I'll buy an old man's board and just plough through. So, yeah, Toby is the son of Dodo, who surfed later. Now, for mine, Dodo, he didn't always get the best results, but he's certainly the first generation of Cloud 9 surfers. But for mine, as far as backhand, he was the style master. Was always the best surfer, take off on the biggest waves, get the best barrels. And this was in the generation before Filmar, so, Dodo and Carlito and
yeah, Filmar was inspired by these guys.
And all that crew.
Filmar was inspired by these guys. Like that's where he learnt his art from, and that's where he took it to the next level. And
now these are the next generation after that.
These are his kids. So there's 3 of the family here. We've got Toby Espion, we've got Troy Espion, and the dad, Dodo Espion also. Here's Toby. He's a lot like his dad. He's got this very smooth, fluid motion that Dodo also has. That little bit more power than a lot of the other guys.
Well, that's what Dodo looked relaxed, but then when he hit the lip, it was full power.
Yeah.
And that was, and I'm looking forward to seeing him surf. This size surf and this grunt out here is probably not quite enough for him.
Yeah, he's
that's our technical man, Sam. You're a wonderful, wonderful man. Thank you for that.
Sam the man, I am Sam, knows how to...
Sam has just given us a better screen with more scores, so it'll going to sound more like we know what we're talking about, which of course we don't.
Fake it till you make it, Jerry. We've got us this far in life.
Oh, we talk about you all the time, don't we?
We used to talk about you, right?
Yeah, so... we're at 20 minutes to go, so as you can see, we have 25-minute heats. This is the round of 64, and this is heat number 5.
I was about to say that's a great little call by Luke and Ty to sort of run these at 25 heats. It's a little bit slow out there.
Yeah, exactly. And, so give them a little extra time. It's a bit of a paddle, too. If you get a decent length wave, there's a little bit of a paddle, but it does seem to be dropping off a little bit. Whether the tide helps us or not, I don't know. The tide's not moving much at this stage.
It's strange over here. There's 2 tides only for the day.
Yeah. No, we've had that discussion before, and it was a bit of a shock to me. I didn't realise that was the case. So 12 hours.
12 hours, 1 high, 1 low, and 14 hours in between.
And I spoke to Chris Binns, who's from WA, and he said they only have 2 tides.
Yeah, I was talking to Mark Clifford not so long ago about the same thing when we were in Kabulgao, doing a certification course through ASC there, and it was a similar conversation, and it sort of blew my mind that I just thought it was 4 tides a day, 6 and a bit hours apart, and it was the way the world ran.
So I thought that too. And I got 20 years more thinking than you do, so it doesn't say much for my thinking.
Well, you got 20 more years thinking we'll use it lightly. Floating.
Okay, so it is a bit slow out there now. You just had an interview with someone, John. You've got the national TV here.
We have the national news. Like I said, this sort of event is huge for the Philippines. Our second event possibly on the calendar this year in the Philippines. The inclusion of longboards, it's sort of starting to show that, we're starting to make a push towards serious surfing here in the Philippines. And I heard you saying 10, maybe 20 to 30 years before we can get those surfers to that next level. This is where it starts.
Oh, well, look, no, what I was actually saying was I think the Philippines will do it quicker than other countries that have discovered surfing a bit earlier. For example, Indonesia and Japan. Really, I'm just talking about this region, really. I think the push has been very quick here. Everything's happened in the last 10 years. Previous to that, there was some. We had the one event, which wasn't a QS event yet. But it's just gone crazy. Now there's an event almost every weekend here. There's now 2 QS events. There's a bunch of the events on the UPSA circuit or on the Philippine circuit. That was a big manoeuvre.
That was beautiful. There's Roki showing that sort of class that we're talking about, that experience that he's got, and the showcasing. If we get a replay of that one, just even that last tap, just smooth, silky, and
yeah. So my theory is that I think that the Philippines is moving forward faster than what other countries in the area have done.
I love a good theory, Jerry. You know
That's
I
good
love a
theory,
good theory.
that's
I
good
love a
theory.
good theory,
Yeah.
especially when it's voiced out loud on record.
Yeah, well, I stick by my theories. You know, I'm trying to be a little bit careful what I say when there's 10 or 20 people listening.
The other thing is that we're learning off the back of giants. So we get the advantage of what did Japan do, what did Indonesia do.
100%.
And there's also been surfing established in this country, like I said, for a generation at least. Names like Bjorn Pablone, Abdel, we got Marco up in the north. We've got names all throughout this country. We got Angara down in Belair. We got South in Mindanao. I'm just trying to think of a few names because these guys do get the credit and the glory for starting this sport here in the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, Paulo Soler was there in the early days. There was the foreigners that helped too.
Ian Seguan from here.
And down in Siargao, you got Kevin Davidson and people like that pioneered, Siargao at least. And up here you've got Luke's dad, Mr. Landrigan.
Yeah, who built a hotel out of a wing in a dream to something like this would grace the shores of La Union again. And it's visionaries around the country who A, took up the sport, and B, thought of an idea of a way to sort of capitalise it and get it here.
Well, and some of them didn't even think of a way to capitalise.
No,
they
they
just
wanted
loved
to
the sport so much and this is what I did. I didn't think I was going to Siargao to make money. I went to Siargao so I could surf every day and not work.
Build lifestyles, I think we were talking about yesterday. That's the idea of surfing. There's not too many surfers running around trying to be millionaires on the back of surfing.
No, and if you do, you just get lucky, really.
Exactly.
So
there's a lot of people running around just wanting to surf.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I wanted to do.
That's
and I
all.
was lucky I had a wife and the daughter came later, obviously, but a wife that sort of backed me and moved away from Australia to live in the Philippines. I'd go home and people would go, what in heaven's name are you doing in the Philippines?
They don't get it.
I'd be surfing. I'm surfing. And what's that going to do for you? I don't know. I just want to go surfing.
It's going to put me in a good mood. That's what it's going to do.
Yeah, that's right. People when I had the resort there, people would say, "You making much money?" I go, "Well, actually, no, we're not really making any money." Well, what are you doing? I said, "Well, I count my money in lifestyle. How's your lifestyle?"
Yeah. It's a new kitchen bench.
Yeah, which is nothing. People do aspire to
again.
that, so that's nothing wrong with that. That just wasn't what I was after.
Absolutely.
So Ryoki's making the most of that little small milky one.
Yeah. But this definitely is going to go into the wave of the heat so far.
Haven't been loads of high scores, so I think there was a 7.5 2 heats ago, I think.
Oni, and then we had a 6.5 in the last heat from our Japanese competitor. I think it was...
Can you read that far? Would you like my glasses?
Hiroto got it, or it was Curry who got, putting up some big numbers, the two Japanese guys going through in the last heat. So strong contingent from Japan. They're the second highest country entered here throughout all the events. So we got the men's shortboard QS 3000. We got the women's shortboard QS 3000. We got a 1000 longboard event and also a 1000 women's longboard event, this is what the North's known for.
Yeah,
it's the longboard capital of the Philippines, and they're starting to produce some real talent. I can't wait to see the longboarders out there to see how they sort of are matching up against the other countries, Taiwan, Korea.
We got some fins out there. I'm not, to be honest, much of a longboard expert. Well, actually, not at all. I mean, I've been on a longboard a few times. I've watched a few. I mean, if longboard's on TV, I'll watch it.
I've been run over by a few longboards out of there in Cloud9.
Yeah, so have I, actually. So it'll be really interesting to see that and see how it goes. I don't know surf-wise. It'll be up to Luke to decide when the longboards run and when the shortboards run. I think, obviously, if it's going to drop off a little bit, that's probably when the longboards will run. Which, I don't know if that's what they want or they don't want, but that's the way probably it'll be.
Yeah.
But because obviously, the short boards do need a bit more swell. The long boards, I guess you can hang 10 on a small wave.
Well, the joy of the longboards is they have a lot more volume, a lot more length, a lot more rail in the water, so they can carry through those fatter, smaller waves while still performing at high end. Sometimes those bigger waves on the longboard is actually a little bit detrimental because you've got to control all that weight, all that board, all that rail in the water. And you'll find there's that mix of tradition between traditional longboarding, which is all that nice walking to the nose, hanging 5, hanging 10, showcasing style, cross-stepping.
I did have a discussion with Ty Conahan, our head judge, yesterday about the longboarding and how they judge it, and he was saying these days, and again, someone's going to think, why is this guy on the microphone? He doesn't really know what's going on. But he was saying to me that they're judging it more on the traditional stuff now than the modern moves on the longboard. So,
You know, I think longboarding, it's because it's hard, because there's these guys like me that go out on a longboard and we surf it like a shortboard because we don't know what else to do on the thing.
Yes.
And a lot of these big, strong men were jumping on these longboards and doing that, and it was hard not to score it because it's a beautiful looking, like, you know what I mean? A turn on a board that big, you know there's power, you know there's flow, and you know there's skill involved. So it's a reward. So I think they're around that 50-50 or a little bit more now towards traditional.
I think they're going more towards the traditional. Yeah, I did have a chat with him, and he just said, look, that's the way we're going to score it. You know, he said, if you ride it like a shortboard, you're not going to score. I said to him, as a matter of fact, I said to him, what if you're on a longboard and somehow you manage to go and do an air 360? He said, you wouldn't get scored very high. Now that seems seems weird, but he said, look, that's a modern manoeuvre, and just you longboarders out there listening, apparently that's the way it's happening. So stop doing those air 360s on your 9-foot log.
I think if you're doing an air 360 on a 9-foot log, you've got the skills to walk to the nose, so you're probably going to be the best surfer in the world at that stage anyway.
More than likely.
And your Instagram's going to blow up anyway, so you just go that route if that's what you're going to throw out here.
Yeah, it was just interesting because I, to be honest, didn't really know anything about it. I don't know a great deal about longboarding, so it was interesting to have that discussion. I thought I better learn something if possibly I'm here chatting about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes down, from what I've found, it's very technical in how to score it, because there's everything you can also dissect to that next level. So a hang five isn't just a hang five. There's also how far your feet are apart, how technically well you've held that high.
How much air under the nose of the board was something someone else said.
Yeah, and even the style on the nose, the leaning forward over the nose is more technically difficult than the soul arch style that you'll see, because it's actually putting weight back. Like I said, you actually dissect each piece of each maneuver, the transition between the maneuvers, also the transition between the maneuvers on the wave with the positioning, where it's done in the critical, plus also that speed, power, flow. It becomes a rhythmic. All the numbers buzzing around my head right now.
Yeah, well, I'll be really interested to watch it and look forward to when that starts, actually, because I'll learn a lot.
Yeah, and like I say, the difference between a great longboarder and a good longboarder can literally be transition between manoeuvres, or something as small as a switch fade back as opposed to walking back with your normal direction.
Yeah, okay. Well, like I said, you know, you learn something every day, and I'm going to learn a bit more about that. I might actually go down there in between and stand behind the judges and
watch those numbers sort of go in, because it is.
I don't know what the rules are about judging short and judging long. And there's Toby.
There's Toby. There we go. This is going to make it a bit more interesting. I think that might put Toby a little bit closer towards Jayward. Currently, at the moment, we have Ryuki Ueda out there in first. He's got still 2 minimum scores. Like I said, it's a bit hard out there for these short waters. Hopefully we get a little bit of a pulse as the tide fills in throughout the day. Yeah,
I mean, like I said, the swell has hung on and hung on and hung on, and obviously that's what we were thinking it was going to do today. Now, whether we need to make more decisions a bit later in the day, I'm not sure. Here's a replay of that wave. It's just a nice little wrap there. Just waiting to see if he gets a bit of a wall there, and he does find a bit right there.
There we go. That may actually get up there into the higher end of it. I think it's dropped in there at a 3.10.
Okay, puts him into second place.
It does, gives him a situation change at this moment. Now, Jaywood's going to be chasing only a 2.36.
It's nothing. This can go anywhere at any time. This just need a bit of a set, a bit of a wall.
Yeah, it's one of those positions when you're out there as a surfer, you don't want to leave it for chance, and that's where it is at the moment. You're leaving it for that open door for anybody to take the lead at any stage, to put you into third at any stage. So 3-man heat, it's usually a little bit less pressure, but it's also a lot more pressure because you're the only one missing out if you don't quite get there, and it feels a little worse than if you...
I'm sure that when you look at the draw and see that you're in a 3-man heat, you're pretty happy about it, but yeah, it's probably harder to lose by yourself than with someone else.
Yeah, absolutely, and then you're that guy.
Yeah. I wonder though, well, I don't wonder, I probably know. I mean, as far as rating points, there's always rating points for wherever you finish, so you've got slightly better rating points than if you finish 4th.
Splitting hairs if you get down to that. That's why it's the round 1 losses is generally the 3 round, not the finals, I guess.
It's amazing how the little bits and pieces of points can make a difference, though, and it reminds me of that South Africa event that the Shark Attack won.
Yep.
And they ended up having to split the winnings at the end. They both got 8,000 instead of one getting 10,000, one getting 8,000, whatever it was. They didn't. Those extra points were lost. And I think, and someone may be able to remind me, but I think Fanning may well have gone on to win the world title had he had those points. It made a huge difference.
It did come down to pipe that year, I believe. It was a pretty stressful and incredible year. There was a title race of about 3 or 4 people.
Yeah. And so those 1,000 points, it's obviously the way they did it, and we looked it up, and they did what the WSL was meant to do. Nice turn.
There we go. On a bigger wave too.
But yeah, one gets 10,000, one gets 8,000 for a win and a second. But what happened was because they cancelled it, they both only got 8,000. So there was 1,000 lacking points out there.
Yeah.
2,000 lacking points out there. I was wondering why they didn't get 9,000 and 9,000. But again, I looked it up, and that's what happens in that situation. It's a very, very rare situation.
Thank goodness, hey? Luckily in the Philippines, we don't have too many of those bigger grey man suits floating about.
No. The water's a bit too warm here. I know there are, but I can't, in my life of my, almost 30 years here now, remember hearing about a shark attack at any stage in the Philippines, and we're probably not even allowed to talk about that, are we? Shh. We do have a drone up there, by the way, folks. So the drone is always looking, but no, we're pretty safe here.
Yeah, and it's not an issue here. And like I said, I think it's one of those things we don't talk about, so let's not talk about it. Let's move back on to...
Someone will hit me about that later.
Yeah,
Jerry,
what did you do that for?
So 6 minutes and 10 seconds
there
remaining.
We go. Some numbers moving in. Like I said, Aroki was on definitely a bigger wave on that last one. He got two good turns in, and then he sort of faded off the shoulder. So it's interesting to see where the judges will go with that one, because it was definitely bigger and a bit more critical than the other waves out there. And here he goes again. Might be just getting that little bit of a feel for it now. And then also Jay Wood's locking in another.
Oh, that was a nice turn. See if he can get another one there.
So we do have another situation change there, Jerry, as we approach that 5-minute mark, with Jay Wood's now jumped back above Toby. He dropped. He got the requirement and he needed a small 2, and he did get a small 2. So the hunt for second at the moment is swung back towards Jay Wood, and he's back up again. Nice little slubby reverse there. Be interesting to see if we get the start of that wave, because I don't know how that's going to end. Not very critical or
not at that stage, no.
More
Roki's wave was very nice, and that's that's through there at a 4.15. So that's only going to help him, move away from those two lads. So it's still open though. One decent score, and people are, there it is.
No,
it's a 4.50. Yeah.
Slowly getting out of reach, with the other guys not really bumping above.
Okay, this is that wave, and I think it's not this manoeuvre. The next manoeuvre was the big one, the money one, right there.
Yeah, nice little float transition into that nice wrap. It's definitely...
Well, he probably could have got a little more. He didn't make his final manoeuvre, but it's the highest score of the wave so far. Highest score of the heat. A couple of sets out there, is there? There's one out the back.
There's Toby up and riding again. It's definitely a race for second and third at this stage, I believe. I think Roki might have done enough just to pull away from them.
Well, with 4 minutes, I mean, you've got anything could happen from out there now. And sorry if I sound a bit funny. I'm turning around to watching it in real life, just to see if there's any sets out the back.
With 4 minutes, that's still plenty of time to get 2 good wave scores. Like it can still swing at this page, but if I'm Ryoki, I'm feeling a bit more comfortable. Looks like he's going to get out towards that priority area. He'll be either in first or second priority by the looks of things.
Yeah, there's a bit of a battle going on there.
Yeah, which is always good to see. So very important when you get to that priority, especially on a point break like this where there's not too many waves. You want to use that priority, and you want it. You want it in your corner. You can see Jay Wood pushing pretty hard. Jay Wood El Ciso pushing pretty hard. He knows he wants that second priority, and
let's see what happens. See what the boys decide. Okay, that's it.
Jay Wood had the inside section, but it was a bit closer in.
So Roki got it.
Roki got there? Okay, so Roki was on the outside, and he was just in more of a position deemed by the priority judge there. The priority judge is, his only job is to sit out there and decide whose turn it is to go next, basically.
Yeah, and there's actually 2 of them there. I think Rusta's helping out.
Yep, so Rusta's the one putting it on the board, so the surfers can look back towards... The athletes look back towards the beach and they see what order they're in. We've got our beach announcers letting them also know that you're in the first wave position, which means you get to select the wave you want to select. You want to take the best opportunity and let your competitors go the smaller ones that you don't want. Strategy.
Yeah, I mean, the priority thing is another thing that's certainly not new anymore, but pretty interesting, and it's changed the face of competitive surfing. It saves the hassle, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's funny when you watch someone paddling out, they've got some priority and they can just burn someone. And again, was that Slater at Kira?
Oh, there's been some good ones. There's been some good ones, like I said, and the probably most famous recent one was the Medina pipeline.
Correct, yeah.
Over, was it Yoga? No, it was...
It was another Brazilian. I can't remember who it was.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he's going to improve his situation.
Neither do I, and from where he is, it's probably going to take him 2 minutes to paddle back out there.
All right, so just waiting for those numbers. Definitely not going to go in towards his top two. It's still definitely a battle for third and fourth at this stage to see who will get through to that next round. It's at the moment back with Toby, so it's flipping and flopping all over the place. Like I said, when your requirement's only what do we got?
2.66 to move.
We got Toby needing, Jaywood needing a 2.66, and I know this kid, he can pull air reverses on those small flat sections. He has got a few bags of tricks to get that 2.66. It's 2 turns.
It is. It's going to be 1 turn. I mean, yeah. In the next heat, who we got up? We got Rinta Ortu from Japan. Neil Sanchez.
Neil Sanchez. He's a great surfer. He's a beach break surfer from Belair. They've got a few reefs down there, but he spends a lot of time on the beaches. And there's something about beach break surfers in conditions like this where they can make their speed.
Yeah. Look, Neil's a fantastic surfer.
Yeah. He's very fast. He's very zippy. I'm actually interested to see him, just the speed that he'll carry through these sections and the way he's gonna sort of attack the lip line, because he's very dynamic to watch. So I'm looking forward to seeing Neil Sanchez coming up in this next heat for sure.
Now that was a nice way by Toby. That may just help him out a bit, and Jared's only got 40 seconds to see what he can do.
Yeah, it's definitely adding some pressure. Speaking about the drone, what are we flying over there?
The other two in the next heat are a couple of Shargau boys.
All right, 30 seconds. Is there something going to step up for Jaywood? It looks like it might go to sleep, which is always frustrating for a surfer. Nice bit of seaweed floating there beside him. He's going to have a look at this, but it looks like this one's going to clock away. And Toby did put the requirement up a little bit to needing 3.75. So a 3.3 for Toby's last one. Wraps up the heat nice and smooth.
Yeah, so that was it. Roki and Toby will move ahead, and I believe we are going to go on a break, and we'll come back with
Binzi and Luke.
Heat number 6.
And Binzi and Luke.
Back to La Union International Pro. This is a QS 3000 event here in the beautiful San Juan, La Union in the Philippines. Big right point, you can see it right there. Quite sectiony, changes a little bit on the tide. It's a steeper section on the takeoff, and then it fattens out a little bit into the bay. It's going to be perfectly durable throughout the coming week to run not just a shortboard event, but also a longboarding event as well. We've got over 100 competitors in town, mainly from the Philippines, Indonesia and Japan. And the standard's been pretty good so far. In the water right now, we've got Rinta Utu, Neil Sanchez, Carly Nogalo and Donicio Especial. And we're just waiting for Ryuki Wader to get up here to have a chat. Really looking forward to that one. He was looking relatively comfortable in that last heat. We haven't seen too many big scores so far today. It's been a bit sleepy, to be perfectly honest, but the waves, in my very limited experience here in La Union, get better as the day goes on. All right, this is Neil Sanchez, bit of flair. That was beautifully done. Two-turn combo so far, and unfortunately can't get the finish. He's out of there, but that will be a solid opening score. Rinta Utu got a 5.25 for his first wave to move into the lead. And it is steaming hot this morning with the right point, the black sand and the heat. Could almost be in Mexico. It's yeah, really cool town right here in La Union. Lots of surf schools operating on the beach break, deeper in the bay. Plenty of accommodation and little hotels, beach bars, that kind of thing. Sunset last night was glorious. It was Instagram o'clock with plenty of people out, had the cameras out, dancing around on the sand. As we see Neil Sanchez, he got a 6 for this one. Would love to have kept going and you know, just cross those final T's and dotted those final I's, but still a 6, enough to put him into the lead. Just 4 minutes gone, so stronger start to this heat. So Rinta, the sole Japanese surfer in this heat. 3 Filipinos, Neil Sanchez, Kaori Nagalo and Dionisio Especian. And Kaori yet to open his account. Naturally has priority. We're about a 4-hour drive north of Manila. So those familiar with Filipino surfing, obviously Cloud 9 over in Siargao is the jewel in the Filipino surfing crown. But yeah, we're here closer to the capital, Manila, so it's a lot easier to access. Cloud 9 these days isn't too difficult, but once upon a time was involved all sorts of ferries and you know, small plane flights. Whereas here I flew straight from Singapore and then it was just 4 hours drive. Okay, this is Kaori Nagalo opening his account. Swinging hard on the first turn. As we see this one wall up and race down the line. And you just see the waves kind of fatten out as they get deeper into the channel, but this one it's a little bit smaller. It's hugged the reef and allowed Kaori to unleash a string of turns. That's going to be a decent number for the man in white. Here goes Rinta Utu, currently sitting second. Behind him, Neil Sanchez, tail high, reverse, can't ride out of it. A few gasps from the beach. We've got decent numbers in attendance already. It's 10:15 local time. And now this is Dionisio Especian. Our surfers putting some points on the board. Last wave for Calgary Nagalo was a 3.5. So this is the replay of Calgary's 3.5. And we'll see what Rinta got up to. Oh, we're being joined by the winner of the last heat, Reiki Waida. As we see Neil Sanchez taking off on a good looking wall. Beautiful drone angle of this one. He's got a section to deal with and does it very nicely. Trying to keep his speed, see if he can't get back out onto the open face. And he's done it very nicely. So the local surfer showing a bit of knowledge right now. Ryuki, congratulations on the heat win, mate.
Thank you.
How is it out there?
I don't know, when I hit, I feel like the wave's like so slow, and then I just like try and catch the small wave to get the score.
You got here a couple of days ago. What do you think of the wave?
It's like pretty fun, but I don't know when like pretty safe I can catch a like really good wave because like there's like so many people in longboard. So yeah.
And it works all day long. You can surf it on low tide in the morning, and then even as the tide comes in the afternoon, it gets a bit better.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like when high tides, like the waves more like wall and then more. I mean like more good, like more wave. I think yeah.
Yeah. And you've been to the Philippines before, or?
In here I was first time coming here, and then before was I first time to when Siargao too.
Yeah, Cloud9. Yeah. How'd you go in that event?
I was knocked out in round 1.
Okay, so you've already got your best result in the Philippines. That's not bad. Mate, talk to us about your year. Obviously, the goal is to try and get onto the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I want to go to Challenger Series. Like, hopefully I can go.
And I can't not ask you about your brother. Are you going to try and go to a few events with him this year? Rio's obviously qualified for the championship tour.
I don't know, maybe in Australia. I doing the QS first, then after that maybe I going to
come to Margaret River first.
Yeah, maybe Margaret or Bells.
Nah, come to Margaret's. It's a 3-hour flight from Bali. Oh, that'd be awesome. And is Rio watching right now, do you think, or is he in Hawaii surfing?
Maybe yes.
You hope so, right?
Yeah.
What about who else is watching back in Bali at the moment?
Maybe my mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who are you traveling with this week?
I'm traveling with Fajar and also Katut, Putra, and Megartana.
Yeah. And Kian came in from California, right? But
yeah, right. Yeah.
Doesn't have any surfboards?
Yeah. Maybe Kian's board is Katut's board.
Fair enough. What did you know about this wave before you came here? Like when you heard it was the right point, were you like, oh, okay, I definitely want to go, or you would have come regardless?
Like, Rio is come here before, so I know this place. So yeah.
Oh, for the Southeast Asian Games.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I can't get over how hot it is.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Like long ride.
Feels like we're in Mexico. long right point, really hot.
Right. Yeah.
All the surf schools are pretty funny. There's beach bars. It's a pretty good vibe.
Yeah, there's like other spots you can surf, and yeah, I surfed there yesterday. It was fun.
And what have you been doing training-wise? Just surfing a lot in Bali?
I was doing training too, a lot of surfing everywhere.
Yeah, wet season? Are you going over to the East Coast? Or?
Yeah, I surfed East Coast Karamas and also Pandawa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How good. And what do you know about the guys in this heat? Rinta Utu, he's been doing the QS for a long time.
Yeah, he's like really ripping. Like I saw, like really powerful.
Oh, we're about to lose our iPad here. And the local surfers, you'd know Marimar and a few of the other guys?
Yeah, I know them. Yeah, I know them from the Siargao. So, yeah.
How good. All right, well, we might let you go, but congratulations on the heat win, mate. And hopefully
Thank you so much.
you can come up here for a few more chats through the week and keep getting through the rounds.
Thank you.
All right, cheers, Roki. All right, so this is Neil Sanchez back into action. He's currently sitting second. Looks like he's got a pretty good read on the wave here at Mona Lisa Point. Rinta Utu is out in the lead. He got a 6.75 for his last wave. That's one of the best waves we've seen so far today. Hopefully we can catch up on a replay of that one just to give it the attention that it deserves.
How's your chat with Ryuki?
Yeah, it was good, mate. Luke Landrigan, welcome back to the booth. Here goes our heat leader. This is Rinta Utu. He's just dropped a 6.75, which I think might be about the best wave of the day so far. And that wave's not going to go into his top two.
Nice. Who we have here? Rinta, Neil, Carly, and Junicio. Yeah, so Neil's from local boy from Balair. It's in the Pacific side, right across La Union. Carly Nogalo from Siargao. This kid's like 16 years old, and we have Junicio Espihon. We call him Dodo. He's one of the first surfers in Siargao.
Oh, really?
Yep.
And Neil is
from Balair.
So that's what, 4 hours from here?
Yeah, 4 or 5 hours. Direct opposite Pacific side.
Looks like he surfed this wave a lot.
Yeah, he's been here a lot of times. Yeah.
He's a couple of waves he's caught so far. He's really had a good read on them.
Yep.
Here goes Dodo on the left.
Junicio.
And that's not uncommon for people to go left out here?
Not really. Yeah. But it's still a dominant right-hand wave, but we saw a few heats. They got some scores going left. This Carly, 16 years old, I believe, son of Carlito. Carlito is in the comp too. Father and son.
Oh, how good. So Ryuki hasn't been here before, but he was saying Rio competed at the Southeast Asian Games a few years ago.
He's been here a few times.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he's been here for a few comps before the Asian Games, Southeast Asian Games. And yeah, I think he got second to Oni in the Southeast Asian Games.
Yeah, Oni set himself up with that win.
Yeah.
Did very well out of that. So 10 minutes to go. Rinta Utu still in the lead, just a minus score for his last wave. The 6.75 still the highlight of this heat.
Yeah, so we have 10 minutes to go. Next heat we have Daiki Tanaka from Japan, Putra from Indonesia, and Troy Espihon from Siargao. Actually, Troy Espihon is the son of Dodo Espihon. Dodo is on this heat now. Next heat is his son.
How good. And the when we go to the event in Taiwan, there's a lot of Japanese surfers who go to Taiwan as they go there on surf trips all the time. Where do most of the surfing tourism in Philippines, where does that originate from?
We do get a few here during November, December, January. And aside from that, of course, the Siargao will always get their fair share of traveling surfers when it's season, when their season is on. Yeah, so from here we get November, December, January. When from here up to further north, 300 kilometers, there's a few waves. There's Cabugao, there's Badok Island, there's at the tip of the island in Pagudpud, and they call it Heartbreak. So yeah, shout out to the boys there if you guys are watching.
Do you think most of the waves in the Philippines have been discovered by now?
Not yet.
Really?
Yeah, not yet.
What-
There's still a few. I have one of my friends actually just showed me a photo. Abdel, one of the guys working here now in the media, he surfs a lot. He drives his motorbike up and down the coast. He showed me this wave of just hour and a half south of here, which I've never seen before, which is really good right-hander. I was
Yeah.
shocked to see it, but it only works on the south swell. So, yeah, hopefully I'll visit there one time.
And in some of the outer islands, do you have like surf charter boats?
No, none.
There's none of that.
None of that.
Is that a potential
I hope so.
avenue?
Yeah, I hope so.
Buy yourself a boat.
Yeah.
That's the excuse. Perfect.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect setup down in Samar and Cloud9, Siargao, Catanduanes region.
And excuse my ignorance, but do you call this the mainland? Is this
This
the,
is the
or is does the
Luzon.
island have a name?
There's 3 big islands: the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're in Luzon. We're in where the Manila is, where the main capital is. Yep.
And a lot of American and Spanish influence.
Yes.
Everyone speaks. The level of English is incredible.
Yeah, in
With
schoo-
an American accent, unfortunately.
in school we used to have 9 subjects, and 8 of it is in English.
Oh wow.
Yeah, only 1 is in Tagalog, which is our main dialect,
Uh-huh.
and there's about 80 plus dialects around the island, from Mindanao to Visayas to
And is there
Luzon.
a lot of transfer between the dialogues, or are there people who
Oh, it's
can...
totally different.
Oh.
Yeah, from north to south, they have totally different accent.
So often English might be the easiest language to communicate
Yep,
in?
yep.
Wow. Okay.
So here in the northern part of the Philippines, we use Ilocano as our dialect, and down south they have Bisaya. Yeah.
All right. Well, your mate Dodo's not going to die wondering. He's caught 7 waves so far. Unfortunately, he's still sitting in 4th. Carly has he's chasing a 5.96 for second. Neil is looking for a 6 for the lead, and Rinto Utu has a 6.75 and a 5.25 to be pretty comfortably in the lead with just over 5 minutes to go.
So after this round, I think we're going to run the women's round, women's shortboard. We'll see after the last heat of the men's. Still waves up out there.
So we've got 16 heats to run
Yeah.
for the men.
16 of the men and 8 of the women.
Will it be dark by
No,
then?
we'll
or-
still have time.
I'm just-
Usually we have sunrise here at around 6:30, because we're on the west coast. We have a later sunrise and a later sunset.
But you think I'll be able to get a surf in once we're finished?
For us,
Yeah.
we have to finish early so we can surf.
Okay, perfect. Just checking. Yeah, I only surfed 4 times yesterday, so I'm pretty keen to get the wave count up.
Yeah, so north, about 6 kilometers north of this point, is there Baknotan. You see that structure further north? That's
Yeah.
the cement factory.
Yeah.
There's a pier going out in front of that factory, and usually there's fun beach breaks just by the pier.
So there's waves everywhere.
Yep,
is what
there's
you're
waves
saying.
there.
This is Dodo again. I keep hearing about Jesus Point. Is
Yeah,
that-
that's in Korea. That usually works when it's maxed out here. So anything over 6 foot, this place is closing out. So that's where everyone goes. And it's called Kareel. They call it Jesus Point because there's a statue of Jesus by the water. And yeah, it's a super long right-hander.
God, Neil Sanchez made something out of nothing on that wave. Looking very fluent from start to finish. He's just got a really good read on all the sections.
He's so comfortable in this wave. Yeah, like you said, he's been here a lot of times. He surfs a lot of beach break in Balair. Kind of similar wave where there's a slow moment and it gets fast and it goes slow again.
Okay, so this is coming at a 5.25. This is Neil's second high scoring wave. Goes into his top two. Makes life a little bit tougher for Carly and Dionisio. They need a 7.75 and an 8.65 respectively with 2.5 minutes to run.
So 2 minutes remaining. So after this, we have round heat 7. We have Daiki Tanaka from Japan. We have Putra from Indonesia, and we have Toby Espihon from the Philippines.
Who would you say are the top seeded Filipino surfers this week?
I would say Marama is up there, J.R. Esquivel, a local guy from here. Yeah, Philmar's here. Noah, unfortunately, I think got knocked out earlier. And yeah, La Union would have a bunch of longboarders. I would say around 5 to 6 surfers from La Union will do good in the longboard.
So when you were putting this event together, which came first, the QS for the shortboards, or trying to get the longboards in, or they both happened at the same time?
Both happened at the same time. Yeah, both happened at the same time.
And you're happy with the number of people who've signed up for both events?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, we've never seen this much talent in this spot before.
Yeah, it's great. And obviously, I'd imagine the local businesses are happy to have this influx of business.
Yeah. So we have most of the hotels here are full. Yeah, restaurants full. All the athletes and their friends are here for minimum of 10 days. So doing a surfing in a small town like this really boosts the tourism for sure.
All right, well, speaking of boosting, Rinta Utu and Neil Sanchez have boosted their hopes of claiming a win here at the La Union International Pro. They are through to the next round. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Carly Nagalo and Dionisio Especion. Don't go anywhere. We have more action coming your way right after this quick break.
All right, welcome back. I have Jerry Dion here with me. Hi G, how's your morning?
My morning's been pretty good, sitting here watching surfing, having a chat with a couple of mates. It's been actually really nice.
Sun is out, waves pumping.
Beautiful day. What are we in, the heat number 7?
Yep, we're in heat 7 now.
We've got Daiki Tanaka, Putra Hermawan. Oh, low battery, let's close that.
Putra, and we have
Troy Espihon.
Troy Espihon, one of your boys from Siargao.
Yes, yeah, really good surfer, really good surfer. And looks like...
he's the oldest son of Dodo, right?
Correct,
Yep.
correct. And looks like Daiki actually got a 4.75, which is not a bad score for the day and a great way to start the day. And he's up again. Oh, hi, that's us. Pleased to meet you all.
Just behind us there is the
wave.
wave.
Yeah. And that was just an up and down there from Daiki Tanaka.
Up and down for White Troy. Here we go. Here's Putra from Indonesia. I believe Putra won Cloud9 event a few years ago. So yeah, thanks to our major sponsors, Next Gen. Thanks for making this competition possible. Thank you to the provincial government of La Union, the municipal government of San Juan, the Department of Tourism Region 1. Shout out to our RD, bro Jeff Ortega.
Sorry, mate, I just walked away from you there. We had a little technical issue.
There's the drone shot.
I love the drone shot. So right in the middle, sort of right, you can see it's something that says resort restaurant.
That's where we are. Yep.
We are sitting in there, and the judges' tower was right in front of that. I love that drone shot.
Here we go. Here's Troy Espejon.
Goofy footer like his dad. I was away. How did his dad go? It was the last heat, was it? Or was
yeah, he was in the last heat.
Didn't make it through, or he
No,
did?
he didn't.
So he really needs a bigger wave. He's a super powerful surfer. And he's not going to like that his kid's probably going to do better than him.
He can start coaching now.
Yeah, I'm sure he is already.
Yeah, I used to compete with Dodo a lot in the national tour here in the Philippines. He would be the scariest guy to compete against Siargao.
Oh yeah, look, he's a big figure, and he's he's well known there, and he doesn't take anyone's crap, and
on his backside too.
But legitimately, his surfing's just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I mentioned it earlier, and for many years, once that first generation started down there, he was the best goofy footer.
Yeah, for sure.
For a long time. I'm getting a couple of messages here from people that would like me to say hello. So I'd like
shout
to
out.
Yeah, shout out to Archie. Archie's down there in Siargao
yeah.
watching it. So
Chichi Monsta, who's in charge of the Alima merch and Alima video that plays during the commercials.
yeah, so good on you, Archie. We're supporting you up here. We're thinking about. Well, we're not really thinking about you. You sent me a message, so I said hello. But
shout out to
g'day.
all the locals in Siargao watching.
Yep, Alan Dassa, he's watching too. He sent me a message, and a couple of mates of mine from Australia. Mark Rogers, who's not doing so well at the moment. Good on you, Mark. I hope you beat this thing, and we'll be surfing again soon.
Same time happening with this event is there's a local comp in Palawan.
I did hear about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like the timing's not epic because the people here love to travel, and going to Palawan to surf is nothing nicer. But so it's kind of a shame. Do you know much about the event?
Yeah, shout out to Marco. Marco's judging there. And
Oh,
I
Marco
heard
Villarreal.
Piso is up there competing too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So here's Troy.
Get around this section.
What do you think, G, is more advantage here, goofy or regular?
Look, at the moment, I think it's hard to tell, but kind of fattish waves. I've always liked being a goofy footer on a fat right-hander. You seem to be able to get more manoeuvring happening. Your cutbacks certainly look a lot better because you can bounce back off the white water a little better. But if you're asking me anything about natural and goofy, I'm going to say goofy regardless,
Because you're a
obviously.
goofy footer.
But yeah, I think a wave like this, I don't think it hurts at all to be on your backhand. And, there was a time that it really hurt, whether it was left or right, to be on your backhand. But, since what would it be, the 90s, the early 90s.
Like going to J-Bay on your backhand was hard to win,
Yeah,
right?
but then they learned how to pig dog and really how to backhand barrel right. And particularly if it wasn't a super round barrel, if it was like an Armady barrel, they certainly learnt that. And now there's no real disadvantage going either way because, in reality, the backhanders are getting, like I said, regardless of whether they get left goofies or natural, they're getting deeper, they're getting better, and it actually looks better. It looks harder.
Yeah,
So as a judge, I would score it, the exact same barrel on backhand and forehand. I would tend to score slightly better on your backhand because I just think it's harder to do.
Here's a replay of Surfer in white. All he needs is a 4.25 to first.
Oh, that was a terrific last manoeuvre there. It wasn't even the last manoeuvre. What do you think the paddle out is? Would it be a minute or more than a minute?
No,
2 minutes?
A minute.
Just a minute, yeah, okay.
When it's this size, it's pretty easy to
Because
go
there's
out.
no duck diving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to all the surf schools. Just by the beach. If you guys are in San Juan area, we've got a bunch of surf schools right there in front of the beach break. Best spot to learn. It's sand bottom and you're on a soft top and you're with a trained instructor by the La Union Surf Club. So shout out to all the boys watching and teaching down there.
Yeah, it's a real good setup down here. We've mentioned it each time I've come on, how different the setup is here than a lot of the other places in the Philippines. I love the beach. I love the big wide beach with the, you know, the shops everywhere and the surf instructors. It's a real cool atmosphere.
Also, when you're out in the lineup, you look back and there's like a mountain, like a hill behind it, full of greens. Yeah, so it's a special place for sure.
Almost as good as Siargao, I'd say. No, I love it up here, and I'll be spending a little more time up here.
What's good about here too is when it's raining in Siargao, it's our season here.
Exactly.
November, December, January is the best time to be here.
Yep.
And it's raining in Siargao. When June, July, August comes, it's raining here. It's a good time to be in Siargao.
Well, that's why Densho and the guys are all up here at the moment.
Yep.
You know, they're getting away from the miserable rain and the onshore winds down in Siargao and spending time up here in the sun.
Yep.
The other thing I love about here is the beach break.
Yeah.
You know, there are no beach breaks in Siargao, so it's a little more difficult for the beginners. Here you've got this just epic beach, and you've got miles of beach. That's a Navy base down to the south,
yeah, that's an old Poro Point Air Base by the Americans way back. There's an airport there actually, and a good golf course, G.
Well,
they rated the top 3 best golf course in the Philippines.
If we have a lay day, can you get us on?
Thunderbird, yeah. Let's do a lay day tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you're the event director, my friend. I did throw a golf shirt in there just in case. I've got no golf shoes or anything, but.
And there's a really nice waterfalls just 40 minutes away from here. It's called Tangadan Waterfalls.
All right.
It's in the town of San Gabriel. So yeah, if any of the boys would want to come, let's do it in our Volkswagen car.
Yeah, thank you, Volkswagen.
Yeah.
They gave us a car to drive. Well, not me, a car to drive around, but they gave the event a car to drive around in. And John Carby's really taken advantage of that.
Thanks to Justin for hooking that up.
Yeah, that's a real nice thing to do because I assume it was a late. Oh, here we go. We've got Troy. Not going to get around that section, is he? No. Apparently, it was a very late thing because I haven't seen the Volkswagen logos on anything, on any of the promo stuff. So
they gave us 2 cars, free gas and free toll. So
that's unreal. That's really good. Who you got one? Carby's got one.
There's 2 for everyone. Oh no, 2 that's provided for whoever needs it.
So 1 to the golf tomorrow and 1 to the waterfall tomorrow.
Perfect. Let's do it.
So what do we got? We've got 15 minutes remaining. We've got Putra leading nicely with a 4.25 and a 3.50. Troy's in second with a 3.5 and a 2.25. Daeki's got a 4.75 and just as a 0.50. So he's easily going to move up as soon as he can get his second wave. And he could easily go into the lead.
He's in a good spot. He has priority. There's 14 minutes to go.
And it seems to be a bit off and on at the moment. You know, there's some sets for some heats and there's no sets for other heats. And that's surfing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so this is your first time fully event directing an international event. Are you feeling stressed about it?
All good.
All good?
Good, like you're the best guy to give me advice.
We'll see. But yeah, it's stressful. You've got to make a lot of decisions, and not everyone's always happy with your decisions. You know, everyone sitting at home knows more than you, unfortunately. And sure, yeah. So that's yeah. Well, that's us, and that's the surf in the background. He's our event director, Luke Landrigan.
Jerry Deegan, event director in Siargao.
Yeah, that's my general thing that I do once a year, and they've thankfully invited me up here to do some commentary and have a chat with Luke and make sure things run smoothly. And it's running smoothly. You know, we want some slightly bigger surf. And right behind me, I can see a couple of decent waves breaking. But thanks for inviting me up. Thanks to UPSA and Next Gen. And your local government have put a lot of work in the
Yes.
Department of Tourism, I think.
The Department of Tourism, our regional director, Jeff Ortega, who actually surfs too. So he'll be here in a few days. He's just doing some work out of the country. The provincial government of La Union, of course, from our governor and our vice governor, our mayor from the municipality of San Juan, and yeah, it's been team effort for sure.
Yeah, it always is. It always is, and it's good. And you know, it's hard to start a new event sometimes because a lot of the people working on it haven't done a surfing event previously, so they're not really aware. Surfing's a weird one because, you know, if you're running some other kind of event, it happens at 5 o'clock and it goes for 2 hours, or if it's a round robin, you know. Here it depends on the waves, it depends on the wind, it depends on the tide. So
there's a lot of factors that could affect it, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of people don't get it. I know many times I've been running the event down in Shargow and the press will want to come down. And the surf will be pumping for the first 4 days and we'll finish it. And on the 5th or 6th day, a bunch of people from the international press will come down and go, well, we come to watch the final. I'll say, I'm sorry, it's already done and dusted. And they're like, what?
That's
So-
why it's usually a 6 to 7 days waiting period, so we pick the best days.
Correct. And what do you think? We have 4 full days of surfing for this particular event?
This is going to start to drop a little bit tomorrow and the next day, and we're going to have a new swell on the 23rd, 24th. But still, like, we were looking at the charts yesterday. Yesterday, the charts were saying 1 to 2 feet, but it was bigger than that for sure.
Well, it was 4 foot yesterday, yeah. This is a great wave. Loads of experience, Putra. He's,
oh no, this Daiki.
oh, that's what we've been waiting for. Sorry, yeah.
He needs only a 1
I think he got his one.
for sure. Let's say, there you go, 525. Oh no.
No, that's his total score.
Total
So we're
score,
waiting
sorry.
for that score. Oh no, it's coming in. It's coming in as going to be around a 6 or just under.
Here we go. Here's the replay.
Oh, that was an epic turn. Lots of variety in this as well.
Most of these Japanese just suit surfing this wave, huh?
They're doing well. I mean, I don't think any have been knocked out as such.
Not yet.
Okay, that came in as spot on a 6. So he's moved straight to the lead. And he's put Putra back into second. Putra needs a 6.5 to move into first. And Troy needs a 4.25 to move into second. That was a great wave. That was a really good wave. I'm a little bit surprised it wasn't even scored more, but epic wave. And there he is getting caught inside. I don't know if you guys could see that.
Did you go for a surf this morning, G?
I didn't because I didn't realise how late the sun comes up here. I heard you guys discussing it before. Yeah, it's pretty late.
It actually rises earlier, but because of this hill here.
Yeah. But that's probably great because you don't get the sun blasting in your eyes first thing in the morning.
Yeah, that's true.
I had a surf yesterday. I surfed out the front on the sandbank and I just got caught inside 10 times and got a bunch of sets on the head. So I didn't really I used your board, by the way, so I blamed that. But it was good. It was good to be out in the water. The water's got to be, 28 degrees, I guess, something like that. Really warm, really nice. And there was only 2 or 3 of us out there. Everyone was here at the point practicing.
Yeah. Maybe a technical heat after the event.
Oh, I love the idea of a technical heat during the event.
Let the servers judge.
Yeah. I don't know how casual we can be, but you are the event director, and I know we've done it once before many years ago in Shargow.
Pre-social media days.
Pre-social media days, yeah. Yeah, no, we just said, surfers, get out of the water, it's pumping, and us judges, and well, I wasn't the judge, I was the event director, but I just said, we're going for a surf. We dragged a couple of the surfers into the judging tent, and they judged. It was great, it was great. It was funny, you know, everyone thought it was a good idea, particularly us. It's hard to sit on the judging tower for 7 days, you know, and watch it. Really difficult. It's, I think it's very difficult to be a judge, because there's very little thanks.
Mentally draining, really.
Oh, you've got to be on your game the whole time, head judge in particular. And, you know, the only people that ever talk to you after the event are the ones that aren't happy about what scores you gave them. You know, you rarely get the winner coming in and saying thanks. Maybe the winner, but, you know, the other 40 people that didn't win don't come in. And so it's a tough job, and it's hot, it's sweaty, and you really have to concentrate the whole time.
So true, I agree.
You know, those guys, I send kudos to them, and also the cameraman and the numerous other people that make this thing work in the background. So a shout out to all those people.
Yeah, that was my request. Can you guys downgrade me not to be a judge anymore? Just do the webcast.
So you've been downgraded to event director. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah,
Judging's tough. You know, I did it a few times in Shargau, but I wasn't cut out for it.
Especially the longboard. It's so hard to judge the longboard.
Well, yeah, I discussed this before with Carby. I'm like a level 2 judge, but I've never had any experience doing longboarding. So, I mean, I know the head judge down there, Ty, has had a lot of experience with longboarding. So.
Yeah, for sure. Because just by them walking to the nose, you're already looking at how they approach the nose, if they're cross-stepping or shuffling, or if they're really on the nose. If they really reach the nose, if it's a hang 10 or just a cheater 5 or just a hang 5. Yeah, it's so much detail into it.
Yeah, no, I'm certainly not up on it at all, and I'll be learning a lot in the commentary, you know, and by what the scores they give.
But at least we have the best position for the judges there, just right by the beach, looking straight into the surfers.
Yeah, and it's really good because the way the sun rises here and the way the sun sets, it's never really in the judge's eyes.
Yep.
It's tending to come up in the west, and then it's, because it's winter time, it's sort of setting towards the north a little bit, and towards the south. And so it's not in the judge's eyes at any stage. And I know at Cloud 9 it's a nightmare in the morning.
Yep.
You can't, you know, even the spotters can't tell what colour's paddling. And Stakey again. Nice little off the crumble there.
I believe Daiki was in Shargau.
He was. Yeah, he was there. I can't remember how he went. I know he won at least one heat because we did interview him. Shame he didn't finish that one off, but he's in a fairly commanding position at the moment. And so someone's just handing us a Red Bull. I believe Red Bull's one of our sponsors as well.
Yeah, thanks Red Bull Philippines for hooking us up with some of the products, and Clean Beach for giving us good coffee and healthy food.
So what did he get for that one? It's coming in as a 4.5, so it's not going to add to his score, but it's still, he has the three highest scores there. So he's doing really well. Putra's fairly solid in second place, but Troy only needs a 4.25 with just under 6 minutes remaining. So they've brought up our lunch. And so who is supplying our lunch, Luke?
Today it's Clean Beach Cafe.
Okay.
So every day we'll have a different restaurant sponsor our food, our snacks, coffee.
It's nice.
Everything, yeah.
Did you organise that, or that's okay? Yep. You've been around.
That's part of the
door to door before the event, begging and pleading.
Yeah, that was part of the job.
Yeah, okay.
Mostly owned by friends, so it's, you know, it's like in Shargau. It's pretty easy to talk to them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
no, it's good. I mean, what you do is you need the local people to support it. You need the local businesses to support it, and then you need to give them a shout out.
Yep.
And you know, no doubt at some stage, because of what they're offering, I'll go there and eat. You know, and say, give them a thanks and actually pay for my food. You know, which obviously helps them out. So Troy still needs a 4.25. Toby is his brother. And
Red
he still has plenty of time.
Information there. So next heat we have Bronson Mighty, J.R. Esquivel, local guy, one top seed local guy, I would say. Alan Magos from Balair and Gabriel Lirog from Shargau. Oh, this is going to be a mixed of surfers from everywhere. Indonesia, La Union, Balair, and Shargau.
Okay, here's Troy trying to get that score. Is he trying a little bit too hard? I mean, wasn't much of a wave that one, and didn't finish the wave at all. Possibly getting a bit desperate. I know he's just a young guy gaining experience here, travelling to La Union.
Yeah, because I think before this, he's only competed in the QS in Shargau.
That's the only one, and the local Shargau Nationals. Well, I hope one of the Espihons gets through. They're a family that I've known for many, many years.
There's a few of them.
There is a few of them, and they're very local. They're very Cloud 9 local. Mr. Tanaka again. Just over 3 minutes remaining. So Putra's sitting out there with priority and probably trying to stop Toby from getting anything at this stage. He's a pretty seasoned surfer, Putra. Well, there he is. He took a wave. He's doing well. He needs a 6.5 to move through. Okay, we missed the start of that wave, so...
He needs a 6.5 to become first, yeah.
Oh, sorry, to come first, yeah. That's why you're the event director. And I don't know, I'm going to keep doing it until she texts me and tells me she's watching, but I'm going to shout out my lovely wife and my lovely daughter. And they're hopefully watching. And
oh, hi, Susan and...
Susan and Lily. I think Lily's going to a new school, so they're out buying some new school uniforms. But I know at some stage they'll be listening, so I love you too. See you in a week and a half.
1 p.m. now there in Australia?
3 hours
2
ahead,
PM, yeah.
3 hours ahead during daylight savings, 2 hours ahead when we don't do daylight savings. The Philippines doesn't do daylight savings at any stage, do they?
No,
I mean,
we're always late anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know how many times I was invited to a wedding at 10 o'clock and I'd be ready at 10 o'clock. My wife would say, look, don't go yet, don't go. And I'd make her go and we'd sit there for an hour waiting for the wedding to start at 11, even though the invitations always said 10 o'clock. I just never, in the 25 or almost 30 years, the one thing I just couldn't grasp. I was always on time and still am.
Here we go, 1 minute 20 seconds. Toby in second only needs a 6.0.
Troy, or Toby was the brother,
Troy,
yeah.
sorry.
So yeah, Putra made it much harder for him with that last wave, which was a 5.25. Yeah, 6 with a minute to go. It's going to be a hard ask, I think.
We'll see. Yeah, he's 1 minute with priority. Hopefully, he gets one more chance.
And turning your head around, is there anything? Oh, it doesn't look like there's much out there at this stage. There you go. There's the wide shot. Doesn't look like a lot of sets out there. He's going to paddle for this little one. I mean, he's going to need to, I think. Oh, no, he didn't do it. Is that the drone or a bird out the back there? Looks like
drone.
It's the drone. Okay, here we go. No. You know, obviously, being a Shargow boy myself, kind of, I'm always cheering for the Shargow lads.
Next seat we'll have, we have JR, probably the best local boy out here. Knows this spot. He's been surfing this since a very young age. Lives right in front of the spot.
Okay, that's it. Unfortunately, Troy didn't get through. So we've got Daiki and Putra. We'll move on through to the second round and we'll take a short break.
This is heat 8. Yeah, this is heat 8. In red, we have Bronson Mighty from Indonesia. In blue, we have Rogelio Esquivel from La Union. In white, we have Alan Magos from Belair. And in green, we have Mr. Lirog, Gabby.
It's a pretty stacked heat. As far as one of the morning, it's a great little allotment. I'm interested to see Bronson and JR get involved out there. Of course, JR, one of your team members from the Philippine surfing team.
Yep.
Under your coaching, which is pretty exciting. Longboard and shortboard. You're going to see him throughout the week a fair bit, I think.
It's amazing how he can do that. Surf pretty good in the shortboard and pretty well in the longboard.
Pretty well.
Both.
Pretty
Excellent,
well.
Excellent surfing in both. How do you do that?
I don't know. I can barely stand on a longboard. Forget stand-up paddle boards. I'm just shortboard. So you're looking at the wrong guy for me. What about you? You go all right on longboard?
I'd go straight on the longboard.
Yeah, straight.
I'm a straight-hander surfer on the longboard. Here we go, Alan Magos from Belair.
Alan Magos from Belair, great up-and-coming young kid. I think he's 18 years old.
Yep.
Nice. Like I was talking about Neil Sanchez before, these beach break boys, they just got that real whippy, fast. A lot of the Japanese guys have it too, where they can just generate speed on these waves that you just sit back and go, wow.
It's harder to surf a slow beach break than a perfect reef break.
Definitely. All I want to do is stand up and let the wave do the work. But these guys sort of have to generate their own speed, get to the sections that we can't even see as sections. So
here we go. Here's a replay of Alan Magos.
Magos, just that zip and speed that he's got. Nice light frame to get over those sections.
I think he went to a few QS in Indo with you guys, right?
Alan was there. Yep, he was a part of the junior contingent in
Nias and Krui.
And he also he went to Japan, I believe, with Filma.
That's right.
Not so long ago.
That's right.
So his experience and exposure's starting to climb up a bit higher, and he's getting well-rounded and reacting to these competitions, these high-pressure competitions, a lot better than some of his similar age counterparts. So it shows that experience and just that, I don't know, growth definitely helps when it comes to stepping into these bigger events.
Yeah, for sure. Imagine surfing against Bronson and JR on a QS with live telecast, everyone watching.
On a QS 3000. All right, looks like some sets are rolling in. We've got the advantage of having, you can hear the crowd down there.
Yeah, you know, once you hear the crowd, for sure it's a La Union local.
Yep, so out there, no, that might have been Shargal Boy. That might have been Gab Larelg. I know.
JR was on the wave first.
Yep, so there's Bronson up and riding now. And Bronson, he just recently picked up a sponsorship with Billabong. Huge deal for Bronson. There's a bit of talk going around at the moment on the social medias. The Billabong team getting behind him and starting to boost him up. So epic news for Bronson Maeda, and well deserved. The kid's definitely developing into potentially one of the greats.
Yep, for sure.
Air game like no other. Springs in his legs. Up, over, around, and I used to go around sections. These kids just go straight up and over them.
There's a crew behind him too. Rizal and his family are here. Shout out to Rizal and Chandra and Senar and Varun, who's competing also.
Yeah, good friends with Rizal. You got a good connection here with Rizal. He's a regular to this beautiful town. Yeah,
he's been here a few times.
Yeah, and I see why. When you get down to La Union, it's pretty easy to want to come back again and again and again. You guys have got the beach, you got the mountains. We've got Baguio up around the corner, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there's Alan staying very busy. JR staying super. Oh no, JR's on the board. He's got a 2-3.
Yeah.
There's Alan up and riding on his second wave. Might get a little air reverse. A little bit of a loss of foot, but he still throws the judges, let him know who he is. My first experience with Alan Magos was a beach break in Belair, I believe, when he was in the national titles, start of 2022, I think, or the end of 2022, just at the end of the 2021.
December
2021 in Belair, where he was actually a 17-year-old going against some of the OGs, and he took out Filma, he took out Noah, he took out some of these big names.
Surfing like this against Bronson and JR, his confidence is way up.
Yeah.
Doing stuff like this.
And that's it. He got a little bit high on his back foot, but he knows he surfed it well, and he knows That's going to be his best number. There it is, a 4.40. So good for his confidence.
Yep.
But this is where the experience of Bronson and especially JR, he's a well-rounded competitor. Like I said, doing dual disciplines for how many years now? He's 5 years, 10 years?
10 years.
Yeah, 10 years. And a thorough professional. His demeanour, he's a bit more quieter than some of the other rowdier surfers that we know. But he gets the job done. He's there for business.
Yep.
It means a lot to him when he succeeds. He's got a great support. He's actually the support of his family, right? He's the guy that they rely on, and he takes his job seriously. And there's Bronson. Bronson setting a full rotator on a 2-foot wave. That's what he's capable of. Just coming a little bit unstuck on the landing there, not really riding out on the foam ball where he want to be. Just flats and solids.
Yes. Thanks to our major sponsors, Next Gen.
Next Gen. Without Next Gen, we're not here.
Yeah, they're gonna be supporting the national tour a lot too this year.
Yeah, they've sort of filled in a hole in this Philippine surfing where they actually see what it means to the next generation, basically.
Maybe that's why it's called Next Gen, yeah?
Yeah, it is. They want to support the next gen. They want legacy. They want the Philippines to sort of get to where they know the Philippines wants to be. They got visions of the Philippines, and they've sort of taken to surfing because it makes sense. You see the power weight ratio of Philippine surfers there. Islands, the archipelago style of the Philippines, it's just a matter of time before we start tapping into this. And now with the programs through the Philippine Sports Commission, with the coaching and the ISA, the World Games, WSL events.
It's all happening.
We've got our friends at ASC over there, TP, Tim Hayne and the boys, who actually encourage us and support us, also help us learn the fast way as opposed to making all the mistakes ourselves. And Next Gen, so they're the ones who can make it happen for us. They jumped on board with UPSA.
Shout out to the Next Gen boys.
Yeah, Next Gen boys and girls, the organisation. And the best thing is they want it. They're happy to remain almost anonymous. Just do the hard work and support and do what they can to benefit that next generation. It's in the name, and so maraming salamat, as they say here.
Thank you, boys. Here we go. Here's a replay of Alan Magos.
Staying super busy. This is his second good score by the looks of things, and this will be his second wave. He's gonna maybe a little bit manufactured on that air reverse there.
Usually the judges will look for height and distance traveled with maneuvers like that.
Yeah, one of these things they can throw air reverses, but they need to get into that critical section of the wave where you're actually coming off a lip, getting clear separation, and it's a good comparison when we've got two guys in this heat who know how to throw airs. JR staying very quiet at this stage. He's very patient, but he also knows his break better than anyone, right?
Here we go.
He knows what he's looking for. Let's see. Talk us through it, Lukey.
JR Esquivel always staying sharp. I believe he's riding a 5.7 DHD, I think.
Oof.
Oh.
Maybe the wrong choice from JR, but yeah, he's always getting that board to 12 o'clock, and then it whips back around quicker than most. It's good to watch. I've seen him send some massive sections, full commitment, and holds it up 90% of the time. Surfs within his means, and his means are very high. See what the judges, I think they're going to go crazy on that one.
I don't think so, but I think he'll better his score. There you go at 2.3.
2.3. There's Gab Liderog with only one wave at the moment too. Might have made a bit of a priority error on that one.
You went out for a quick surf this morning?
I didn't. I got a case of the lazies this morning. I surfed about 3 times yesterday. I was sunburned and sore. They said we moved from the point down to, what's the next point down here called?
Nearads.
Nearads?
Yeah.
What's that one named after?
I don't know. They just call it Nearads ever since I was young. The area is called Nearads.
Okay, that's probably it, Luke. I think you hit the nail on the head. I spent my time down there, and then I moved up to the shore break. I moved back out to the rip bowls that form out the back. Having a ball yesterday. I couldn't turn down a surf. But I paid for it this morning when I couldn't get out of bed. There's Gab Larog sending a nice little air reverse.
Sending it.
It'd be interesting to see that one too. Like we got 3 somewhat air specialists, and JR also, when he wants, he can throw that thing above the lip at
I think
any time.
these juniors like Alan and Gabriel would just want to say, these guys are my heroes. I watch them all the time. I'm going to try and beat them.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this one's
Not a
cool.
great wave, but he did some damage there.
He did, yeah. There's a lot of downtime in this wave. He's just waiting
Yeah.
a long time for a section. But the judges like the air. A little bit higher in the tail there, nice and smooth. And the judges obviously knowing there's not going to be a whole bunch of airs out here because it's not a really aggressive lip line that comes at you, or there's not many boost sections. And he's gone into that 4.3 range, and he's got himself up in the first place on
There you go.
on 2 waves. So Gabriel showing a bit of wisdom. He's about 21 or 22 now.
Yep.
Always been a solid surfer.
Here we go,
There's JR
surfer in
again.
blue. Oh, what happened there?
There we go, we're going to chase him hopefully. There he is. Oh, we just missed one of his turns. Here we go, JR starting to warm up now. And once again, we're going to see him again in the longboard, where you'll see his technique and style and skills in that one. Cameraman following and bouncing off everybody, wave after wave after wave. These point breaks, 4 surfers in the water. It's the cameraman's nightmare when you got 4 in a row. It's a judge's nightmare too.
Definitely.
We've been into some locations here in the national tour where the waves are long enough where you can get 4 surfers up and riding. They're all doing massive hack turns, and you're trying to figure out how.
How's that last comp we did in Kabugao? There's like 5 sets, and there's surfers on every wave.
Yeah, and not just, there's no downtime on the wave, so they're rapping and turning and hacking all the way. You just, there it is, there's that first turn.
There you go.
Followed up by a second. That second turn's the money turn by the looks of things.
Yep.
But it's the combination the judges are going to be looking at. Not too many people putting 3 turns back to back like that with smooth transitions, bit of variation. So has he locked it in a number for that one yet? There it is. Whoa, there we go. That's exactly why. That's just gone through the roof.
A 7.5.
A 7.5.
And I think Bronson's last wave was a 7.0, yeah?
He's gone a 7.0.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. So it would be good if we can get a replay of that last wave of Bronson so we can compare it there to JR's. 2 sevens dropping for Bronson and JR. There we go, the beach is getting the news now, so they're pretty excited about it.
Yeah, like you said earlier, you were surfing like the beach break, and you went to Neerads, and you went to the point. That's one of the good fun things about here. You can surf the point, come in, surf the beach break, go out, surf Neerads again in a span of 500 meters.
Absolutely, and then you're exhausted and you can play around on the shore break. It's good fun, and it's good for all levels.
Yeah.
So you've got the many surf schools down there on the beach. A lot of the local legends down here. We've got Lemon, who's one of our workers down here.
Ian
We've got
has a surf
Daisy
school
Valdez.
there.
We've got Luke down at San
Daisy.
Juan. Who else we got down on the beach down here? Give them a plug so we know for all the people from Manila who want to come and learn this beautiful sport where they should come down to.
There's around 22 surf schools down there.
And all very professional, know what they're doing.
Yep. They're trained by the surf club. Laonian Surf Club makes sure they go to through a training every year. So they let them swim out, let them surf, and let them do the basics, and make sure they're not getting rusty with all the
Great.
teaching they do.
And one of the best things is we've got sand down here.
Yeah.
Great
way
place
to learn.
Great place to learn when you're jumping off a surfboard onto sand. It can still be very dangerous. That's why you got instructors, and we recommend you get an instructor for the first few times.
Yep.
And then when you move out of that instructor, get a guide.
Yep.
Because it's just someone that you know is going to keep an eye on you and make sure you're protected. So
For 250 pesos.
it's
how much is
some
that?
of the cheapest prices
How much
in
is
the world.
that in Australian dollars?
If we're going to convert that to Australian dollars, it's going to be less than $10. It's going to be about $8.
$8, yeah.
If $8?
$8 for an instructor to be with you the whole hour.
Yeah,
For your safety, that's so worth it.
Yeah, what's your life worth? I think it's a bit more than a couple cups of coffee. and these guys, like I said, they're the locals. Not just are they safe surf instructors, they're also legends.
Yeah.
Great personalities, and they're going to treat you with the utmost dignity and respect, and And they want the best for you. They want you to love this sport. Why? Because they want you to come back and surf again.
For
And
sure.
share the stoke.
One of the...
Well, we've got
Here
some
we
whistles
go.
and yells. It looks like some...
Who's in
some more
priority?
sets.
Oh, we have Alan Magos in priority.
Alan Magos. Okay, so currently with 8 minutes, we're looking with... What is it? Bronson Maidi out in front with a 10.15. Closely behind is JR. He's probably looking to throw away his 2.3, which is definitely within his means. But Bronson also wants to get rid of his 3.15. Looks like Alan's going to get onto this one. Might be a little bit deep. No, there he goes. Ooh, what do you reckon, Luke? Bit hard with the drone shot. There it is. Not quite that punchy
No.
section. He's looking for a 4.91 to get himself out of 4th place at the moment and improve his thing. I'm going to throw it out there that it's not going to get there.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough for for him to get the score.
No.
He,
That'll be dropping in the judges. The judges want to see. They want to see those big moves on those, especially on the outback section.
doing the damage out the outside, yeah.
If you're going to hit that big section at the start and it actually shows up for you, then make sure you put the damage on it, because that's the money part of the wave. That's where the most risk is. That's where you're gonna get the most water, the most air, all the good stuff happens on that outer section.
How'd that burger from Clean Beach?
Oh, Clean Beach, thank you. I've misplaced my iced coffee. That's also delicious. So
Thanks to Kerwin, to Cams, and to Harold for hooking us up with your good coffee and good food. Thanks,
good
guys.
food. So who we got? We got priority is with JR at the moment. He's sitting a bit further down the point. Local knowledge.
Waiting for those wide ones.
Yeah, a little local knowledge. With the priority area, I'm pretty sure he must be well within the ranges of the priority area, and he's not going to get himself into a blocking position, which wouldn't make sense for him at the moment, because I'm sure, knowing JR, he wants to win. He'll be happy enough to go through, but he's going to want to send a message to these guys that this is his home, and
There you go. That's the point, and further down is the beach.
there we are, where we're talking about. There's that beautiful bay of San Juan. What's the beach called down here? Ortiza Beach?
Urbiztondo Beach.
Urbiztondo Beach.
Yeah, it's in Barangay Urbiztondo. Shout out to our barangay captain.
There we are, yeah, letting all this happen, basically. We've got barangays, we've got municipalities and regional
Province,
province.
regions, yeah.
We'll have our opening ceremony later with Governor Raff.
Yep.
Looking forward to that. Bit of dinner, a bit of an introduction and a hello. That's 6 p.m. I think we're going to have that. Where are we having that tonight?
In Puerto de San Juan.
Beautiful. Looking
One of the
forward to it.
resorts near San Juan town.
Lechon on the cards, you think?
Huh?
Lechon?
I would say, yeah.
I'd say yeah.
There's always lechon in
Philippines.
events like that.
Exactly.
Lechon is, what do you call it? Roast pig.
Pig on the spit, I think we call it in Australia. Oh, there we go. There's JR using his priority. We had Gabriel pulling off that one, and I think, like I said, JR's clinical in his approach to these things.
So sharp, no?
Ooh. If he gets a completion on this, we've got TP overlooking here in the cheers for the boys. He knows exactly who they're cheering for. He's got his man Bronson out there. Indonesians, we got great group of people here in the commentary. We've got a great group of judges down there from all across Asia and Australia. Timmy Hayne, does he call himself an Indonesian now, or is he American
he's Bali
still?
boy.
He's a Bali boy. He's Indonesian through and through, right? All right, 5 minutes. Let's see what that last one from JR drops in at. If he can jump into the lead, I think the numbers are
There
already
you
locking
go.
in. Bang, situation change.
Oh, he got a 3.9.
Got a 3.9, wasn't huge, but definitely enough to put him up into first place, where you get that little sigh of relief. He's obviously never safe out there with Bronson in the water in that first place, and then you get into third place, and then you start to get a little bit worried.
Yeah, Brunson only needs a 3.9, and he has priority. 4 minutes to go.
Yep. And even Gab, he's only chasing a
5.7.
5.7. He's got to go for something big on this end section, I hope.
Oh.
Heart in the throat there. He was definitely going for it, which that's what the judges do reward. They want to see that commitment.
Degree of difficulty.
Degree of difficulty. Putting those big maneuvers onto those big sections at that big time. That's what the judges are here for. They love it. Alan having a look at a little sneaky insider. He's got a bit of requirement to catch. 5.76, same as Gab. Nice little wrap from turn. This is all the setups. He's just waiting for that inside to stand up. And this one really dropped out in the bowl. Look at it sort of steeping up at this moment. And he's eyeing that section already.
Oh, imagine if he made that. Would be interesting to see if he got it.
Would have been, definitely would have been up around that 5. It would have been close to his last, probably better than his last there for sure. Plus those few manoeuvres, he definitely would have gone over there. He's dropping towards those 3s for those few moves that he did. So
yeah, after this, next heat we have Kian Martin
our Swedish Indonesian.
and Kazuke Okamura from Japan and Marty Rodella from Siargao.
Manny Rodella.
Manny Rodella.
Another great heat. Kian Martin was doing really well in the tour last year. Stacking up those points. He was getting towards the top of Asia at one point. And then he had a few bad legs towards the end of the year in Taiwan. And in Siargao he didn't quite fire as high as he was hoping either. But great guy, great surfer. And always fun to watch out in the water. Big shout out to some of the boys, Luke. Some of the guys who actually helped get us here. Like I said, first event in San Juan with the longboard and shortboard WSL International. Pretty exciting. My mind races with all the names of who's really founded surfing in the Philippines. A couple of the guys like Bjorn, Abdel, Ian, you, Wilmar. Who else we got? It's pressure because you don't want to forget anybody. We got the boys. Rasta's there. We got the boys over in Barongan.
Yeah. Marco, Olin's there.
We got the Roy Angara down south, helping establish things down there.
We've got, dude, there's so much.
There is so much, and I don't want to miss anybody out.
Kido from Kabugao.
Kido's point up there, beautiful wave. We recently came there.
Boys from Real Quezon, from Palawan, from Zambales. From
Zambales,
Mate,
yeah.
Davao, Lanuza.
Bjorn's a Zambales boy. He's in Manila now, but he's a Zambales boy, isn't he?
And Daet. Boys from Daet.
Yeah. Yeah, big shout out to everybody because it's all grown off the back of all this, right? Like this sport's still relatively new, but the guys have been doing it for a generation now. 1 minute, magic minute. Let's see if Gabrielle or Alan can pull anything off. It's good to be out there in second position in priority. Bronson may just wait this one out unless he can improve his score, which, like I said, smart kid like Bronson. Looks like maybe some sets coming in. We've got 40 seconds for him to get there. You can see Bronson on screen and Alan paddling for it. We'll see. Alan looks like he's looking at this one. Beautiful drone shot is there as it rolls out. Alan up and riding, and I dare say we'll see Bronson on that second one. There we go. Nice little snap from Bronson as Alan does a bit of work on the inside, waiting for it to stand up. Nice high air from Alan, going a bit tail high, but I don't think much is going to change in this last exchange. So we'll see those numbers drop in. Looks like, from safety point of view, I don't think Alan's going to get towards that 5.76.
Bronson got a wave. I don't know if they showed it.
Yeah, Bronson got a wave. Didn't have too much running on it. It looks like he sort of got caught. This is Gab's last effort, I don't think. So far, not bad. He's got an air reverse. If he can get another one on the inside, he might be in with a... But more of an inside groveler. That was out of desperation. Putting the question towards the judges. And going to be an exciting finish. We might have to update when we get back from this short break. What do you reckon?
Yep.
See you
guys
soon.
in a bit.
So welcome back. This is heat number 9. We have Keon Martin just opening his first wave there of 4.00, with just a couple seconds to start. He already have a 4.00, so really aggressive way to start your heat right there, John.
Yeah, that's how you want to start. Look at this thing. He's got the speed. He's one of those guys, isn't he? You look out on the horizon and who do you usually see on the bomb sets and the good-looking waves? Look at him. He's ripping this thing apart. It's Keon. He's got this style. He's got this speed.
Yeah, so talking about Keon,
Looks like Manny's got a little one on the inside too.
yeah, so talking about Keon, he came to this event without a surfboard. He just came back from the World Juniors in California, and his board got lost in the system somewhere in the turbulence. I don't know where.
Let's not blame airlines because it's never the airlines.
Yeah, so Keon came here with no surfboards, but luckily his two of his teammate from Channel Island is here, which is Ryuki Waida and Katut Agus. So a couple checks on their equipment, and Keon spotting one good board that he put his Billabong logos on. So he feels like feels good.
I was having a chat with him too, and Ryuki wasn't a big fan of the board either. I don't think it was a bit light and a bit heavy for him, and Keon's just gone yes.
Yeah,
suited him to a T.
The funny thing is, all those three guys have the same kind of like weight, the posture, like a small and skinny crew, but they might have a 1 liter difference between all three of them, but it makes a big difference actually.
It does, and these guys are like scientists when it comes down to shapes, sizes, dimensions, rails.
I know.
You can talk equipment if you're in the business of talking to these surfers about equipment and stuff, fins even. You can get into a very detailed, mind-boggling conversation about tails, rails, concaves, leaders. It's a very complex, scientifically based.
I know everybody is a scientist if you're talking about the equipment.
Yeah, that's it. You can.
We're not the surfers anymore. We are scientists.
We're scientists.
Yeah.
You can be sitting out in the lineup with 6 guys going over the falls talking about the rake of fins for about 4 hours.
Yeah, I know. Luckily, I'm not one of those people because I came here with a fixed fin. So,
old school running fixed fins.
Yeah, old school. Like I don't have, I don't have the knowledge about fins. Actually, like for me, fins are a little bit of a, a burden. Like so much option out there. For me, just give me a fixed fin and I'll make it work.
Yeah, that's it. And it is one of those things you'll find, like, unless you are these high-level guys competing and trying to figure this stuff out.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to your average surfer. That's the joy of it. If your board has fins, you're going to do a lot better if you don't have fins. So just put them in and get out there and give it a crack.
Yeah. The reason why there's a system, these days is the only reason is for traveling.
Yeah.
If you're talking about, fins difference between one or the other, you have to feel like the slightest difference, so you need to be like, I don't know, Kelly Slater is one of the guys that really, really have a lot of knowledge about his equipment, and he can talk about fins and stuff, but for me,
put them in and adjust.
Yeah, so here we go. This is Kosuke Okamura. Nice surfing there from Kosuke, really fluid there. You know what, all the Japanese have really similar style. They have like a really nice flow, really super low center of gravity, and I have to say that the reason why they are built like that is because the character of the wave. In Japan, you have to be a groveler. Most of the days there, like in Chiba and Shonan, on a daily basis, you have to be ready with any condition, and when the typhoon season come,
be ready for the 6 to 8 foot stuff as well.
Yeah, and they're regulated also. So, like guys like from Florida, for example, like the Hopgoods and Slater, they start surfing on a wave like Florida. But when you put them in chopu or pipes, they're dominating.
Absolutely.
So it's pretty interesting on how people, the way they're coming from.
Yeah, and it's great that these Japanese, this is going to be suited for them. Like you say, they're used to these groveling beach breaks where you have to generate your speed, you have to push for those sections, and you have to sort of be a visionary and see what's coming without knowing what's coming. So they're really good at reacting and reading situations on waves that,
Yeah.
and it's going to be almost natural for them, and you're going to see them doing some whipping turns and like just zipping those sections out. So it's really good.
Yeah, for sure. Talking about a reaction here, we have one of the fastest surfer that react to any kind of maneuver. We have Bronson Mady. Hey, welcome to the booth, Bronson. Really
you.
well surfing there. Really impressive. At the end of the day, at the end of the heat, you get the score to push you back in first. So
Yeah.
tell me a little bit about that heat.
Yeah, that heat, I had like a cramp the whole heat. As soon as I started walking up the beach, I had a cramp, and yeah, just stoked to be able to stand up on a wave, because my cramps were so gnarly, like I couldn't even stand up on a wave. I had to like stretch it out the whole time, but it was good. Stoked to get a couple waves and make the heat.
Yeah, that was a bit unlucky for you to have a cramp on your heat, but I don't know. You're still young. You need to have all those preparation, Bronson. Yeah, your stretching, your food before you heat. The wax and everything. So preparation is one of the big deal. So talking about the guy in your heat, which is JR, he's a national. He's a local hero here.
know, yeah.
How do you feel?
I was just going into that heat. I was just cruising. It's just another heat, and I was just trying to get the best waves, and yeah, it went pretty good for me.
Yeah, your surfing is really impressive. You're super fluid, super flow. You're attacking all those section really well. So, is this your first time in La Union?
This is my second time.
Oh, second time, yeah.
I was here I don't know, maybe 2019 or before that.
Oh yeah, you were here before.
Yeah.
Is the condition similar?
I've never surfed here. This is my first time coming here and surfing here, and I used to just surf at the beach big, but pretty sick waves here.
Yeah. So as you know, Philippines have a lot of wave. Here we go. This is Bronson Mady, 13.35, 7.0, 6.3, one of the highest score.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought I got like a 6 or something on that last wave.
No, 7. So three good combo right there. So yeah, talking about Philippines. So what is your highlight so far on this trip at La Union?
I don't know. I'm just surfing.
7-Eleven?
Nah, no. No 7-Eleven's better than Taiwan, so I'm not really.
So what is your highlight in La Union so far?
Just
meeting a really cool crew, nice people here, yeah?
Yeah, you're stoked to see all the boys here from Siargao that came all the way here, and they're super nice. And
who's been taking care of you here while you're here?
We're here with Rizal, the whole family's here, and we have Rizal's friend that's like taking care of us pretty much.
Nice. You wanna? Hey, talking about new sponsorship. So
Yeah.
I just saw a new clips from Instagram from Billabong. They congratulate you. So congratulations
Thank you so
joining
much.
Billabong. Tell me a little bit about your new sponsor.
Yeah, no, I'm super stoked to be on Billabong. They have a lot of great people, and it's a really nice brand. I like the brand.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I'm super stoked to be on the team. There's a bunch of amazing surfers in there, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
So what is your plan after this event? 2023. What is your plan?
Probably after this, I'm just gonna go back to Bali for a bit, and then we have 2 more Key West in Australia, and then have to go do that, and hopefully qualify by the end of the Key West.
Yeah. So here we go. This is Keon Martin also chasing a couple of QS points. So he's he's looking good so far on the ranking, but
He's second.
yeah, but still, still 3 more events to go, and then also you also chasing scores. So so 2023, is it about making clips or chasing points for you?
For me, it's pretty much just chasing points.
Okay, so that's your focus.
Clips can come after, but main focus is just to get points.
Okay, so good luck, Bronson Mady. You want to say anything to your family back home?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom watching probably right now, my sister, my dad. Yeah, can't wait to surf in the next heat and probably, hopefully, make it into the next round.
Okay, well surfing there from Bronson Mady. Good luck for everything, yeah, Bronson.
Thank you.
So yeah, that was Bronson Mady, up and coming juniors from Indo, surfing really smart. taking out JR there in second position. So not to worry, JR still in the next round. So we have here Jerry Deegan. So what's been going on in the area, Jerry?
Not much, mate. I've just been going down there trying to drag surfers up here for interviews, and they're pretty popular down there. There's some national TV trying to talk to them, and there's Upsa are taking an interview from each one of them. And Bronson, I saw him come out of the water, and he was grasping his leg. Did you guys talk about that at all?
Yeah. So during his heat, he have a cramp, like a really bad cramp, and he's during all the time of his heat, he was trying to stretch it out. Yeah, not a good way to have a cramp during your heat.
No, and you know he's a pretty capable surfer if he's got a cramp or heat and still wins.
You can win a heat with a crampy leg.
Maybe he'll try to get a cramp before his next heat.
Oh no, I think he's saying like he's so focused for the next round that he wanna, I don't know, just prep better or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. When you're a young kid like that, you know, cramps come when they say lack of salt, things like that. I get him if I drink too much, to be honest, you know, and I don't think he's a young fella, so I don't think he's been drinking too much.
I don't think so, yeah. You know, he's only 19 years old. He's super focused. He know what he's want. He just signed with a new sponsor, so I think the future is pretty bright for him, and he want to take care of it, you know, have a good
career.
Career, yeah.
Oh, look, you know, what you wouldn't give to be 19 and have his ability, you know.
Yeah.
So good luck to him. I mean, it's a hard road to follow. Pretty difficult, lots of obstacles, and not many make it. But, you know, if you don't try, you never know.
Yeah, that's true. So going back to these heats, we see Kian Martin here, up and riding, currently sitting in the first with a 5.5 and a 4. Kian with a borrowed board here. You know, after this event, he need to return that board back to I think to Ryuki, if I'm not wrong, Ryuki or Katut. So
what happened to his boards? Did I miss
something?
something?
I talked to John Carby just before.
Oh well.
So the board get lost in the system on the way here. We don't know what system is that, but we know it's between airports. They mishandled it and didn't arrive in Manila.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah, maybe he goes back to Sweden. They thought he lived in Sweden, so maybe the board goes there.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Not a lot of good surf in Sweden, so I'm told.
No?
There is surf.
Yeah.
People surf in Sweden. They surf, I think it's also on the west coast, on the east coast.
But it's freezing, no?
It's cold, and I can't remember the place there. But I know some guys that have surfed in Sweden that still do.
You know what? You know, time's just gonna reveal more places. You know, in this world, just new discovery about. Hey, there's surf in Sweden, there's surf in Norway, there's surf in Siberia, you know, like there's surfing everywhere. You just need, you know, to have encourage people to go there.
Look, it's a finite thing, but certainly not everything's been discovered yet.
No, I don't think so. If you walk like, I don't know, 100 meters to the right of Mona Lisa, you might surf by yourself.
Absolutely. Look, the country's, I mean, look at the east coast. It's just everywhere you can go, and the west coast. The place, so many unsurfed waves here, and I've got a friend that has he lives in front of a private wave. It's not a private wave, he doesn't own it, but no one else goes there.
Because it's so remote or something?
It's so remote, yeah, and he's built a little shack there, and he's living there and loving it and surfing this epic right-hander every day.
Yeah.
I've been there to visit him, and it's great. There's no internet. You know, you got to take all your food with you. It's full of turtles and dugongs, and it's unbelievable.
You have to be committed to be off the grid to have that luxury of having your own surf breaks, you know. But you know, you're from Cronulla. You have to share a lot of those waves.
I do. I do. The funny thing is that you know, when I left Cronulla, it was really crowded. I mean,
you never left Cronulla.
No,
never.
You can take the boy out of Cronulla, but you can't take Cronulla out of the boy.
Yeah.
So when I left there and moved to the Philippines, it was really uncrowded in the Philippines. It was really crowded in Cronulla. I mean, now I'm living back there, and certainly as long as it's not school holidays, on a Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock, I surf Cronulla Point with 2 or 3 guys out. It's actually less crowded than Cloud 9.
And you feel lonely sometimes, no? Like, where's the crowd?
Yeah, what's happened? Is there something else out here?
Yeah, so that's what happened when, you know, you live in a surf. I have to say it's a surf city also, no? Cronulla is like
100%. You know, and we've got the legends from Cronulla. We've got
Jerry Deegan.
Jerry Deegan, Mark Okalupo, you know,
Johnny Oluwatu.
Dog Marsh, Johnny Oluwatu especially.
Yeah.
There's a bunch, you know, Connor O'Leary, obviously.
Connor O'Leary, yeah.
And
Jarvis Earl,
Jarvis Earl, we
the
just
world
got
champion.
Junior world champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Cronulla is rich with great surfers, me definitely not being one.
I know. But
I
I heard that.
to agree with that.
Is it a male-dominating town or something? All you're saying is all male. What's going on there, Jerry?
Well, you know,
you have women's live there, no?
No.
No, yeah,
there's
all
no
male.
women, no women in Cronulla.
Yeah.
No, we've got a lot of female surfers now. Jazz Turner is one of the best surfers there. Or, you know, she's just a mad keen surfer. Surfs every day. Wins.
Yeah.
I think she just recently won the Sand Shoes Board Riders. That's one of our little local surf spots.
Yeah.
Cronulla Girls Board Riders is pumping. There's must be 200 girls in it.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. To see girls out there and pushing, you know, their rights. It's amazing. I would love to see more girls dominating lineups, you know.
Yeah, well, you know, at this stage, I guess they're not dominating them in Cronulla, but every year there's more and more in the lineup.
Yeah, that's good news.
I
don't know. At the end of the day, to have more females is a better energy, you know.
Less aggressive, less whatever, yeah.
They manage things better. I'm pretty sure you don't manage your money. It's your wife.
Oh, you know, well, I probably won't go into that, Susan. I love you if you're listening, but she knows who manages the money.
Okay, so you're still wearing the high heels.
The dress, yeah.
Oh, the dress, yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
So, 7 minutes and 40 seconds here, Jerry. Looks like we have our surfer from Philippines, Marnie Rodela, is looking for 381. Still manageable, you know. We also have the Japanese surfer sitting second right now with a 4.1 and a 3.5. And Kian have a 5.5 still with a 4.
Yeah, it's not an incredibly high-scoring heat, this particular one, and certainly easy for Marnie to get up there into second place. And it's actually fairly easy for Kosuke to get up there into first place. I mean, a 5.41, it's been done a bunch of times today.
Yeah. You know, Marnie is actually surfing really, really good, but I don't think so. He's surfing on the criteria, you know, like he connect all the maneuver, but maybe just lack of that, you know, like a bit of a vertical on that approach. So if Marnie want to get that 3.81, easily can manage, you know, with 2 turns.
Yeah, but he just needs to be a bit more vertical.
Yeah.
Which the other guys are doing. But, you know, they have a lot more experience than him, and, you know, hopefully he's got someone recording this and he can go back and watch it. And, again, it's not over. You know, he's still got 6.5 minutes remaining. I have to do a little shout-out. I apologise.
Sure, do it.
So some of the Shargow boys, they have a band, and the band's called The Mosquitoes.
Mm-hmm.
And a shout-out to Midris, who's in Australia, Noy, who's in France, Marlo, who's here in La Union, and I was surfing with him yesterday, and Patrick, my good old mate Patrick in Davao. So g'day, boys. There's your shout-out. You all owe me one.
You owe Jerry Deegan a big one. A tall one or a big one is up to you.
I'll take just a beer, thanks, mate.
That's why. A tall beer or a big, I don't know. How do they call them here? Tallies?
A grande.
A grande. So this is Kosuke Okamura. He's looking for 5.41. Kosuke is one of the Japanese who came for this event. You know, so far throughout all this Asian QS, the Japanese been really, really consistent. You know, most of the finals we always gonna see a Japanese name there, either on the women's division or on the men's division. Even on the double sanction, like the one in Taiwan or Indonesia, the Japanese is always up there. Yeah.
The Taiwan was sanctioned with the Australasian and the Asian. Was
yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in that event, we have 2 Japanese women's in the final, Nanaho and I forget the other one, and it was a really great final. And
how was the surf for that event?
I have to say the wave was really, really consistent. You know, it's never been like a small day, but wind is a big factor. But I have to say it was a great event. Okay. Taiwan, Philippines, it's all the emerging nation that want to promote surfing.
It's a cool little circuit, the Asian circuit. So what have we got in Indonesia for QS events?
So far, the most consistent one is Krui and Nias. Those plays been a really a draw card for people to come because the quality of the wave. But we're also trying to work for G-Land for a QS and then also for Lakey Peak. Can you imagine G-Land and Lakey Peak is on the QS schedule?
Oh, epic.
People go there for holiday.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, imagine if you have a comp there. It would be amazing. Yeah, that's what we're working for.
Okay, that'd be fantastic. And so you would be looking at 3,000s or bigger, or you just don't know. It depends on sponsorship and the rest of it, government support.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about how big is the investment and how big is the prize money, determine how big is the QS rating. So everything is about how big is the investment.
And how much support does the Indonesian government give these events? And,
So
is it on a local level support or on a national level support?
Most of them are in the local, not provincial, like regional government.
Yep.
And they put 100%. And then for the national government, they put a lot of supports, you know, from the tourism, doing promotion, doing extra support. So it's been a little bit one-sided, but hopefully in the future, it's a bit like a collaboration between, you know, every stakeholder that need to promote surfing as a tourism promotion now.
Yep. And it is a crazy tourism promotion. You know, 30 years ago, no one cared about travelling surfers, really.
Yeah.
And now everyone's a surfer, and so everyone wants to travel, and everyone wants to have a surf when they travel. It's amazing.
You know, at the end of the day, tourism is it's a all-in industry. You cannot have a destination saying, oh, sorry, this area you cannot have a beer. Oh, sorry, you cannot do this. You know, like it's an all-in. It's like playing poker. You have to put everything in front of the table.
Yep.
So, you know, for countries like Philippines, Indonesia, whatever, you know, from central government to regional to community, they need to understand if they are trying to promote surfing, even the airlines have to understand. When surfers come to Philippines, for example, you cannot have like, oh yeah, we would like to welcome you to surf our beautiful beach, but your surfboards, we're going to charge them $1 million.
Or they can't simply fit on the
Yeah.
plane. Yeah, no, we've had some issues there with, and I'm not going to mention airlines at this stage, but yes, that has been a problem without question.
Yeah, so I think like if all the stakeholders are committed to promote surfing, I think everybody have to be committed on, you know, every single
level.
every level, you know.
Yep.
You don't want people come here like from Australia, you know, having like a 6-hour flight and then, you know, they saying, oh, sorry, your boards have to be charged, or sometimes you cannot bring your boards. You know, like it's not excuses that you can tell to tourism.
No, and all it does is brings bad press. And in these days of social media and the rest of it, you know, that is all you get, bad press.
Oh, for sure. So far, you know, our experience in the Philippines been amazing. You know, all the locals been really, really friendly. You know, even the government people, you know, wherever we go, the congressmen always welcome us, you know, having like a big dinner. You know, that kind of hospitality is something that you cannot, you know, like fake. You know, it's a real hospitality.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I believe we have a big opening ceremony this evening.
Oh, nice. So we're going to have a big feast.
We are going to have a big feast, and I know they love to put a lechon on, which is a roasted pig.
Oh.
And it's probably not the healthiest thing for me, but I eat it. I love it.
Yeah,
I
it should be all
absolutely love
right.
it. So not long to go here. Who we got? We got
Kosuke Okamura right now up and riding. Looks like this is a nice connected wave he's on. He tried to do a roundhouse cut back there. If this gonna still offering him anything, because
looks like it is. Oh,
he's gonna end up on the rocks there.
It was a nice wave. We missed the first manoeuvre, I think. We've just missed Kian's, but yeah, it's looking a bit grim for Marnie at this stage with 20 seconds to go. So
yeah,
I'll just turn my old head around and see if there's any sets in the background. He's going to paddle for a little inside one.
So so far we have 10 seconds to go. Looks good for Kian and Kosuke. We're still waiting for a couple scores to be locked in. And next heat number 10, we would like to throw some ads, and we'll be back after this couple messages.
All right, welcome back to the La Union International Pro. That is beautiful San Juan, La Union, here in the Philippines. Gorgeous little beach town, and not a bad right point break either. In the water right now, this is Heat 10, the round of 64. Nathan Monchette, who's from France but lives in Bali. He's a Canggu kid. Kiyoshiro Suda from Japan. Manojo Yahagi from Japan, and Taka Inoue from Japan.
I hear you have some history with Manojo. Would that be something you don't want to talk about?
I swear he sees me paddle out and goes, there's my guy.
Targets you.
Man, I don't know what it is. He competed at Taj's Small Fries in WA like 6 years ago as a 2 foot tall kid. So I've known who he is forever.
And he's had it all over you since then?
I just can't get away from him.
So
I'm sure he's a lovely bloke.
You're cheering for him now? You have to cheer for him.
Look, I'm good mates with Nathan Monchette.
Oh, okay.
He's my boy. So, yeah, I'll be a little bit biased
Well,
here.
you have to cheer for Manojo, because if he doesn't get through, he'll be over there on the free surfs where you're at. So you want him to keep surfing out here on the competitive bank or on the point.
Oh, he might be off to his next event.
He's waiting for you. He's waiting for you. Good one.
Here is that man in blue. Quickly in, quickly out.
Do you know anything about him? Is he a young fella? Is he an old fella?
I would say he's about 22, maybe.
I don't remember him from the Shargo event. I don't remember the name.
I've surfed with him in Taiwan a couple of times. Yeah, catches a lot of waves. I know that much. Great paddler.
Aren't they all?
Can really get around a lineup.
I don't know. Well, you're not a bad paddler. You got a couple of mine yesterday.
Oh, we shared a couple. Just thought you might like to surf behind me.
Oh, I loved it. That was a struggle for me anyway.
So opening wave for Taka Inui was a 2.5. Nathan Monchette opens with a 1. And my man Manojo a 1.05. And Kishiri Suda a 3.25. So just a round of not much to get things going. Judges have been quite miserly.
I've been thinking the same thing.
With their scores today. I think they're just trying to really incentivize going big. Here's Manojo. And a couple of
lot of spray.
Yeah, I like that one.
Now, some of them are linking up. They're not linking up much. They seem to link up for one last manoeuvre. A couple of them. Oh, this one's actually linked up a little more. We get another quick one in. Did he did.
Yep, that'll be the best score of the heat so far.
So we're in heat 10. What have we got? 16 heats
yeah.
to go, and then we're going to start the women's?
Yep. And 8 heats of that. 24 heats could be a huge day.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what time it is. I could look and see what time it is, but
it's almost midday.
Almost midday here in the Philippines. So it's 3 p.m. in Sydney and in WA.
Well, WA is the same as right here.
Oh, it is the same, is it?
This is Taka Inui cashing in his priority. A little bit of a foam climby tail drop floater thing. Finally gets him back out onto the open face. Throws the fins and can't quite ride out of that one. All right, Jerry, might boot you out of here and get Kian in for a little chat. All right, Kian Martin, dripping wet, fresh from his heat.
Yeah, that was fun.
How are you? Are these your board shorts?
No, they're not. I have nothing with me at the moment. I'm currently using Bronson's board shorts, and
they've got pockets.
Literally.
It's been a while since someone won a heat with pockets in their trunks.
And Katut's board too.
There you go. It looked to go all right for you in that last heat.
I was just kind of, there was a few waves that I didn't want to catch in terms of like knowing it wasn't going to be a good one, but I just kind of I won't have too much opportunity trying that board, so I was like, I just really wanted to like feel it out and see how it goes in all kinds of waves.
It's funny, we were surfing last night with 1 million people in the water.
That was crazy.
Heaps of waves, Now there's only 4 surfers in the water. Still doesn't seem to be too many more waves ridden.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's hard because all day was kind of glassy and then the wind just came up. So you get these waves that just have a chop and it's kind of like 2 waves on top of each other. So it's super hard to read and choose the right one, but if you do get one, it's kind of still fun.
And run us through your program. You've turned up without your boards or your bags, but you were just at the World Juniors in California.
I was. That was definitely one of the best experiences of my life. I got to see all the boys after so long and kind of surf against the top surfers at my age, and it was good to see everyone from all kinds of, from different parts around the world, and everyone put on a show. And it was, for me, like, unfortunately I didn't get the best result, but I learned a lot, and yeah, I'm just focusing on the next one, well, this one. And
are you the first Scandinavian to ever compete at the World Juniors? Have to
I
be.
think so, for sure. Yeah. That's the goal, be the first Swedish to kind of do these things and bring it, take Swedish surfing into the history books.
So you're the epitome of a Bali kid. You've grown up in Bali. Your dad's Brazilian, your mum's Swedish. You're surfing in the Asian League to qualify for the world through under a Swedish flag. It's crazy.
It's funny because, like, if you look at the rankings and everything, it's just every flag's either Indonesian or Japanese, and then you see a Swedish flag up there. Everyone's like, what's going on? And like, you surf for Sweden, but your dad's Brazilian. You live in Bali, surfing for Asia. So it's a good mix. It's a funny mix, actually.
And so, how many languages do you speak?
Right now, I speak Indo, English, and Portuguese. I'm currently learning how to speak Swedish. I feel like that'll be good for me in the future. And
yeah, how does it work? Because you compete at the ISAs for Sweden as well, so is there a Swedish Surfing Federation?
So there is currently now. Like, back in the day, I kind of did it on my own for a few years. We had a friend that I was supposed to do it with, Christian, but he got hurt. So the first few years that I went in the federation, I was doing it on my own. But now we kind of got a good team, a few younger boys coming in from like Cali and Teddy also from Bali. But so now we got a solid team, but I just want to thank them as well for giving me this opportunity, and I'm here to make history for them, so let's go.
Oh, it's exciting. Have you ever surfed in Sweden?
I haven't, not yet. I've been there once, and it's kind of like hard to be there for when the waves are there because it's like a 3-month window of when there is surf. Yeah. And every time I go, I just miss out. I'm too late or I'm too early, and that's kind of a dream to show a different side of me that no one's ever seen, like in a 6 mil wetsuit or like surfing in the snow. So kind of excited for that.
Is there a bit of a rivalry with Norway? I think Norway probably has better waves, right?
They probably do because they're
the
more
West Coast.
The West, exactly. But yeah, Sweden all the way. Let's go.
Oh, good. Oh, mate, it's a wicked story. I love telling people anytime you've got a heat.
Thank you.
Your backstory. And going to California, you've been there a few times before?
So that was currently my second time.
Yeah.
But I went when I was super young. I think I was like 14 to do the Volcom TCT. This time was better. I'm turning 21, so I kind of got to see a bit more of a different world and just
meet a few more people.
Yeah, and just kind of like enjoy it more on my own and like explore. When I was a kid, I just didn't really have I just went to the beach, went home, went to the beach, went home. So this trip, I really got to see new places, meet a lot of people, and just enjoy my time there.
And the surf was pumping.
It was pumping. It's hard to say because I was kind of expecting a lot worse, and as soon as I get there, they said it was a 50-year swell. It was big. It was perfect. It was kind of went my way, but yeah, I'm just happy to be a part of that swell and all those waves that we got to surf. And
yeah, I think I was saying to you in the surf yesterday, it was crazy to see the big left that you guys had the comp on is like usually the little left that we've seen in every Rob Machado clip.
Yeah,
for the
like
last
a little
20
reform
years.
short, but it was actually like 6 foot plus, perfect waves to hit, and just it was kind of gnarly, to be honest. It was big, but it was super heavy, so a lot of people were struggling, but I felt good out there. My boards felt good, and I just kind of got unlucky in the heats and blew that one, but let's keep it for the next.
This is Minojo Yahagi currently sitting in second. I haven't seen too many big scores so far today. There's plenty of waves, but is it a little bit funky when you're out in the water?
Yeah, so it's kind of like this I would say
from Nathan
Monchel.
This is your boy.
Yeah, we're currently staying with each other. From Bali as well. French, but living in Bali.
I don't think I've ever seen him ride a regular high-performance shorty before.
Yeah,
he's always a 20 guy.
I kind of grew up surfing with him, and he's always on the 20s or like the fun boards, the lane splitters and stuff. But happy to see him on the thruster and trying the QS and stuff. And yeah, let's keep it going, Nathan.
It's funny that he rides a 20, but then he's like such a good skater.
True.
Like you think he'd be more technical when it comes to
Exactly, yeah, makes
surfing.
sense. But yeah, it was so like from Bronson's heat, I feel like all day was kind of clean and glassy, and then when Bronson's heat came up, it was one right before mine. That's when the wind kind of hit it, and then the chop kind of, like there were bigger scores in the morning. I think Oni got like 7-2.
Yeah.
Kato got like a 6, but it's just, I feel like it's harder to get those cleaner waves right now. But either way, it's still fun. It's nothing to complain about. It's kind of good for a QS. So
yeah, and we've got a decent forecast for the end of the window, so that's your incentive just to
100% stay in it so I can be a part of it.
Get on the grind and get through it down to the business end. Talking about Bronson, he's just joining you on the Billabong team. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, welcome to the team, Bronson. We love you, and it's so sick to see him a part of it because he's got a good future, and he's kind of taking surfing, like Indonesian surfing, to the next level. And now I'm just happy to have him on my team, and now we can kind of do things together, do trips
he can
together.
lend you shorts.
He's got me the board shorts too, so he's kind of been saving me already. But that's what it is. That's what it's all about, teamwork. And yeah, it's gonna be a fun future with me and him and Billabong Asia and stuff. So I'm excited for that.
There's a big crew of Indonesian surfers traveling at this event together, but you went to California and then came here doing it all by yourself?
Yeah, so I kind of got split up from the crew that I wanted to be with at the moment, but it was all because, yeah, I was in Cali all the way across the world, and it was kind of different timings for all of us to be together, but...
Oh, Manojo Yahagi,
wow,
that looked sick.
that was clean, that was perfect. That should be a good score.
He's not done yet either. You can sort of stick with it and
Bang.
get a bit of bonus point action
Ooh,
down the line.
Hold it.
Just
One
hung
more.
on to that one. Wow, this thing's just
Wow.
bit in the reef on the inside and stood up. And that's going to be probably one of the better scores we've seen so far
I was
today.
going to say, that's going up. The scores are going up for that one for sure.
I don't think we've gone into the excellent range yet, but that might be challenging it.
That was kind of for what wave he had. He beautiful surfing. He put it together, started off big, and then just held it and got the finish. So that definitely should be a bigger score.
Talking about Billabong, probably one of the highlights of your career, I'm guessing, last year, going on the Billabong A-Team trip to film the Interlusion movie with Joel Parkinson and Creed McTaggart and all those guys.
Yeah, for me, to be honest, that was by far the best trip of my life, and I'm just so grateful to be a part of it, and especially with Parko and Creed. So like me, Dry Dakota were the young ones, and then we had Creed, Parko, and Aton, kind of like the big dogs, showing us how it's done. But even not just the waves, it was kind of like everything that went on that trip, the vibes in the boat, the vibes out of the boat, like everything was perfect. It was by far the best trip of my life.
Parko came late?
Yeah, he did. He came a few days after, but he kind of came in the right time because the first few days were just, we had like a lot of like, it was a wave, we surfed bank vaults. So it was 2 days of just kind of like doing airs and going huge. But as soon as Parko came, the swell came, and he showed us how it was done for sure.
Yeah, how much did spirits lift? And do you find yourself pushing a little bit harder? Like if you're paddling into a bomb and you know that Joel's going to be paddling over the shoulder,
Fully,
you're
so
like, I can't hold back.
Can't hold back or can't pull back. So it's kind of, it definitely made you want to give it your all. And that was like my mentality throughout the whole trip. Like, I'm here with the best surfers in the world. Just kind of have fun, of course, but also like give it your absolute all, because it's not many times you get this opportunity. So I just wanted to make the most of it. And no words, by far the best trip of my life.
Yeah, well, it all came together really well. One of the movies of the year, and we see Taka just utilizing his priority now.
I was gonna say, yeah, he kept Nathan off that one, but ooh, little fin drift.
Throws the tail.
Oh, that's a nice score from Manojo that came in.
Yeah,
That's
it was a 6.5. Taka showing the benefits of being a little lightweight. He's finding all sorts of speed out of this one. He is done. 10 minutes to go. Yeah, and Parko's like obviously a world champion, but he's a champion of a human as well.
Exactly, huh? Just like kind of everything that comes to it. And he's like, he was the oldest one on the trip, but he was still the biggest frother out of all of us. So he was getting up the earliest. He was kind of bringing us around. So it was sick to see how much love and passion he still has for surfing, and kind of like, it's just a good way to show the next generation that like, that's how much he froths out. So I think we should at least try to stick to that rule. But I just love it to see how much he loves it, and it makes us want to do it more for sure.
And he loves every angle of it. He's pretty happy to hang out with you young guys as well, and He's not afraid of the nocturnal activities once the sun sets as
Yeah,
well.
that was the thing. Like, kind of everything about that trip. It was just not just the waves, not just the like. Everything was good. Everyone kind of got along with each other, and it couldn't have been a better. I think it was a good mix of like personalities, and it kind of just showed on how much fun we had. And yeah, hopefully that one keeps going every year, and we can maybe do a different location, but same crew, same vibes.
God, you couldn't have asked for better waves, huh?
That's the thing too. It was kind of still the end of the COVID window, so we had the perfect waves without the crowd, and even that, like, we got no crowd. We snuck away from everyone, and Medina was actually there at the same time, but he did his own thing. He wanted the airs, and we wanted the barrels, so it was kind of like, it was perfect. I think everyone that was there at the time, we kind of just, we knew how lucky we were to score these perfect waves with no one around.
Is that when Gabby did the punt
into the tube, kind of
the switch tube stall thing? Yeah, God, he's a freak.
He's definitely one of the best surfers in the world, and I look up to him a lot.
Have you spent any time with Gabby? Have you got a Brazilian brotherhood going on?
For sure. Like, in a few trips, he came to Bali not long ago after the CT, and we hung out with, like, I have a good friend of him, Rafa, which is his photographer as well, and he kept, like, inviting me to, like, cruise with the boys, and I was super scared at the start, but it was just like, it's so sick to see how he's actually a normal human being. He's the same, you know, and I definitely learned so much from just being around those guys, like looking at his boards and just listening to how, like, they live their life, and just try to do the same, but take bits out of it.
Nathan on the wave in front, but Manojo Yahagi going crazy on the wave behind.
How's that dive?
I think he's probably got the better of the exchange. Yeah, the funny thing with Gabby, I always find, I don't think anyone can relate to, in surfing at least, just how big his star is, and like how many people want a piece of him. So he is a little bit guarded and closed off, but once he knows you,
he kind of, like, he's one of the nicest guys ever, and that's the weird thing that I think, like, a lot of people that don't know him kind of just automatically have a thought about him, and if you meet him in real life, you're gonna trip out, because he's actually, like, he's super loving, he's super kind, he's super, like, stoked. He's still a grown. He's, you know, he's so excited to surf, and it's great to see a guy at that level that still has so much love for the sport. It's not kind of like he never told himself that he's done enough. You know, he just wants more and more and more, and he's bringing it to the next level. So thank him for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty exciting this year with the Billabong Pipeline Pro about to kick off in a week or so. This year we've got a healthy Gabby, a healthy John. Philippe and Italo both won world titles, so we've got 4 world champs in the mix.
That's going to be a fun year. 2023 is going to be a good year to watch a surf.
I think everyone just wants to see the big John Gabriel showdown, right? Like, we haven't had that one year where they've both just really gone head
and
to
now
head.
They're both kind of at the same, you know, they both had their break, and they're going to go next. It's going to be insane to watch. I cannot wait to watch the boys put on a show.
And there's going to be an Indonesian flag in the show this year as
Rio
well.
Wida.
Rio.
That's definitely my #1 fan on the tour, because I kind of grew up surfing with him. So.
Yeah, how much do you reckon it's going to have an impact on just Indonesian surfing, just everyone, you know, the younger guys just getting inspired to take it to that level and
big
join
time,
the big
because
leagues?
he's the first one to do it for Indo, and like currently there's not many Asians on the tour. I think it's Rio, Kanoa. I'm not sure if there's more, so he's definitely...
Amuro on the ladies' side has been there.
But, like, that's definitely going to be a big impact for Indonesian surfing. Like, even the upcoming Groms that are already here, they look up to him a lot, so he's definitely showing them the right ways. And
it's crazy how hard he works.
It's crazy. He's got that work ethic of, like, that he's Indo, but he's got that Japanese, like, mindset in him, you know? He's, like, ever since he was a kid, like, when we were, like, 8, 10 years old, he was already, like, just so focused, and I learned so much from just hanging, like, being around him and just seeing how he does it.
Well, he's grown up in Kuta, but I don't think he could even tell you where Sky Garden is. like he can tell you where F45
well, he grows up in
is.
Kuta, but he wakes up, he surfs Canggu, surfs Krama, surfs Ulu, surfs Padma all in one day. So he kind of doesn't have that wherever he likes to surf more. It's kind of just everywhere, everything, anytime.
And when he's not surfing, he's either training or watching surfing.
Literally.
Like. Any clip that comes out, he's on his phone, on YouTube. Just
inspirational for sure.
Cannot consume enough surfing. It's Yeah, he's sort of laying down the blueprint. All he wants to be is a pro surfer, and he's done that. And then he's like, right, now all I want to do is be on the championship tour, and he's done that.
And he's done that, exactly.
And you'd have to think...
And it was the first Indonesian to qualify for the Olympics, too.
First Indonesian to qualify for the Olympics.
So he's already made a statement for sure, but he's got more. Trust me, he's just getting started.
Well, he's not going to come on and make up the numbers. You feel like he should be aiming for the top 10 in his first year.
For sure. Even the final 5, I think he's definitely got the surfing to do it. Just see how the first few events go so he can get the rhythm and stuff. But once he's on, he's on. There's no one that's going to hold him. So
it's a tough first 5 events.
It is. It's kind of different to like the second half. There's a lot of bigger waves on tour and like the scarier waves. So
pipe, that can be a lottery.
Yeah.
You can come up against a wild card. You can...
And people can drop 10s with the last 1 minute. It's kind of like, it's exactly what you said. Pipe is a really hard one to...
Sunset is probably one of the hardest waves in the world to
and
master.
And the scariest.
It's one of the only waves Kelly Slater's never won at.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, and then you go down to Portugal. Super Tubes can be amazing. It can also be terrible.
Yeah,
so that's a lottery. And then you're at Bells, which is a big right. He'll go okay, but that's when veterans really shine through at Bells. Just the guys like Geordie who've surfed it forever just know that wave so well.
Literally.
And then you go to Margaret River, which can be North Point, it can be the box, it can be 10-foot main break burgers.
It could be like, fat or like a slab.
And then it's
crazy.
the cut.
Yeah. And then it's the cut, yeah. That's the crazy thing, too, because now it's kind of like I feel like you get so stoked to qualify and then you realize that the cut's there. So it's like you're almost like, I don't want to fall off. And then you don't, I don't know, it's a tough one. So
I think if you've worked so hard to make it to the championship tour, the incentive to get past the cut is to go to J-Bay and
then
and
those other events. Exactly. Like my dream is to surf Chope, so that it's like after the cut. So it's kind of, if I get on, I'm definitely gonna do my best to stay on. And it's just, I think it helps though. It gives people more opportunities to qualify and kind of change it around more. So.
All right, here goes Taka Nui. He's chasing a 366. He would have got it if he'd ridden out of that. Here goes Nathan on the inside. What's this wave doing for him? Not a whole lot. So it's Minojo with a 6.5 and a 4.15 in the lead. Kyoshiro Suda is chasing a 6.65 with a score still to come. My man Minojo, who catches more waves than any human at this event.
What wave he's on? He's almost on 10 waves.
Yeah,
9
he's got
waves.
9 for the heat. And a 6.5 and a 4.15 are doing the damage. And Tucker and Nathan have some work to do with just over a minute to go. And so where do you go from here, Count?
So I currently came straight here from Cali, and then I'll actually be going home. And then I think I have like a couple weeks till Australia. Australia's next.
How good.
Got the 5,000 in Avoca, and then Newcastle right after it, because that's the last few events that we have for the 22 season. So I'm just gonna stick to that and keep the rank and qualify for the Challengers.
And the Tweed Coast Pro, is that?
That's the first event of the Challengers, I think. And
no, that's Snapper's the first event of the Challengers.
Sorry.
I think Ryuki was saying he might come to Margaret River to watch Rio, and then
5. Oh, that's sick. Good stuff. Yeah, 30 seconds left in this heat. Kind of a lot of waves ridden though. It's the most ridden wave heat I think all day.
Everyone's staying very busy. Any word from the airlines yet? Have you tracked down your boards or
no
your gear?
words at all? Been trying to call them every few hours, and they don't even pick up. No one said anything, but I have family that's helping me back at home. That's kind of trying to organize it for me, so I don't have to think about that stuff too much. I don't think they're gonna come in time for this comp, so I'll just stick to the one board I have.
Well, hopefully they don't turn up after you've flown home.
Yeah, that's my biggest fear. So I still have 8 days for them to arrive, and let's hope for the best. Let's hope they make it.
There's a swell coming, so hopefully you're still in the draw and your boards turn up and everything works out nicely for you. All right, Minojo Yuhagi has taken the win. Kyoshiro Suda is going to go through with him. Don't go anywhere. Heat 11 of the La Union International Pro is coming our way with more action right after this quick break. Oh, that's us. We're back.
We are back. Welcome back.
John Carvey, Chris Binns here in the booth at the La Union International Pro. Charlie Arjuna, Takuto Ota, Arashi Kaito, and Tibi Jabrik.
Ooh, here we go. We've got
Head honcho, Big Cheese of the Asian Surf Co., our co-commentator. He'll do anything to get out of talking.
He will, won't he?
Well, he loves to talk, loves to chat. But
he loves to chat. It's work. I think it's a work thing he's avoiding. Nah, he's a good man, and I think he's recently just taken a break as the president of the ASC too. He's sort of handed over to someone else so he can have a bit of a relax and focus on the international events and the surf team.
I heard he was taking a break from being president of the ASC to become president of Indonesia.
He could be. He could be. Okay. Yep.
All right, first scores are in. Arashi Kato, a 3.5. Charlie Arjuna, a 2.75. And Jerry Deegan's dancing around in front of us. What's he...
He's showing us his back. So this is presented by NextGen. Big shout out to NextGen for helping us support this La Union Pro. International Pro, we have the I Love La Union logo on there. San Miguel Infrastructure, Department of Tourism also playing a massive part, getting us here into the beautiful Region 1 of the Philippines. LUSC, we have Seabuds, we have Alima, San Juan Surf Resort. We're staying there at the moment. Beautiful little surf resort down here right on the beach. You can't get any closer if you tried. You actually take a lot of the sand back to your rooms.
Sure do.
I'm laying with half of the bed. We got Hiraya, Kermit's, beautiful pizza located down on the beach. We got Warung Local, Surftown La Union, Tagpuan Coffee, La Catina, and Sabong. Big thank you to everybody that makes this event possible, because without you, we can't do it.
Tibi Jabrik.
Tibi Jabrik. Ooh,
here goes our man in the green jersey.
All right, so opening, Charlie Arjona. Arjona, there's a silent J in these Filipino names.
Yeah, and here he goes again.
There he is, busy
boy.
Almost
runs over Tippy on the way through.
Make way, old dog. Yeah. New kid, new tricks.
Biding his time. Oh, drops the other shoulder. A little bit of a lazar, a little bit of a drop wallet. Takes to the sky in the end section, loses the board, and he is out of there.
Dropped his keys back there, I think. Reached down and picked them up nice and fast.
So Tibi opens up with a 2-point ride. And Takuto Ota is yet to open his account. He has priority. That's him in the red jersey on the right of screen, sitting deepest.
Nice little fluffy onshore kicking up for this afternoon. I find often here in San Juan, it's sort of the wind picks up a little bit and then it goes back to completely still, no knots. Looks like we've got a little bit of a onshore running across the face. Good for the air boys. They'll sort of see that as an opportunity to spin those air reverses.
Yeah. I haven't seen it offshore yet in the sort of couple of days we've been here. Is this the time of year where it's generally kind of an onshore pattern, or?
Generally it's an offshore pattern for this area, but the way it comes around the mountains, the big mountain behind us, Baguio, it just stops all wind. So it's very rare to get the offshore because of the mountain ranges behind us. So it's actually a really strong wind that's blowing up over us at the moment. And I think this onshore generally comes from the wind swirling back and down.
Here goes Takuto Ota opening his shoulders. First turn was strong, fluently up and over that second section. And he's got great rhythm to his run down the line. Seamlessly transitioning from rail to rail. Good variety of manoeuvres. This one stands up on the inside. He's got speed to burn. And he would have been hoping for a little ramp to pop an air, but wasn't to be. So just chops it a couple more times and he's out of there. But that'll be a strong first wave for Takuto, possibly the best wave of the heat so far. But it's Charlie Arjuna who's in the lead. Arjona. With a pair of 2.75s.
I think he'll be looking at the surfer in red as he goes up and riding now. From start to finish, he was just linking turns together. Nice, well-held rail there, straight up into that vertical snap. Like I said, 3 different turns already. A little bit of downtime on this wave now. He's just waiting for that ramp again. Nice little wrap cut back with a bit of a rebound. And then he's looking for this finish. I'm sure he wants a bit more on the end of this. I'm sure he would have loved to throw a little tail reverse, but Solid finish, solid wave, and it's definitely going to be the highest number, and there it is dropping in. Best
6. Glorious.
Best number so far. Balance him out. He's going to be nice and comfortable and relaxed after that one.
All right, here goes Tippy, the big boss from deep downtown. He's got some work to do to get out on the open face. Decides that he's not interested, and he is out of there. 18.5 minutes to run.
I know Tippy would be looking for these. He likes double the swell of this. He likes a bit more energy in his waves to get his momentum up and going, but very professional approach when you see him open up and start putting the numbers up. He knows how to do it.
I love that he wasn't committed to going in the event. The waves are going to have to be of a suitable standard before he'd accept the invite to compete.
I know, but testimony to the waves, he's out there. It's a good little spot. It's a nice little wrapping point break. It's pretty hard to look at it all day and say no.
Oh, isn't it? I'm just hoping that we're done today with about an hour of daylight left, and I reckon I'm going to surf well and truly into the dark tonight.
Ooh.
Is that illegal?
No, they're pretty liberal down here in San Juan. They do have a bit of safety. They're big on safety. They don't want to lose any of the tourists out in the ocean. So if you're coming down for a surf lesson, they don't want you in the water past dark, because a lot of people make a lot of silly decisions, as you know, with the ocean, Chris. So they are aware. They got lifeguards and security on duty just to make sure no drunk fools are jumping in the water and getting swept out to sea.
So you're trying to tell me I can't get a lesson after 6?
You can't get a lesson after 6, unfortunately, but
gosh darn it.
On the full moon, I reckon you'll find someone. Sneak away somewhere else.
There was a guy out there last night on dark who was sitting about 200 metres further out to sea than me.
Soul surfer, Chris. You'll find he's a soul surfer.
Well, he wasn't surfing anything.
He was looking for something.
He was out in the shipping lanes. I kept sort of whistling and waving at him to check that he was all right. He seemed fine, just having a moment.
Sharing his thoughts.
Staring at the heavens.
That's the joy of surfing. Sometimes it's just about that connection to the ocean.
Communing with nature.
Communing with nature. There's nothing like it.
You never regret a surf.
No. Unless you spent, spent about 6 hours out there yesterday and got roasted.
I didn't get too sunburned.
Didn't get too sunburned?
No, I'm all right.
Healthy tan?
Yeah, just working on my base coat.
Well, you're in the middle of an Australian summer over there, and over in the west it gets pretty hot, right?
Sure does. Yeah, I woke up this morning though, and my eyes were definitely stinging from 5 or 6 hours in the brine yesterday.
It is a beautiful problem to have, though, isn't it?
Yeah, look. I don't even know what day of the week it is. Is it Friday?
I don't know. We got our Japanese out there.
This is Arashi Kato. Yeah, I got mates at home they've got ties on.
What's that?
And they
I'm surprised to see him wearing shoes, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, they rode public transport into the city.
Oh.
It's hot. And we're here sitting on a point break.
Watching Tippy rip apart.
Watching our man Tippy Jabrik throw that chili of his around.
Oh, chili. Who hasn't had a chili? What an established brand, just made in Indonesia and sent across the world. I remember jumping on a chili faded for the first time and having an absolute blast and trying to find out where it came from and who made it, and Tippy's name kept coming up.
Yeah, he's done well. James Teal, the shaper from Northern Beaches of Sydney, who has set up a fantastic operation in Canggu. Has been shaping out of Bali for the best part of 10 years now, and has a great team. Guys like, I think Oni Anwar will be appearing, or we've already seen him win a heat on a chili this morning as well. Here goes Charlie Ahuna.
Charlie Ahuna getting a little caught up on that one. Got a good little air game, Charlie. He likes to send those air reverses. He's got them on point. Just wants to throw them at every section possible. And he's also working on his rail game. You'll see him throw those laybacks. They look real good when he's laying into a Cloud9 Classic.
Yeah, nice.
Full bowling out. Makes sense there.
What's the surf industry like in the Philippines? I've seen there's a few brands getting around, but are there shapers getting into it as well?
Yeah, we've got a few shapers. That's a part of what we're trying to do at the moment is build industry. Without the industry behind us, it's you know what I mean. It's like driving a car and running out of petrol. We want to create careers. That's why we're so stoked to have this La Union second WSL event in the Philippines because we want awareness of this beautiful surf. And we've got a few shapers. I want to shout out to Din Takong. He's there in Siargao. We've got Dasa Shapes, who's actually Israeli, based there in Siargao also. And these guys they make beautiful crafts. We got about probably a handful of surfers. Probably better off talking to Luke a bit later about some of the other local shapers from different regions. But yeah, we got some over in Belair. We got some in Barongan. There's shapers everywhere, and they're making quality equipment. It's good. It's just we're just hoping that a little bit more, getting some factories in the Philippines. It makes sense. We got to get to that next level. Put it that way.
You mentioned an Israeli shaper. Is there a bit of a connection with Israel and the Philippines? I remember there being...
There's sort of an agreement, a tourism agreement between Israel and the Philippines. So it's very hard for Israelis to travel the world and get to many countries. And the Philippines, being a Catholic nation, have a tendency to go towards the birthplace of Jesus, obviously. So there's a great connection, and they've got sort of a free tourism agreement where Israelis don't get visaed into the Philippines and the Filipinos don't get visaed into Israel. It's a great little back and forth, so we get a lot of Israeli tourists, which a lot of the world doesn't get privy to.
At the Maldives as well, you run into a lot of Indonesian surfers.
Yeah, great people. And yeah, and it's a great community, and they often travel with a lot of them.
Yep, they sure travel.
They sure travel, so yeah. So yeah, there is an agreement between Israel and the Philippines, and it's mutually beneficial.
Amazing surf scene in Tel Aviv these days as well. We did a Stab and Red Bull no contest episode last year, filmed in Tel Aviv. Leon Glatzer, the German/Costa Rican surfer, went and surfed in the beaches around there.
The South American German. Did massive things getting into the Olympics. Representing Germany. It was a huge thing for the surfing scene in Germany, of all places.
Yeah,
Costa Rica might have had something to do with it.
Yep. And yeah, growing up in Pavones, probably a bit more beneficial than Berlin or Munich. I've actually surfed the Eisenbach, the river wave.
Oh, you've done the river?
In Munich with Leon.
Oh, nice. That's pretty much the only way you're going to do it. That's a nice little local crew that sort of hold that very tight to their hearts.
Here goes Tippy Jabrick. This is his best wave. Couple of strong turns. And he's riding the Twin Tech, so it's sort of half epoxy, half PU, I think. And that'll be his best score. Here goes Takuto Ota. Good looking wave. So much of it's coming down to wave selection at the moment. If you can find the waves that hug the bottom and offer you that good shape where you can just rhythmically flow from turn to turn, you're in far better stead than, as Kian was saying, some of the bigger waves kind of burger out a little bit, run off into the bay a little bit more. Probably want to be aiming for those medium-sized ones.
And you can see Takuto there. He's only onto his third waves, and he's going to probably climb back up into first position after that score drops in. And that's basically 3 waves off wave selection. One of them was a bit of a throwaway. Obviously, he didn't quite get to his feet there, but he's about to lock in his second, what do I say, decent number in these conditions, because the other guys are hovering around there anyway. And it's just his approach and his wave selection. You can see him go here. He's got that flow going. These beach break boys from Japan know how to get to sections.
Don't they ever?
It's what they have to do in their home breaks, where they got to like grovel for sections, and they can read it better than most. This little light shore point beach break style thing we got going on is just suited to these Japanese guys and girls. I'm actually looking forward to seeing some of these girls get out there after this round 1 of the men's. We're going to see the round 1 of the women's, and I know that the Japanese girls are going to probably take to this point very naturally and do similar to things that these boys are doing right now.
Oh, it's amazing. It's almost like, say plyometric training. If you're a tennis player and you practice with a overly heavy racket and then you get into the game and you're back using your light racket, the Japanese surfers, they spend a lot of time practicing and training in substandard beach breaks. And then when they find a wave that they can do a little bit more with, all of a sudden it opens up a whole new world. Seemed to work out all right from that guy from Florida who grew up surfing junk.
Yeah. What's his name? I think he's known, right?
I think
people know him.
Yeah.
Karen? No.
I think it's Robert Kelly Slater. And there's not too many waves places in the world he hasn't won. I was just talking to Kian. Sunset is one of them. I don't think he's ever won here at Mona Lisa Point.
No.
So maybe we throw down the challenge, see if we can't get him out here next year.
I know Rizal Tungjun's got a good connection to him. So.
Yeah, Rizal's here with Varun and Bronson.
Yep, so maybe he can just send him a bit of a challenge. Say, mate, next year we've got a bit of a challenge for you. A feather for your cap, so to speak. And if you're up for it.
They've just brought in another box of food.
Thank you to the sponsors. You guys are going to make us
fat.
I think every week here is a month in the gym.
Far out.
But it's all good, healthy food so far. So far, so good. And it's all delicious. What were we talking about? Kelly Slater. There's Charlie. Just looking a little bit left behind. Coming from that reef break in Cloud 9. What we're talking about, the beach break. A lot of time these beach break kids who know how to shred and get speed on those small breaks actually sometimes have to settle down a little bit on those big, heavy reef breaks. Like you said, it's good training until they sort of overdoing it, and the big, heavy reef breaks like we have at Cloud 9 and around the world, you actually have to take time to settle down and let the wave do a little bit of the work, which is a bit of a transition for them.
So, John, how did you end up living in Siargao?
Oh, long story short, it's not really a long story. Went there on a church mission trip, actually. Ended up having an opportunity to start a school there. So me and my wife founded a private school over there in Siargao, an English-speaking Christian school. And from there, the story's just grown bigger and bigger and bigger.
Gee, that's a convenient location, isn't it?
Oh, it wasn't a hard decision, put it that way. But it is a hard decision to leave your country and move away from what you know and sort of risk it on your dream and a better way of living. It's something.
Were there any other options on the table, like Kansas or
the middle of Arizona somewhere?
Yeah.
Surprisingly, no. It all came about pretty quick and pretty easy. And you probably know, you've been to the Philippines yourself. It's pretty easy to fall in love with probably more the Philippine people than the countryscape itself, even though we've got beautiful tropical conditions, palm trees, blue oceans, reef breaks, beach breaks, waves all year round, almost. It's actually the people that are more enticing than the actual beautiful landscape. So big testimony to the Philippine people. That's why we're here, and we love being a part of them and their culture, and yeah, just moving forward. And I'm trying to become an Australian Pinot.
And so you've been in and out of the Philippines for what, sort of 10 years now?
Basically full-time in the Philippines for 8 years, barring a little bit of a 18-month stint in Australia for, we'll say that dirty little COVID word. But yeah. It was COVID, sent us back for 18 months. But other than that, full-time in the Philippines. And just getting into the surf scene more and more, just because it makes sense for me. These guys can do it.
And you said it was a big challenge and a bit of a gamble to pack everything up and go to the Philippines. But then when you were back in Australia during the pandemic, you must have found yourself missing the place.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the sort of stuff that's sort of cements what you're doing is something that you want to do. Same thing with these surfers, you know what I mean? If they get a loss, it's a good chance for them to sort of sit back and look at their life and choose this career, or to pull out of the career and go a different angle, because it's a tough life, these guys on tour and putting everything on the line for wins and losses. So it's similar to what we're doing in the surfing. Everyone's got those choices in life, and yeah, we sat back in Australia for 18 months and pined for the Philippines the whole time.
Yeah, you don't know what you've got till it's gone.
That's right.
Yeah, probably we'll never take the Philippines for granted ever again, I reckon.
No, absolutely not. Well, normally we go back every year for a holiday in Australia. This year we're sort of going to give that a miss. 18 months has imprinted on us pretty hard.
There's a big difference between going somewhere for a holiday where everything's relaxed and easy and actually living it.
Exactly. The grass is always greener, you generally find, so we're happy to stick with our decisions.
And your time in the Philippines, you've obviously seen the surf scene, the surf culture, the level of surfing just grow exponentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, I can't give enough credit to Next Gen, who's our major supporter here of this WSL event. They're some of the main partners jumping on board with us, because they see the potential that I've sort of seen just being involved in this surf scene, that we've got a great resource here in the Philippines of surfers. The power to weight that they have, the natural ability, very athletic builds. Generally speaking, they're built for surfing, and it's just going to get better and better as we get a little bit more evolved and a little bit more maturity in the whole surfing program and scene. So big shout out to Next Gen. I hope you guys are listening and watching. Hopefully we'll see some of these guys pop in at the end of the week. They're trying to build legacy, and we're going to hopefully do it through surfing. Getting these guys, we've got about 12 years in a row to get into the Olympics, right? 12 years in a row, or 12 years?
Tippy Jabrick, that was a decent turn.
Just destroyed the back of that wave. So yeah, definitely a developing surf nation, and we're talking before with Jerry Deegan about we've learned a lot of mistakes from Indonesia. We're sort of working behind Japan, working behind Indonesia, and starting to come along with Korea, Malaysia, Taiwan, and we're all sort of developing and growing together. And like I said, we get to grow on the back of giants. You know what I mean? With what Indonesia's done over the last, that was a nice little blowout from Timmy.
Really
there.
was.
It's just smooth and effortless. That's like I said, the bloke's experience. He knows how to surf. He grew up and lived his life surfing some of the best waves in the world, and I reckon he gets his fair share in his Bali breaks.
Yeah, you hear them talking basketball about old man style, like old guys who are big, they've got the moves, and they're just effortless. The way they don't really run, nothing's hurried. They just get around the court, they get in the right position, and no means is this an insult, but that was kind of old man style from Tippy. Just no extra effort, just putting himself in the right spot, and maximum return for minimum effort, just veteran moves from Tippy.
Exactly. It looks like he's stuck in third, but like I said, like he's third with his head held high. These guys are half his age, some of them out there, and yeah, that explains it beautifully. Putting himself in the right position at the right part of the wave and letting the wave do the work and just put your board where it needs to be at the right time. That's experience, and that's one of those things that these guys are growing into.
You watch Lionel Messi in the recent World Cup, barely runs. Just walks, kicks the ball, just always in the right spot, and then when he has to, little burst of energy, but for the most part, just walking to the right spot the whole time. And
knows where he wants to be and when he wants to be there.
These days, with that recent World Cup win, putting himself fairly and squarely into the soccer GOAT conversation.
Yeah, with the bursts, along with Salt Bay, also the talking point of the World Cup.
Let's not talk about that guy. All right, 1 minute to go, and it is Takuto Ota with a 6 and a 4.55, who is looking good for the win. He's got second priority here, and he uses it to catch this wave that was no good. So he'll go to the back of the line. Arashi Kato, his compatriot, is sitting second and now has priority. Tippy Jabrick is looking for a 5.75.
Looks like we've got some sets rolling on the horizon. The boys are doing a bit of a flurry.
Yep, so it is Arashi Kato in the blue. Turns his nose up at that one. Tippy, well, he's got 20 seconds to go, so he'd be well advised to try and jump on one of these. Last roll of the dice time.
And there he goes. He heard your bins. He knows what you want.
Yeah, all right, he's on the hunt for a 5.75. And gives it the Kelly Slater nose wipe, but not quite the Kelly Slater clutch last 10 seconds win. Did you see Kelly's wave at Pipe the other day?
I did. The freak, hey?
How was the hair flick?
The back door. The hair flick with no hair for how many years?
Yeah.
He's 30 years without hair and he's still maintained his hair flick.
It's like he's got, you hear about people having a phantom limb. You lose your arm in an accident.
He's got phantom hair, you reckon?
You still feel pains?
Phantom hair, 30 years on.
The goat with phantom hair pains.
He had the most luscious locks too, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He had it made. Can't have everything, Kelly. Can't have everything.
Poor bloke. He'll be right. Okay, that is San Juan La Union that we are looking at right now. Home of La Union International Pro. Don't go anywhere. More round one action from the round of 64 coming our way right after this quick break.
He's up anyway, so I'll stand in for Tippy. This is C12.
All right, and we're back.
No, it's not you.
We're in
Hey?
Heat 12. In red, we have Roy Kanazawa. From Japan. In blue, we had Nyoman Artana from Indonesia. In white, we have Mike Canyon from Siargao, Philippines. And in green, we have Lloyd Nugeraza.
Hello, Luke.
Hey, G.
How you doing?
Good.
Is this a wave that we missed? That was
I know.
pretty sick.
It's Nyoman Artana from Indo.
Backhand smash, and we've just okay. So Roy, we're waiting on another one there for Roy. And Mike Cannon has had a wave. So has Lloyd. Okay, so in the break there, we missed a couple of waves. We're getting some replays now. And Newman got to 4.5, which is a pretty respectable first score.
There you go, and that's the spot. That's
us. We're up there on that balcony. You can see a guy hanging over the balcony almost there. Hang on, I'll wave. We're a bit too far away to wave. So Lloyd started with a 2, backed it up with a 1. Mike, Siargao boy, got a 3.5. Newman got a 4.5, and Roy got a. They're rescoring it. That's coming back in a second. And that's come in at a 4.85. So pretty good start, particularly for Newman and Roy. I think we've yet to lose a Japanese surfer. Is that correct?
No, there was a heat with 3 Japanese
Okay.
earlier.
Well, that's a given that you're going to lose one of them then, isn't it?
Yeah.
But they're doing very, very well, the Japanese lads, at the moment, as are the Indonesians. And we've got a few of our local boys that have made it through.
Yep.
And we hope to get a few more. Mike's a good surfer from Siargao. His brother Mark is actually also a really good surfer who doesn't seem to be chasing any more competitions. I'm not really sure why. But they come from a lovely family from Ketangnan, which is the town that is where Cloud9 is.
Who's the youngest brother?
Mike is younger
Mike,
than Mark, yeah.
They're all goofy footers, huh?
They are all goofy footers. That's why I love them.
Who's this?
And that's Lloyd. That's Lloyd. It's a pretty decent wave. He's just going to try to milk
Lloyd's
that through to the
Belair.
inside. He looks like he knows what he's doing. Oh, as I say that, I put the mocker on him.
Oh, maybe he's from Siargao. I'm not sure. Usually they have nicknames, and you stick with these nicknames with their faces. And then next thing you know, they have a different name, and yeah. Shout out to the boys from Float Captain, Brian and the boys from Hong Kong. They were here during Christmas break. Hope to see you guys here again. Where's Lloyd from? Siargao, right? He's one of the Butiti boys. Butiti.
Okay, so we found out Lloyd is from Siargao. I should know that. I don't know why I don't.
I was just saying, like, usually they have nicknames, and you
They do.
stick with their nicknames until you...
Dodo, Yok Yok, Usut, yeah, all nicknames.
like JR's real name is Rogelio.
Oh, really? JR. What's your nickname, Luke?
Uncle Luke.
Uncle Luke, yeah.
Uncle.
For years and years and years in the Philippines, in Siargao, I was just called Bossing. Bossing. Now I get a little jealous when they call other people Bossing.
It's kind of sign of respect from the boys usually. Uncle or Bossing,
Kuya.
or Kuya or Manong. Yeah, so we'll see a bit of a push on the tide starting to come in. Usually high tide will be full tide at around 7 p.m.
It is looking a bit better out there. Little waves like this are lining up better.
Yep.
And that is Mike. Mike's a terrific backhand barrel rider. I don't think he's going to get the opportunity here, but yeah, he surfs deep at cloud 9 and rarely doesn't make it.
Rarely doesn't make it.
Yeah.
Or rarely doesn't make it.
Rarely. Do you know much about the opening ceremony tonight, Luke?
Yeah, it's happening in a hotel called Puerto de San Juan. It's about 2 kilometers north from here. It's one of the first hotels here in San Juan. I heard the governor's gonna be there, the vice governor's gonna be there.
Okay.
So, yeah. We'll rock up on our VW car.
Yes. I hope I can get a lift with that. Hitch a lift.
Shout out to Justin for hooking us up with Volkswagen Philippines. Also shout out to our friends from Tagpuan. They just gave us our lunch. Tagpuan is located just across 7-Eleven by the road there in by Seabay.
I think that's our second lunch in about an hour. They're trying to get us fat, that's for sure.
They want us all to have like Tim Paddon body.
Poor Tim.
So yeah, lot of time on this. 17 minutes in first. We have Roy in red. His total score is 6.25. In white, second place we have Mike Canyon with a 6.20. Surfer in green needs a 3.5 to progress, and surfer in blue only needs a 1.7 to progress. A lot of time, 17 minutes.
So your resort, how long has it been there, Luke, here on the beach there, San Juan Resort?
That built it in 1992.
92, and it wasn't as big as it is now.
With 3 small bungalows.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And how many rooms do you have in there now?
Now we have 34.
Wow.
Yeah, 34
And look,
rooms.
it's the coolest place to be. Everyone wants to hang out there. Everyone wants to walk through there.
Oh,
and
thanks.
I like hanging out there.
Yeah. Make sure there's a vibe there. Seabud's Cafe is there too. If you want.
Your lovely wife running that one?
Yep, Danica.
Who's pregnant as well. Congratulations.
Thank you. Usually they have healthy smoothie bowls and stuff.
Nice one. Well, that's where I'm having my breakfast. So, and that's where the last time I was here during COVID, we had an epic
that's
barbecue.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, that was really good. That was good. I
that was December, right? Was it
I think
December?
it was January.
Oh,
It was
January.
January. I really enjoyed COVID time here. No one on the beach. Well, we didn't get a great deal of surf that time, but I took the longboard out and walked to the plank a little bit. So it's a bit slow, this one. It started with a flurry. We missed all the early waves in our commercial, and then we haven't seen much since then. I hear some background noise saying that they might even put the camera on us for a second.
Yeah.
It scares me.
Here we go. A few sets rolling in.
There's us, Luke. Luke to my left. I don't know. We'll seem to be backwards here, but hang on. It is to my left. Oh, the lights have come on as well.
Here we go. A surfer from Japan.
Oh, Roy Kanazawa. So Roy was in Siargao in
Yeah, there's a few of them I
October.
see here. I saw them in Siargao too. I think there's a group of them.
There is, and they've been travelling together. A bunch of young guys surfing really, really well.
Yeah.
There we are again.
Here we go. There's the famous. Oh, where is it? This way. That's the famous Mona Lisa Point.
Yeah, and so we're watching it, and it's pretty good. And here comes some sets in the background. I don't think you see us anymore, thankfully. So that's Lloyd.
It's Lloyd,
I'm
one of
told he's from Siargao.
yeah, one of Carlitos' boys.
It's funny, I like I said, I didn't know he was from Siargao because I don't recognise the last name or the Apelido, because normally there in Siargao there's 20 or whatever last names. Everyone has the same last name. That one, Noguera, I know, but not Nogueraza.
Here we go. Indonesian surfer in blue. Oh, this is a replay.
Bit of a paddle battle there. And that was Mike Cannon finishing off a wave there.
Yeah, shout out to our major sponsors, Next Gen, the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and to all the workers from UPSA, Filipina Surfing, and everyone from WSL. Thanks so much for making this happen. Shout out to Dr. Canlas and Gino Canlas, which I believe Gino is on the way here today.
Yes, I think he'll be here for the opening ceremony tonight. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I never, you know, would have thought that there'd be a second QS event in the Philippines. And to have it here is fantastic. I mean, the proximity to Manila makes life a little easy. You know, although it's a bit of a drive, it's going left. Okay.
This Mike.
We tried to finish it off. Probably tried a little too hard there. But yeah, it's epic that this event's here. Not something I was expecting, and apparently there's chat of maybe more events in the Philippines, more QS events.
Yeah, that's the bigger picture for UPSA.
And how many events do you think is feasible or reasonable?
We're trying to pitch in around 6 to 8 national events.
National,
National events. And in between those national events, probably 4, hopefully for 3 to 4 QSS.
Okay.
Around. So that's the plan. We'll see how it goes.
Well, I mean, there's no shortage of competitors. We ran the, okay, there's got Surfer up in red. Is he going to get around the section? He certainly is.
How fast do they get
I
around?
couldn't get around that section if I had a rocket on my damn board. I hope it pays off for him.
I think we used to surf like that before. G, you think so?
I think you did. That was a good wave. That was that's probably the longest one I've seen. Really well surfed. Lloyd just caught a little rail there that slowed him down, and I don't know. He's just going to hang on, get around that section. Try to get to the inside and have a finishing manoeuvre. Here we go. No, that wasn't too bad. Another long one. I think the previous wave was a nicer wave than Lloyd's.
Yeah, Surfer in red had a better.
Here we go.
There we go.
It was even a good takeoff. A bit of a foam climb. Okay, it's probably a little less in it than I thought, but he really milked it all the way through here. Boom. Yeah, it was so a 4.60 for that particular wave. Probably didn't do as much work out the back as I thought, but to get across those sections is just amazing. The speed is unbelievable.
Yep, definitely.
So 10 minutes to go, and it's speeding a little bit more, a few more waves ridden now. We had a little slow section in the middle there. We didn't see much happening.
So now Surfer in blue is in second place, and Surfer in red is still in the lead. Surfer in white would need a 3.81 to progress, and Surfer in green would need a 3.91. So after this, next heat is heat 13. We have Yuji Nishi from Japan. Robert Timbal from Catanduanes. There you go.
Okay.
And Carlito Nogalo.
Carlito's a guy I've surfed with 100 times over the years at Cloud9 in the early days. I've actually got some really good footage of him getting barrel after barrel. Really, really nice guy. And a great surfer.
Great guy to be in and out of the water. So cool to be with.
Yeah, he's a real gentle character. I don't know how old he is, but he'd have to be getting towards the 40 mark, I think.
Yeah, he's around 38.
So red's only just getting out the back now. That was the longest wave I've seen today. Green's out the back before red. Green got the wave after red. That was a particularly long wave, his 4.6. Okay, Mike's going to go left again. You're going to ride out of that little thing. He is. Don't know how highly they'll pay that, but he only needs a 3.8 to move into the second place.
You know, some interesting stories I hear from the first surfers here. They were saying, like my dad and Aki, they used to say like, this wave will go through the beach break.
From the point all the way through the beach break.
Yeah.
I wonder if over the years the sand has shifted or...
Because now it stops like just right there in the end section of the
And
point.
what about if it's 3 foot bigger?
Sometimes when it's like 6 foot, sometimes you get the odd ones that would break here in the middle section and then ride it straight to the shore.
Ride it all the way to your house. Okay, so Mike did not get what he needed to move forward on the last. He got a 3.1. We've still got Roy in the lead with a total of 9.45. Newman needs a 4.95 to move into first place. And Mike needs still the same. Oh no, he needs more now than he needed. So he needs a 4.65 to move into second. And Lloyd needs a 4.75 to move into second. Seven minutes to go. I don't see too much on the horizon at the moment, so the boys are just chilling out there, telling each other some jokes, I imagine. Talking about what they're going to get up to tonight.
Shout out to Johnsy, our old friend, G.
I was a bit disappointed Johnsy wasn't here. I was going to go around his place and catch up with him. It was good to see him, but it was a full year ago now that I saw him. Johnsy runs a very well-known place here.
Yep.
Flotsam and Jetsam. It's a, what would you call it? It's not really a...
It's like a hostel that turns into a bar.
Yeah.
A beach club or something.
Yeah, and it gets packed, right? People come all the way from Manila and party there.
Yep.
I think I probably won't go and party there. Might feel a bit old and be struggling to wake up in the morning.
Go play some golf.
I'd rather play some golf. So Luke tells me there's a really good golf course here. So if we have a lay day, we're going to try to hit the course.
Yep, for sure. There's a 9-hole course by San Fernando. It's called Thunderbird.
We can go and play twice. Get 18 holes in. And I think we're probably going to be able to do that because we've had a good day today so far. A lot of heats out the way, and we don't need to run 8 hours of every day for the next 5 days. Lloyd. Okay, he needs a 4.75 to move into second place. It's a pretty good start. Oh. Well, might have done it had he landed that. Because of COVID, you know, this event and the previous event, they weren't announced until only, I think this one maybe 2 months before the time, and the Shargo event was only 1 month before the start. And for that reason, we haven't had as many competitors because, you know, it's hard. People plan their years.
Last minute, yeah.
Yeah. It's just good, though, that it's happening, and all these events are happening, and everything's opening up again.
Yep, definitely.
You know, we'll work hard towards redoing this event next year and also getting Shargo on the board for the end of September this year. Hopefully a 3,000. We'll have some discussions about that down the track. Well, actually this week we'll have some discussions about that.
Yeah, that would be good to raise it up to 3,000 again.
Well, that's where it was, and I think it was due to COVID and the lack of organising time that the reason we didn't have a 3,000 last time. Although we did have a fantastic sponsor in San Miguel.
It was at 5,000 way back, right? Oh no,
it was never a 5,000.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, in the old days it was star, so it was a. I don't think we ever had a 5-star. I should know. I was the guy running it, but no, I don't think we ever had a 5-star.
Oh, good surfing from Surfer in Red. Surfer from Japan.
So just under 4 minutes remaining. And we still have Roy Kanazawa out in the lead. And not much change for the other three. Although we've got a couple of scores to wait for. There's Mike again. I think Mike's a great surfer. I don't think he's picking the right waves. He tends to be a little bit possibly anxious, and he's paddling for everything. You know, it might have been wiser to use his priority and hang out the back a little bit, but I don't know. He's out there. I'm not.
Plus here too, you'll have to have the right board because it has its flat moments.
Yeah, you got to get through those sections.
Yeah, definitely your 4 to 6 foot Cloud9 board won't work it.
It's not the board here. No, you need a little more foam, a little more width.
Yeah. This Grom's caught how many waves? My God, 2, 4, 8 waves. 8 waves in 18 minutes, G.
I'm lucky to get 1 wave in 18 minutes. As a matter of fact, I surfed for an hour and a half yesterday. I think I got 5 waves. I'm very patient.
200 duck dives and 4 waves.
Yeah, well, that's what it was, because I just kept getting him on the head, which wasn't much fun. Good for my fitness, you know. When I get caught inside, and all I do is think, this is good for my fitness. This is good for my fitness. I don't think, oh, here we go again. I think this is good for me. So 2 minutes to go, and we are going to need some work here from the surfer in white and the surfer in green. Not much has changed in what they need to get through. So we'll see. 2 minutes is a long time.
Surfer in red did better on this 6th wave. It's now a 5.60. There you go. Still in the lead. Here he is again.
Yeah, he's not leaving it to chance. He's taking the waves. He's using his priority. He's making sure that he continues to score, which is pretty good tactics. And I know the Japanese guys come here with incredible tactics, and they think about it. They don't just think, I'm paddling out there, I'm going for a surf.
Yeah.
They think about how they're going to do it, how they're going to run the heat, what happens if things change during the heat, how they're going to change their tactics. And there's Mike again. That was a bit of a look of, oh God, oh dear. Oh dear, I know that I'm not going to get that score.
1 minute to go. Thanks to our local sponsors, Hiraya, Sunset Hill and Restaurant, Clean Beach, San Juan Surf Resort, Alima, Sabong Fried Chicken, Surftown La Union, Tagpuan, Warung Local, Zera Water, Kermit, Seabuds, La Cantina, and Line Up Bistro. Those are all local establishments here who's helping us with the food and snacks. So if you guys are around, make sure to visit those establishments. Thank you guys for...
Or if you come here on holidays, think about them and come here on holidays. Stay at San Juan Surf Resort.
San Juan Surf Resort will...
What happens here in June, July when you don't get the swell? What are people doing here? The beach is obviously still beautiful.
You know, it's funny because when we say it's low season, here we go, 5 seconds to go.
Well, that will be continued, that conversation.
Okay.
All right, so that was the end of heat number 12, and we will have Roy Kanazawa and Nyoma Natana going through to the second round. Congratulations to you guys. We'll take a little break and we'll come back with heat number 14.
We'll be right back.
Okay, we're back here. Tippy is joining me in the on the balcony. Regarding that conversation I was just going to have with Luke, we'll carry on that the next time, just to things that you would do in the off-season here. So if my memory helps me, I'll remember that for the next time. But now we have Yuji Nishi from Japan, Robert Timbal from the Philippines, and Carlito Nagalo from the Philippines. And I hear Katandwan is Robert Timbal is from, and Carlito is from Siargao. Super nice guy. And I hear Robert Timbal is the quickest surfer in the Philippines, and we need to watch.
Yeah, he's also joining the longboard division, if I'm not wrong, Jerry. Huh?
I think there's a couple of them doing the same division,
Double,
including some of the girls. I know Daisy Valderas does the shortboards and the longboards.
JR.
JR, yeah.
Yeah. And also, that was a super close heat. On the last heat, we have Mike Canyon and Lloyd Nogueraza. Noguezera, yeah. Super close, that one. Everybody just looking for a small score.
Yeah, they were, and unfortunately the Siargao boys didn't do so well. And the march forward of the Indonesians and the Japanese is continuing.
Yeah, super strong surfing there from a couple of the Japanese, I have to say. And then, and then the Indonesian also still marching through.
I wonder if the Siargao boys aren't doing as well today, because to be honest, it's a little bit grovelly, you know. There's some really good waves, but not loads of power in it today. And it's even, the wind's even a little into it. Now, the Siargao boys are used to that Cloud 9 power offshore waves.
Yeah, it's a totally different wave, Jerry, because in Cloud 9, the wave shape, it's a bit more, you know, like the transition is a little bit clear between, you know, your bottom turn and your top turn, or even setting up for the barrels. But here, you have to do like a lot of, I have to say, like you have to, the word is manufacture the speed, you know. So here.
Yeah, and find the sections, yeah.
Yeah, so here we go. This is Yuji Nishi. As you can see there, he's manufacturing like a lot of the speed right there to connect between one section to the other section. But he managed pretty well.
He did. He got through that section easily.
So Yuji Nishi is actually the surfer from Japan that are high up in the ranking, and then he's the one that, you know, have a lot of works to do to maintain his position. A lot of surfers behind him are chasing him actually. Yeah.
So what is the situation as far as the WQS Asia? Where do you have to be at the end of the year, and how many people can move on through? I mean, tell me what the situation is there.
So yeah, so surfers like Yuji Nishi actually, he need to finish top 5. That's the requirement to move into the Challenger Series. You have to be top 5. Couple months ago, the requirement is actually top 6, but they changed some kind of a system. You know, before they have around 96 up surfers in the Challenger, but I think they narrow it down to put more quality on the days. So they decided the top 5 of each region, not each region, but from Asia. That's the one that's going to qualify.
Okay, so the top 5 from Asia. And what about from Australasia? Is that 5, do you know, or it's a different number?
I think Australasia have a different, because of they are a stronger region, so they kind of like awarded, if I'm not wrong, they are awarded a little bit more. If I'm not wrong, maybe around 5 to 6 also, but I have to see it, yeah. I'll check it.
I'm sure Binzi will know that if we can remember to ask him later.
Yeah, so here we go. Looks like
oh, there you go. The beauty of having a cell phone. If the internet's quick enough, we can find any answer we need.
So this is Robert Timbal right there. Yeah, as you said, he is a pretty fast surfer, yeah. He's a surfer, not surfers. So I would, because I'm really curious about where is the situation of the qualification, because Thai Sarati sent me some information, the latest one. There we go. So
Yeah, I didn't realise they'd reduced the amount of people in the Challenger Series.
okay, so here we go. Yes, we are correct. So Asia have 6 representation, which is top 5, but with 1 wild card.
Okay.
Australia, they have 8 surfer, 7 qualification, and then 1 wild card. So we have they reduced from 96 to 80 surfer, which is like they have surfer from the CT non-qualifier is 12 surfers. Previous Challenger Series surfers, there's 10 people. Australia, North America, South America, and Europe, they have 8 representation of the top ranking.
Okay.
So we have Hawaii, Asia, Africa, Hawaii and Asia have 6, Africa have 5. World Junior Champion, so we have Jarvis Earl already automatically in, and then we have 5 wild cards to make those 80 numbers.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
well, there you go. That's really interesting.
Mm.
It's tough, isn't it? I mean, you know, there's a lot of surfers out there. There's only a few spots, so you really need to be consistent and competitive all the way through the year.
It is hard, you know. It's not about, it's just about, you know, making all those preparation and then
making it happen on the day. I mean,
that's it. The most important day is the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a tough road to follow. I mean, all professional sport is a tough road. You know, it's heartbreaking. It can be heartwarming, but it's also heartbreaking, you know. And we talked about that before, but yeah, look, every time someone gets knocked out, I just feel bad for them.
Yeah, there's nothing bad about, you know, travel so far and you know, get knocked out in the first heat. But I got knocked out just now.
You did.
Yeah,
You did.
I'm
yeah.
all right. But you know what I want to see is the next generation. You know, I want to see my daughter, you know, doing good and represent Indonesia one day.
So your daughter is in the women's event?
Yeah.
Which will start this afternoon. What heat is your daughter in?
She's going to be hit number 3. We have also a lot of numbers of Indonesian women's coming from Indonesia. We have Dea Natasha, Kalani Johnson. We have Jasmine Studer. So
Kalani has a sister too, doesn't she? I remember the 2 sisters were in Sharjah a few years ago.
Pua Johnson, yeah.
So she's not surfing in the series anymore?
No, she's currently in Brazil right now. So I'm pretty sure she's watching when Kailani is surfing. So big shout to the Johnson.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what do we got? Just under 16 minutes to go. Yuji's out in the lead with 2 3.75s. Carlito's up there in second. He needs a 4.4. And our super speedy surfer, Robert Timbal, he's only had a 2 and a 0.5. He needs 0.81 to move through.
Yeah. So if you can see, I think the judges are really, really giving you know, a hard time, giving like a over than 4.
They're pretty critical today.
They're pretty critical. So a lot of 3s and 4s are the numbers are being throwing. You know, sometimes surfers are advancing with, you know, like 2 4s.
Yeah. Look, I suspect they need to leave space for the big airs and the other things that we do expect to come. So that wind's ruffling it up just a little bit now as well. Still lining up okay. Tide's coming in. Beautiful day here in Paris. So that's Beach Cleanup Iced Tea. That's one of our sponsors.
Wow, this iced tea is amazing.
Is it? I actually haven't had any of that.
What is there? Like, I'm pretty sure there's a tea and then maybe orange juice.
I don't know. I'll have to try some.
It's crazy.
I won't drink out of your bottle.
No, because
that last spit worth left in the bottle there.
You know, we're still not far from our Corona period, so you got to be careful.
Still panicking, you know. People
still fresh, still fresh in our memories. Where Corona is a big deal in our, I don't know, in our lifetime.
It's a huge thing. It's the biggest thing, the biggest interference in our life, in most of all of our lives, you know. I mean, we didn't suffer through wars and things like that, but, you know, for the average person in the average city in the world, then this is it was quite a shake-up.
You know, the the scary thing is some forces or people or power, you know, in this world, they can utilize that fear again because they know this kind of thing can control human. You know, like there's a lot of humans are staying home, you know, get panic, and you know, it goes to their mind, and some of them didn't make it. So it's pretty sad. So hopefully,
it is sad, and it is still really right at the forefront of our minds. I mean, it is. Every time you get on a train or a bus and somebody coughs, you think, you hold your breath, you know.
I know.
It was a weird thing to experience. It's a weird thing for everyone. You know, I've got a lot of friends that have got kids that are just now turning 20 or whatever, and they've lost their, 18 and 19, those years of partying with your friends.
That's true.
You know, they really lost those years. You know, it's pretty heavy.
Every human lost 2 years of their life by doing things that not normally we do. You know, we back in the days when people sneeze, you're like, oh, it's only a flu.
Yeah, God bless you. Now
God
you think, get away from me.
I know. Farting is far more vicious back in the days than now.
And now I'd rather hear a fart than
a
cough.
You cough, you think like like there's an apocalypse that's coming.
It's weird times. I'm just glad we seem to be on the other side of it now. I mean, here in the Philippines, in Manila, you still have to wear masks. I had to wear a mask on my flight the whole way here.
Yeah, but it's less strict, I feel, you know.
It's funny because when I flew back from here last October or the beginning of November, no one on the plane had a mask, including the staff. This time flying back here, and we're 4 months later, actually the staff had a mask on. Yeah.
You know, I think because Asia is so close to China, and whatever happens in China, like suddenly China are also on high alert again.
They are. Yeah.
So I think every country just taking precautions because nobody wanna get the same situation like we all did a couple of years ago.
Absolutely not.
So here we go. This is Robert Timbal, 11 minutes and 40 seconds, a fast surfer here from
Catanduanes. He's from
Catanduanes,
yes.
So Robert Timbal, you know, I have to say a lot of people surfing super like lateral.
Whoa.
You know, except that one.
That particular turn. As soon as you say that, of course, that happens.
And this is Carlito, I have to say he's one of your legend here in the Philippines.
He is, and you know, he's running a boutique surf school in Siargao. His son is surfing there now. His wife's lovely. Yeah, everything about the guys you just can't fault. You know, again,
who's his son?
His son is the other Nagalo that surfed just about a couple of heats ago. I'll have to look it up because I forget everything. I'll let you know.
So this
Troy,
is
was it Troy? I don't know. The boys are going to be upset that I didn't remember that.
So this is Robert Timbal. His last wave was a 365. I'm pretty sure as soon as I said he's going lateral.
I know.
And he just
did
whacked it right there.
Yeah.
And he got the score.
He did. That was good.
How's that?
3.65 was all for that one maneuver.
Yeah. So it's still, you know, wide open. Carlito only needing a 336, and Robert only need a 385. Super.
Carlito's a bit like Dodo Espihon that surfed before. He's a bigger guy, slightly older, and he needs the sets.
Yeah.
To show his power, he needs the set. Otherwise, it will be lateral surfing. You know? He really, really needs some power behind his maneuvers because he has a lot of power, but you can't just generate your own power. He needs something in the wave as well.
Yeah.
Whereas Timbal, he's young and light and can generate speed.
Yeah, his knee and his hips is still having all the fluid that we all need.
Exactly.
So, you know, Jerry, you know you're the first guy that emailed me to come to the Philippines.
Oh, was I?
Yeah, you invite me through Surfing Australia, Surfing Queensland.
Oh, that first time that was the first time we were ever sanctioned in Siargao. Yeah,
so,
with Starkey, Andrew Stark came out.
You emailed me. I was like,
Who's this guy?
Out of nowhere, like I thought that was a spam. Like this guy from Australia, like trying to invite us to come to Philippines. Like, what is this, you know? And then like I think I replied you, and I said, yeah, I would love to come. And I think that was the first time that I met you, and then that's the time where I saw Carlito as a Grom. Carlito, Dodo, Osot, they're all Groms.
And they were ripping.
ripping. And the funny thing now, those guys, they the one who's creating the path for guys like Robert Timbal or
And-
even Maramar.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't remember the email. I think I emailed about 400 people and no one wanted to come, and you were my 401st, and thankfully you came. And now you're as popular in the Philippines as you are in Indonesia.
I know.
It's
Yeah.
great. And I love it that you bring your family every time. And the last
Yeah.
time you brought the whole family and, made it a whole... As a matter of fact, that was your first holiday in a few years after COVID, wasn't it? The last
It was.
event in Siargao.
It was. The last...
So a lovely shout out to your wife. I hope you're listening to us, and we miss you not being here.
I know. I was talking to my wife and I said, every places that we are, doing this event, it's so worth it to bring your family, Surf competition is only, I don't know, 4 to 5 hours a day, and the rest you can have a good dinner, meet your friend. Here we go, Robert Timbal. Ooh, looks like the camera is
He sneezed. The
yeah.
cameraman sneezed.
So here we go, Robert Timbal. He's lightning fast and
He is.
fluid,
Yeah, look, I can't wait for Siargao this next one, and I will bring my wife and daughter as well. And
Yeah.
I was going to try to bring them last time, but it was still a bit COVID-ish, and it didn't fall in the school holidays, so it made it a little hard. My daughter's getting a bit old now to be taking 2 weeks off school. I love you, Lily, but you need to do it in school holidays. So hopefully this year in Siargao it'll fall in the school holidays, and I can bring my wife and daughter as well, and your wife and whatever. Actually, what I might do is we're going to have a discussion about the Siargao dates. I might quietly look up the school holidays before we talk about the dates.
It's always worth it to plan events, holidays, because it's a tourism kind of like a push, like we don't want to have a surf event in the middle of not any potential holidays. So in Indonesia, when we set up like the tour, for example, we kind of have it like it's a summer holidays, or at the end of the event somewhere in Thailand, it's also a holiday, so we can bring more juniors, for example.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely the way to go. I know in Siargao, traditionally, they always ran the event after the fiesta, and fiesta is something that every area has every year. They have their yearly fiesta.
Yeah.
So we always ran it off the back of that because it happened to be in the surf season too. We'll have the discussion with yourself and with WSL as to whether ours can possibly be co-sanctioned. It'd be nice if
it's good for
Siargao is
tourism,
yeah, and then do it during holidays. Then you get a bunch of 17-year-old Aussies coming out there as well to surf against the locals and against the Indonesians, against the Japanese.
Yeah. So I was talking a little bit with WSL, with Ty Sarati actually, because Asia is a developing region. I suggest to him to suggest to all the event organizer to always have a junior, because one of the reason is we want to have as much of an experience to give to all the up and coming juniors, because you're putting like a QS 3000, QS 5000, whatever QS. If you put a junior there, it's not only bringing more people, but it's accelerating the junior division development in that country. So hopefully we can see more juniors event in the Philippines. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, that was a pretty nice wave there by Yuji. We had a Billabong junior event in the Philippines. I'd have to say 10 years ago. I don't know if Peter...
That's the reason why Maramar is here, because of that junior event.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I'd say that was about when that was, and I'd like to shout out to Peter Thew, who was working for Billabong back then, and I think Starkey came to that one, and what's his name? White. What's his first name? Sorry, I forgot.
His name is Jake White.
Jake. Sorry, Jake.
Yeah.
I apologise that I forgot your first name there. I put myself on the spot, but those guys all came out and helped us run that, and that was a great junior event.
Yeah,
that was really, really good, and we followed it straight off the back of. No, we did the junior event, and then we had the Cloud9, yearly event. Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's always worth it for for UPSA to always having a junior on the WSL event. I know they want to push longboarding here. You always have to keep the longboard at the longboarding capital. But if you have 8 days, it's not going to hurt you to have a junior series also.
Look, I think 8 days allows you to do that, and I agree with that. Cloud9's another. Cloud9, you wouldn't have a longboarding event, so maybe there's space for a junior event too.
Yeah.
Problem with Cloud9 is just the tides are such an issue there that you only get to surf half the day. So
yeah, it's super
that
tidal.
tends to be a problem. But yeah, bring on the juniors.
Yeah. So going back to this heat with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Yuji Nishi with an 8.6 total, Robert Timbal with a 6.55, and Carlito with a 4.2. You know, it's still pretty wide open.
Yeah, Carlito just needs that set rolling in. He's been hanging on to priority for quite a while now. He's only had 3 waves.
Here we go. Carlito is paddling for this one.
Okay.
He don't want to grovel.
No, and that would have been a grovel. So
yeah,
maybe it was a good idea. I don't know who else is out the back at this stage. I can turn around. I don't have to look at the screen. No, I think he's going to get his priority back. That's certainly not my decision, but I think he seems to be the only one out the back. So, oh, no, he isn't. No, oh, yes, no, that's blue and red. So hopefully Carlito will get his priority back. He's got 3 minutes remaining to wait for a set. And there is a little one approaching, so let's see what he can do. And there it is.
So here we go, Carlito looking for that open face, but
no, he hasn't done it. He's lost his priority, be 3rd priority now, which is not going to be helpful at all. Yeah, he's a power surfer and he needs a power wave. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of power waves out there today. So at this stage, Yuji and Robert are feeling fairly comfortable, although it's not much of a score that's actually needed. There's a bit of a set out the back there too. Yuji going to get it? He's too deep, or not far enough out. No one's going to get it. Everyone got cleaned up by that one.
Wow, 2 minutes to go. Crunch time is coming to Carlito here. He only looking for a 3.75. This is his highest score that he's looking for, because currently his top score is a 3.10 and a 1.10, so a bit of a task for him.
Yeah, I think he needs a bit of luck now, without question. He needs a bit of luck. Come on, luck.
In any sports, I think you know, your personal ability and everything is pretty fair, but surfing, luck is involved.
Luck is involved,
Yeah.
and the luck starts with the organisers and the dates and the wind, and then the surfer needs luck out in the surf. You know.
I know. Quite
If it wasn't for I'm surfing, and when I'm out there, if it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all.
Here we go, Robert Timbal sitting in 2nd position. Looks like there's a really good lines for him.
Boom.
Boom.
Oh,
Oh.
we lost the board from underneath him. I don't think in the long run. Oh, there's Carlito. So what can he do?
So yeah, nice looking wave also for Carlito. Not looking, he doesn't look for a big score here, but
He needs to finish it well.
we didn't see anything
out the back.
At the back, but it'll be interesting. What is it going to be?
Yeah, I suspect he will have had to have a decent manoeuvre out the back to get that score, because, as you said before, the judges have been fairly harsh today.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't look like Robert's going to beat his previous scores. And it also looks like Carlito's just not going to get it. 2.4 wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Oh. So we'll be back after these short messages. We'll be back. So welcome back to La Union Key West 3000 here in the beautiful Philippines. As you can see here, this is the aerial shots from the drone. As you can see, that's the judging area, all the hotels around. That's the reef break of Mona Lisa. And on this heat, we have Keijiro Nishi, Tenshi Iwami, Reden Espejon, and Jefferson Faron. So 2 Japanese and 2 Filipino. Looks like we have the first Surfer in Blue opening ride with a just a modest 0.5.
That's super modest.
Super modest. It could probably just a paddle, stand up and kick out.
Okay, Surfing Red, Keijiro, Nishi, a bit of speed there. Boom. Okay, there's some vertical.
Yeah. So Keijiro is a known Japanese campaigner. He won the first the Krui Pro back in 2018, if I'm not wrong. So he's no stranger for having the trophy in his hand.
I saw the trophies the other day. They look fantastic. Like a plaque, a platform with a jeepney on it.
Nice.
The classic Philippine jeepney. They look fantastic, actually.
Wow.
I'm wondering if it's a surprise. Maybe I shouldn't have said it. I don't know. Luke was all proud and he was showing me the trophies.
I know. You just told everybody about the secret trophy.
Yeah.
So there's nothing secret about that. Keijiro Nishi opening with a 4.00. Nice wave there. So this is a
Reden Espejon, and he's a Siargao boy. One of the youngsters coming up from Siargao.
You know what? Like all the Filipino surfers, they're really progressing. They're really hungry. They travel as a group. They kind of like have a bit of a management things going on. Like you said before, there's a couple like government people like putting some support on their regime. So hopefully in the future it's a bit more organized.
Yeah, well they're getting more and more organized every day. They have a team, the Philippine surf team. Not all of them are in. I know Reden's not in that Philippine surf team, but they do, and they go to the gym together. They do things together. They really are committed. But that's the Philippine people as well. They're very family or people orientated or community orientated.
Yeah.
So they try to do it all together. There's Jefferson there. He's a Filipino. I'll be honest with you. I'm not exactly sure where Jefferson's from.
That was a strong one right there. So this is Tenshi Iwami. He's representing Asia on the World Junior a couple days ago. Actually, he was in California alongside with Kian Martin, representing Asia for the World Junior Series, World Juniors event in California. So yeah, talking about get things organized, Jerry. One thing for sure about Philippines, they produce world champions. If you're talking about Manny Pacquiao, they have the path to be a world champion. So
they have the commitment.
They have commitment,
More importantly, they've got the hunger.
Yeah.
And I find these guys from the provinces that traditionally haven't been very well-to-do places are super hungry.
Yeah.
Super hungry for success. Super hungry to move away from their rural sort of lifestyles. And surfing has really opened it up. And again, my main experience is Siargao. I can't claim to talk about the rest of the country, but traditionally what would happen is before surfing, these kids would end up in Manila on construction sites, and the girls would end up maybe in Dubai as yayas or domestic workers. Now it's giving them, this is the first real generation of young local kids that are fully travelling and travelling as professional athletes. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's a change. It's a black and white thing over there. It's completely changed the way they're thinking. So now all the youngsters are doing is thinking, I'm going to surf and I'm going to follow Maramar or Philmar or, you know, whoever, and I want to be that guy. They're not thinking, oh, I'm going to end up catching the ferry to Manila and I'm going to work on the building site and earn, you know, minimum wage and try to send as much back as I can.
Yeah, that's
you know?
true.
It's really, really changed everything there.
And most of them is actually, I don't know, they are doing what they love, you know.
Well, not only that, they're doing what they love, you know.
Yeah.
So not only are some of them making some money, and they're not all making money, they won't all end up professional surfers, but at this stage they're travelling as youngsters,
Yeah.
they're learning the world, they're meeting people, and they're doing something they love. So, you know, it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. Talking about good here, Tenshi Iwami doing something good with a 5.25. So he's breaking through those, you know, those fours, around fours numbers, and looks like judges are rewarding him with a good surfing, you know. He got a 5.25.
Yeah, it's the best score I've seen for a while.
Here we go. This is Tenshi also back in action. Super fast there. You know, you can see the tail just releasing nice and easy without any bogging, without any I don't know, he just cutting it through like super like you know, cutting butter.
Cutting butter, yeah, I've heard that before. I know you didn't want to say that. You're trying to pull something else out of there, but yeah, that's exactly what it was like.
Yeah.
And the chop out there now is making it a little harder, and it looked like it didn't affect him in any way.
Yeah. Yep, working with equipment is also a big part of successful in any sports. You know, I know a lot of the Japanese, they've been working with a lot of shapers since they were young. Here we go. This is another replay from Tenshi.
Now, this is the one we missed, or this was the last? Oh,
That's the last one.
Yeah.
So Tenshi.
When I say we missed, I probably missed because I was talking or doing
No,
something.
we all missed it.
Oh, okay.
So Tenshi Iwami, another good score, a 4.45. That's actually only for one turns.
That was that one turn. That's
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah. So the judges are getting a little more generous, or they just loved what they saw.
Yeah, they can see the commitment. You know, the tail waft. You know, like it's that's what you're looking for. It's not about the quantity; it's about the quality.
Yep.
So this is Keijiro Nishi.
Yeah, a couple of really nice turns there. Boom.
Yep.
Okay, so the quality seems to be going up. Not the quality, maybe they were just lucky. We talked about luck before. Maybe the waves are coming in a little better. But that tide is definitely coming up. I can see it on the bank there.
Oh, that's
and the
good
waves
news.
are lining up better. It'll be perfect for the women's division.
So yeah, the plan, we're gonna have the women's division also, and we'll see what's the contest director gonna make the call for after the women's. Is it off or we can continue?
I don't think we're going to get. I don't think we've got enough time. Well, we might have just enough time to do the whole women's division. I don't think he's going to want to start it and finish it, but I think it's dark around here before 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Wow, that was a super strong maneuver there from Keijiro. And here we go. This is Jefferson Faron.
Faraon.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
That was connecting throughout all
Shame
those
he
waves.
didn't make that last maneuver there. And that's only his second wave. So here it is again on replay. Oh, there it was again in replay. So that was a 3.2 from Jefferson there. He's had a 3.35 and a 3.2 to give him a total of 6.55. The two Japanese lads, Keijiro and Tenshi, are motoring ahead at the moment. Keijiro has a 5.75 and a 4, and Tenshi has a 5.25 and a 4.55, giving them very close score of 9.75 for Keijiro Nishi and 9.70 for Tenshi Iwami. Not sure if they can hear our beach announcer in the background here. But we've got Tim with his booming Canadian voice.
Is that, yeah, that's Tim Fat Lips?
Tim from Fat Lips Surf
Yeah.
Shop in Shargau. Yeah, so a shout out to Fat Lips Surf Shop. And a shout out to Kudos Surf. They're one of the other major surf shops there in Shargau. And we have Redan now up and riding. Getting shot by the drone. Looked like a different wave then from the drone shot to the camera shot.
So the last heat, we'll have heat number 16. We're going to have Mara Mara and also Phil Mara in one heat. And then also Clarence Vidra and Daniel Espejon.
Okay, so what we have there is 4 Shargau surfers.
Wow.
That's unlucky, really. I mean, at least we know 2 Shargau surfers are going to get through, but
Yeah.
it's a shame. It's the way the draw works. And it's not the luck of the draw, or it is the luck of the draw, but it's done scientifically. It's not done to do that on purpose, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So we have Tenchi paddling. No, I'm liking the drone shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
You give a different perspective on, you know, your front view camera, actually. Ooh, Tenshi Wami. If he could have just pulled that one, looks like a good wave for him.
Yeah, that would have made all the difference, I think, that last maneuver. And it's come in just under his previous wave. One more maneuver may have been one more point.
Yeah.
So 12 minutes to go. Plenty of waves ridden in this heat. And there's that replay. And that's from the camera right next to us. Okay, Jefferson got a wave that we happened during the replay, so I'm sure we'll get some information on that one. I just want to thank again Next Gen. Next Gen seems to be the group that are really putting together the money, essentially, for the sponsorship. They're supporting surfing in the Philippines and turning surfing far more professional in this country, with the help, of course, of UPSA and Department of Tourism, etc. But yeah, Next Gen seem to be super committed.
10 minutes to go. This is we have Jefferson. No, this is Reden.
Reden Espejon. He looks like a 12-year-old there. Looks like a little kid. Guess he is a little kid.
They're all kids.
They are.
Oh, Jerry.
Especially to me.
Yeah.
Pretty busy down the beach there now as well. Okay, so we have Kijiro paddling. Go the goofy. Oh, that was nice. Now what's he going to be able to do? Is he going to back it up?
So Kijiro have a 5.75.
Oh, that was pretty impressive. 2 big maneuvers there, so we'll see. You know, my prediction is that it's going to go close to his initial, his first score. Not sure if you saw that first maneuver. I'll see if we get a replay of it, you can tell me exactly what you would call it.
So yeah, waiting for replay. Hopefully we can have a replay here from Kijiro, sitting in the first position. So Kijiro, a little bit improving his score with a 4.65. Here we go.
Talk to me about this first maneuver.
So right there, ooh, a nice, you know, tails 360 there. A bit of a downtime here, if you can see there, Jerry.
Correct, yeah.
Judges doesn't like that, you know. And here we go, another long setting up turn there, but looks like it's the beginning and also at the end of the wave that's give him the score. Yeah, it's only two maneuvers actually, but you know, it was a full commitment, and that's the reason it's a 4.65. Not
quite where I thought it was
yeah.
going, but I'm not judging.
So,
but did go into his top, and it helps him a little bit.
Yeah, you know, for Jefferson and Reden to get a 6.35 on those scale of a 6, it's not easy out there. But you know, who knows? Because even with you know, the highest score of these two surfers from Japan, they're not even on the 6 region, you know. So here we go. This is Jefferson.
Yep, he's out. Paddle back out. Try to get another one. He could see there was no scoring left in that thing. Eight minutes remaining, and Kajiro's still up ahead. Tenchi needs a 5.16 to move into first. Jefferson needs a 6.35 to move into second, and Redden needs a 6.70 to move into second. I mean, we've got no lack of waves at the moment. Just seems like the quality's not what we were hoping for. That wind's come up a little bit. What's your, I know you've surfed all over Indonesia, what's your favourite wave in Indonesia? Now, I'm not talking about going to a comp. If you could go there and surf it by yourself, or with a mate, or with your daughter, or whatever, what would be your favourite wave in Indonesia?
You know, I've been traveled to a lot of places in Indo, and then, you know, doing events and stuff, but I always go back to HT. You know, just for surf trips with family and friends. You know, that wave is just so amazing. You know, the wave. You know, it gives you enough kind of intensity. You know, and then also, you know, having a comfortable time with your kids. You know, when it's small, you can go to the beach break. When it's a little bit big, you can go out there and pull in a, you know, like super nice barrel. But yeah, HT.
I didn't know there was a beach break there.
It is, but in the other side of the island. Yeah.
Okay, and have you, I know there's something called the surgeon's table there. Have you been dragged across it and lost some skin?
I know where it is, but...
you avoid it like the plague.
Whenever you paddle, you know, into the lineup, you always pass the surgeon tables. And you always kind of like, you always putting a mark on your mind. It's there, you know, so you kind of know what to do. It's the most dangerous part about the surgeon's table is only two things. When you fall off on the wrong spot on the barrel, or you get washed by the sets and you want to go outside. So when you get washed on the outside, as a surfer, you know, you're being greedy. I want to get out there as fast as I can.
As
and
opposed to paddling around.
Yeah, and you're gonna end up on the surgeon's table because you're doing like what we call a shortcut.
Yeah.
It seems closer, but the surgeon's table is a pretty big, what do you call that, like a patch of reef.
Yeah.
And you need to get around that one because there's no way to get around it. It's there. You know, when the wave just, the white water is pushing you, you cannot see it. But as soon as you paddle into it,
fingers are touching it. Yeah.
Fingers touching
fins.
ribs, fins, and everything. So yeah, so surgeon's table is something that you need to respect and identify the position. But it's a good wave.
Yeah. I myself haven't surfed it. I've been to Mentawais quite a few times, but I think we pulled in there once. It was pretty crowded.
They do get really you know, crowded because it's a really popular destination. Yeah.
I remember the first time I went there, and I went there with Suli on his boat, a fantastic boat. I've forgotten now because I forget things, but and I will remember it. But we went there, and I had all these dreams of Mentawais. What's it like? What's it like? What's it going to be like? So we're overnighting, and we show up, and the day we show up in eBay, and it was just that picture perfect dream that I had always had.
eBay is one of the most perfect left-handers in the island.
Oh, it was so good.
It's a bit like underrated because people like, you know, they go to Macaronis or Telescope. But eBay's have their moment right now, actually. People go to eBay now because it's a bit more forgiving left. rather than Kandui. It's on the same area. So if you want to go crazy, of course you think about Kandui, but
Yeah.
eBay is a bit like, it's a really nice left-handers.
And there's resorts there now. I mean, someone tells me that there's very few waves there that don't have resorts these days.
No,
I
they-
haven't been there since 2011, I think. Too.
Yeah. So if you're talking about 2000, it's all about boat trips.
Yeah.
And people start making like a surf resort, and they're gonna think like, what? Are you crazy? You're gonna deal with malaria, this and that. But now, it's almost like, I don't know. The boat used to be like 60 boat, and now it's only 5 boats, and there's 60 resort.
Yeah.
So
things have changed.
yeah, things are changed. Yeah, there's more resort now because on the boat is actually. It's limited on what you can do. It's super surf centric,
Absolutely, yeah.
It's all about male. You're putting like 2 girls on the boat. It's just putting like a really bad balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think with resort, it's a bit like family friendly and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I mean, getting stuck on a boat for 2 weeks can be tough. And I now remember the name of the boat. It's the Huey.
The Huey.
The Huey with
Yeah.
Sully as the captain. The greatest boat ever. Greatest guy. Hello, Sully, if you're listening. Okay, so we got blue and reds. Sorry, yeah, these are our 2 leaders anyway.
So this is Keijiro Nishi. Yeah, Keijiro and Tenshi are just dominating this heat, I have to say.
They certainly are.
And look at Keijiro. He's like going back with full steam of paddling. He's with 2 minutes to go. Everybody's like almost like looking for big numbers, and he's still like putting his guard up there.
Yeah, no, he hasn't given up at any stage.
Look at him. You can see his paddling.
He's kicking as well.
Keijiro, you have to save some energy for the next round.
Yeah, there's no paddle battle even. He's 50 meters ahead, and he is just powering out there.
Yeah, I think he's just psyching himself, like like
Yes,
you don't
yes.
wanna let go anything right now with
No.
1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Yeah. So it's been a great event so far, Jerry. Everybody having a good time. Everybody having a good coffee in the morning. The wave is here. You are here. That's the
I'm
most
here.
important.
I'm here. You're here.
Yeah.
Carby's looking at us. Carby's here.
Yeah. So let's throw some some shout out for all our sponsor. Yeah, we have Next Gen. We have the tourism, provincial government of La Union, San Miguel infrastructure, and then we also have PLDT and Smart, Volkswagen Philippines, Red Bull, and before we go there, we have Jefferson. Nice grab rail there, but unlucky for him.
I think that was his last hurrah.
Yeah, that was 40 seconds to go. We have Hiraya Sunset Hill and Restaurant, Clean Beach. Thank you very much for the iced tea. That was amazing. You can sponsor me anytime, any day on this event. And then we also have the new up-and-coming brand called Alima. Shout out to Luke and also Archie. We have Sabong Fried Chicken, Surftown La Union, Tagpuan, San Juan, Warung Local, Zera Water, Kermit, Seabuds, La Cantina, Lineup Bistro. There's a lot of Luke Landrigan right there.
Yeah. They're all his friends. If they're not his, they're his friends.
I know.
So thank you very much for all that, you sponsors. We're just about done on this heat, and I can't see anything changing at this stage. So we've got Tenchi Uami and Keijiro Nishi that will move on into the second round. We're going to take a short break. Although, did he take off before? No, we're going to take a short break either because he didn't. We'll take a short break and be back for round 15. Heat 15.
Hello and welcome back to WSL's La Union International Pro here at Mona Lisa Point, San Juan in La Union. Is La Union, is it a province or a state? How does it work here in the Philippines, Jerry?
Oh, I just wish you hadn't asked me that.
What, you only lived here for 30 years?
Well, not in this area. I mean, San Fernando's the big city close by. Oh, yeah, Ilocos del Sur is the province.
Right.
And the closest town is San Fernando. It's a big town, which is just a little bit south of here.
So what's La Union?
La Union is just this part. It's like this municipality of Ilocos del Sur. So it's just a part of it's a municipality, I think. That didn't sound very convincing, did it?
And then San Juan is this beach right here, and Mona Lisa is the point.
Mona Lisa is the point. I think the beach, I think the actual little town here, San Juan's the area, the little town's Urbiztondo, I think, is what the actual area is. But I'll find all that. Next time you ask me that question, I'll have that completely sorted, okay?
Okay.
So don't ask me those questions.
Yeah, I promise not to throw you under the bus like that, assuming that in your 30 years of living here you'd gain some knowledge, but that's fine.
Actually, it's only my third time here in this town. Ask me about Shargo. I'll tell you everything you need to know.
All right, we've got Joe Azuki, who is always one of the highest ranked Japanese surfers on the qualifying series, you know, in the mix for the Challenger Series. He's a great, powerful natural footer, really fluent style. He's been around for a long time. He's coming up against Danny Widianto and John Mark Figueron.
John Mark, of course, is from Shargo.
A lot of double barrel names in the Philippines. Is that a throwback to the Catholicism that's strong through here?
I think it is. It's a super popular thing, but ironically they have double barrel names, but they rarely use those names. There's always a nickname involved.
Right.
You know, like John Mark Takong, who's in the next heat, his nickname is Marama.
Yep.
You know, and I don't know this John Mark Figueron, but I can assure you no one calls him John Mark. Could be JM, it could be Dodo, it could be Bong Bong, it could be, you know, it doesn't matter. There's always a nickname. And this is him, and he looks like a pretty young fella.
He's flying down the line, spindly of stature, and, well, had a little bit of opportunity, didn't really cash in too much. That'll be a minus score. Did you earn yourself a Filipino nickname after 30 years here?
Well, we did discuss that before. Yeah, they called me just Bossing.
Bossing?
Bossing. I was always bossing.
Okay, that's us.
And bossing is...
We're on screen. We are in the shade for about this much time, and then we're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Then it's getting hot.
Yeah, we might be relocating, I think, because it's going to be unbearable up
Shuffling forward.
It is 1,000 degrees here in the Philippines. I was thinking it was going to be a bit more tropical. It's just roasting hot.
It isn't. It is, but you'll find it's not roasting hot. I think you'll find the temperature's probably not much more than 30. It's the humidity that makes it feel so hot. I mean, in all my time in Shargo, and Shargo has similar weather to here, I don't remember a day that it was over 35. It just feels hotter. You know, the humidity makes it hot. If you don't have a breeze, and I do feel a little bit of breeze now, which is good. But, you know, the funny thing here is the water temperature and the air temperature is almost always the same.
Right.
You know, 29 in the water and 30 out of the water.
So not much relief when you jump in for surf.
You know, we surf a few places and with a few of the boys, David and Alon and those guys in Glen and those guys in Shargo. And sometimes you have to paddle 300 or 400 metres to get to a spot. And by the time you get back, you are sweating. You're in the water and you're sweating.
And your sweat doesn't go anywhere. You just get dehydrated without knowing it. Next thing you know, you're keeling over with cramp.
No, you come back and you liquid up with a few beers after that and talk about how good you surfed. A lot of paddling. We used to do a lot of paddling. Myself and Alon in particular. One spot, I mean, one day we paddled out there, and when I paddled back, I was knackered, and we go to another wave, which is just a nasty wave you've got to get in on. And I said to him, I did 420 strokes. It was kind of weird that I counted my strokes. And he turned to me and said, I did 410. No, and we both surfed there 100 times together, and neither of us have ever talked about how many, counting our paddles. It was kind of funny. So John Mark Figueron is well in the lead here. He'll be happy to know that. I bet he wishes something would happen in the the event would stop here, but
All right, here goes Joe Azuki. I don't think John Mark's going to be in the lead for much longer. Couple of strong turns, releasing the tail. That was kind of like a 90s horseshoe carve to tail slide.
I liked it, yeah. And he found a lot of power there, that was a pretty gutless looking wave.
I thought I was watching Dan Malloy or someone back in the day. All right, this is Danny Widianto. Climbing up and over, a little rock and roll floater, and the hair flick. I like that.
I saw him downstairs. He was flicking his hair out of the water as well. That's the claim you have when you're not claiming, right? The no claim, the hair flick. Who used to do that? Oki used to do that. Was it Oki? Someone.
Oh, Oki doesn't do it as a claim. Oki just has long hair that gets in the way. Kelly did one the other day at Pipeline. It was unbelievable because the dude doesn't have hair.
Kelly can do anything he wants.
He can even hair flick better than anyone without hair. Like, it's ridiculous.
It's a nice wave.
It sure is. So, John Mark Figueron doing the do down the line. Joe Azuki quickly in and out again. So the judges got their work cut out for them now. A lot of scores to throw into the mix.
Ty Conahan directing the scoring down there. He spends a lot of time head judging here in Asia, particularly in the Philippines. Said to him the other day, because he's a good talker as well, and he knows he's very knowledgeable about his surfing. He said, you know, it's hard work being a judge all this time. Would you ever do commentary? He goes, nah, no way. I think he loves his judging.
Oh, strong turn from Joe. Almost a little bit too strong. A little bit of recovery time to get out of that one. And backs it up and is out of there. His opening wave was a 4.5. Yeah, the judges, they're interesting characters. Of course, they need to keep to themselves a little bit. They can't be seen to be fraternising too much with the surfers. And yeah, pretty sort of reclusive characters who lurk. They sit on their own table by themselves.
Yeah, I noticed that.
They have huge wealth of knowledge, not overly inclined to share it. Just play their cards very close to their chest.
We've got an interesting panel too. We've got Filipinos, Indonesians and Japanese down there, and our head judge is Australian. I think our priority judge is Australian as well. So we've got a few nationalities down there. I think it's almost the same panel of judges as the Shargo event 4 months ago.
Yeah.
What is it, January? 3 months ago only. And our loud commentator, Tim.
Yeah, who's Tim?
Tim is a Canadian guy that moved to the Philippines. I think like everyone, he went there on a holiday and fell in love with it. And I would say maybe 7, 8, who knows, could be 10 years ago. And he opened a surf shop called Fat Lip Surf Shop, which is a very popular surf shop in Siargao. And yeah, he's a popular character. People like him. He's quite animated. I noticed he showed up with black and blue fingernails, and a sideways cap, which seemed a bit odd to me, but
I saw that.
I'm pretty conservative. But he's a good bloke. He's a funny guy.
I mean, he needs to give Joe Azuki some scores now, because Joe's very unimpressed. Oh, and now Danny Widianto's getting in on the act as well.
There he goes.
Back to the judges. Tatsuya, one of the Japanese judges, I reckon he could win a few heats in this event. He's an incredible surfer. I've seen, you were talking to Tippy earlier about the mental wise. I've been at HTs on a big swell and seen Tatsuya absolutely ruling out there.
Oh, really?
Incredible surfer.
I haven't had a surf with him. I've known him for a little while now, but I haven't had a surf. Well, I tend to not surf when the comps are on, particularly in Siargao. And although I did have a surf yesterday, I don't know, I avoid it. I avoid the ocean when the comps are on. I watch them. I do what I need to do, but I don't want to get out there with them. I find myself getting depressed watching them and watching me.
Yeah, there's a few schools of thought there. Before the start of play, I like to try and stay out of the way. fair enough. Give the guys a bit of, and girls a bit of a warm-up run as we see Danny Widianto thrashing this one down the line. These smaller ones hit the inside and sort of run a little bit, but unfortunately Danny can't do anything with the end section. He goes down. You know, but we have a day like today, long day. Don't see any harm in sneaking out at the end of play to try and, you know, we can't just watch.
No, well,
surfing all
look,
day
it's just
long.
nice to get wet, and you're in the tropics. There's nothing nicer than being out there. And yesterday was a little different. There was no one out there. I mean, I'm looking down the beach here now, and I can see 15 or so people out there. They're not out the back, though, where we were yesterday. We'll see how we go. Maybe you can convince me to go for a paddle.
I also find, you know, if we're going to talk about this wave ad nauseum for the next 10 days,
It'd be nice to surf it a couple of times and then know what we're talking about.
we'll vaguely have, you know, a rough ballpark idea of what goes on out there, how some of the different sections operate, how it behaves on different tides and all that sort of biz.
Well, see, I come here as an imposter, so I don't claim to know anything anyway. So, you know, I'm just trying to get away with it.
Well, you've been doing it very well for 30 years. So
Well, I know a little more about Cloud9.
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Cloud9 is a wave I do know. And I used to know intimately, and I don't know if Stuart Cadden's listening, but I'd like to thank you, Stuart, because in the early days, I think in 95 or 96, Stuart moved there as well. And Stuart was a pro junior, I think a 2-time pro junior champion. And he taught me how to pig dog, and it changed my life. It probably saved my life, but it changed my life, that's for sure.
Well, I was going to, as a goofy footy, you couldn't live at Cloud9 and not know how to pig dog, surely.
I grew up at Cronulla Point, and Cronulla Point's a hard wave to get barreled on your backhand, and so I got the odd one over the years. But when I moved to Cloud9, you know, I got a few pointers from Stuart back in the day when it wasn't busy, and I turned into an okay barrel rider. You know, I still can't turn, obviously. You saw me surfing yesterday, but, you know, give me a 4-foot Cloud9 barrel and I know what to do with it.
Are you one of those guys now who is more comfortable in the barrel on his backhand than his forehand?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, depending on the wave. But I feel very comfortable on a backhand barrel, yeah. And to be honest, I prefer to surf on my backhand, funnily enough, because I grew up at Cronulla Point and then moved to Cloud9 for however many years. Not that I don't love a good left.
Yeah, I've got a couple of goofy footer mates from Burleigh Heads who just have that backhand barrel thing locked.
Shout them out. Who are they?
Jesse Outram.
Okay.
He's the main offender.
Yep.
It hurts to say that. But, yeah, deadly backhand tube rider.
It's a funny wave, Burleigh. We went to, I don't know if people out there know what Schoolies Week. Australians on the East Coast go to Schoolies Week, and you go to the Gold Coast when you finish year 12. And I went up there and stayed there for a year. I didn't go for a week. I went for a year, and we surfed.
Schoolies year?
I had Schoolies year, yeah. I was on the rock and roll and
started as a schoolie and finished as a toolie.
Yeah,
a year later.
That's exactly what happened. And we surfed Burleigh a fair bit back then. And I don't know, the last few times I've been up there, it doesn't seem to break like it did back then. It just seems the banks seem to be different. Every time I've looked at it, it just doesn't seem to be that long flowing barrel. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's been so much sand movement over the years on the Gold Coast. You know, the creation of the Superbank through all the dredging of the Tweed River. Obviously, it's created the Superbank, but then that same sand that gets pumped out of the Tweed keeps heading north with the southerly currents and flow. And, yeah, you hear about, like Kira now, the beach is miles wide.
Yeah, I nearly died the last time I saw that.
And then, you know, it just keeps moving and moving and moving.
And maybe there's too much sand at Burleigh? Interesting to hear
quite
from...
possibly. But then you get these big storms and it scours out the sand again. So everything just keeps moving. There's also Tally Creek pump sand as well that comes out near the pavilion in the corner.
That's a beautiful place, that is, isn't it?
Tally Creek.
Yeah, I go drive over the bridge there and just see the families. It's shallow. It's beautiful.
It's just a fantastic part of the world. But it's amazing how many of the Gold Coast's best waves are more or less man-made. The Superbank, Kira, the groins, they've been man-made. South Stratty is just man-made. And it's incredible.
Well, the irony there is, didn't they make what's it called?
There's an artificial reef at Palm Beach, yeah.
They made another one at
Narrowneck.
Narrowneck, yeah, but it didn't really work. Is that
Well,
the case?
I think Narrowneck was sort of sandbags and whatnot.
Oh, okay. Early days. I think that was back in the
very early technology.
80s or something like that.
Yeah. All right, here goes Jean-Marc Figueron. He's got a pair of 3s to his name. He needs a 4. He's not going to get there on that one, but he's still sitting second. So this is another 3-man heat. Joe Azuki in the lead with a 4 and a 3. Jean-Marc with 2 3s, and Danny Widianto with a 3 and a 2. So, yeah, not a lot to report across the first 17 minutes of this heat.
No, far more waves ridden in the last heat.
You look at that drone shot. It looks incredible out there. Just, yeah.
Maybe we need to stick to the drone shot.
Well, maybe we need 200 people in the water, because that's how it's been the last few days, and there's been waves getting torn to pieces all over the place. Suddenly the landmarks and the priority boys disappear.
Yeah. He's going to try to do something, finish this off on the inside.
That was a 90%er. He got the pop.
He did.
He's finished up in knee-deep water there as well. Okay, 8 minutes to go in this heat. Joe Azuki has the lead, but he won't be happy. He's holding on to a 4 and a 3. He'll want to cash in his priority for something bigger. Here's Jean-Marc's last wave.
Nice manoeuvre there, and he's going to just cut back here and just pump it until he gets inside, and he's going for that air. And he got plenty of height. I mean, he was well above the wave there. Well, let's have a look. Well, he was. He just couldn't get it back around. He caught that outside edge on the way back round.
Great trunks. You see those things?
I didn't notice, no.
Yeah, they look very snazzy. Saw Kean Martin in here before. He surfed his heat in walk shorts because his...
Oh, he lost his luggage or his
luggage
everything.
hasn't turned up. So he's on borrowed boards, and he had borrowed boardies as well. He surfed a heat with pockets.
I was with John Carby yesterday. He was looking at new board shorts, and he just chose not to buy the ones with pockets. Oh, look, he's in there. He's showing me he's got them on.
Yeah, just
What about your boardies? You know, I buy boardies these days. I don't want a back pocket. I want a side pocket, because these days you've got a phone all the time. I find you stick your phone, you're wearing, you sit on that thing. So I've become a guy that looks for board shorts with side pockets. The things that happen in life, eh? Things you think about.
You know how you were saying the other day that during COVID over here you weren't allowed to cross the sand to go surf?
Yeah.
Board shorts shouldn't cross the sand to go back into the general population. They are purely surfing. As soon as you're done surfing, towel, put on your walk shorts. Then you can use your pockets.
What about when you're in your backyard mowing your lawn, and you know you got your shirt off and your boardies on and your shoes on and you're
then
mowing
why do you
that lawn?
need your phone?
Because you're listening to music. You've got your ear things.
That's
in.
what Bluetooth's for, mate. Come on, get with the times.
I've got a big yard. I've got a big yard. By the time I get down the other end, I can't hear the music anymore.
Granddad, come on. Oi, here's Danny Widianto with a little tail high rear reverse.
No, I need the side pocket. Boys out there designing board shorts, I need the side pocket. What do we got? We got just under 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, oh, there it is. Danny Widianto, last wave comes in at a 3.5, so he's moved up to second. Very tight. Pair of 7s and a high 6, the 3 totals at the moment. So we're waiting for this heat to come alive. And yeah, I don't think he really rode out of that conclusively enough for the judges to throw much at him.
No.
Wasn't really off too much of a critical section either. Maybe do that turn off the first section and you'll be looking at a bigger number.
I'm surprised we're not seeing a lot more big airs, to be honest, and no one's really trying them out the back. I mean, I'm not out there. The wave's a bit flat, I guess.
The wind's very favourable. We saw yesterday when there's a little bit more swell, the shortboarders taking off quite deep and really hitting that first section as a ramp, and then the longboarders taking off wider. Also saw quite a little bit of surfers hitting the wake behind the longboarders.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Creates that little section for you.
Well, maybe someone needs to get a longboard out there and take off in front of them.
Not a bad way of tandeming a wave.
Yeah.
Have you ever surfed Malibu in the States?
No, I haven't.
It's an absolute gong show of a circus with millions of people out.
I've seen footage of it, that's for sure.
On the small days, it's actually quite fun to surf along behind a longboarder and just hit their wash and do little turns like that.
I mean, I've certainly been in the surf or seen surf when, you know, someone's paddle for a wave pulled off and it's given that perfect little section, the guy that's on the wave, to smash.
Yeah, you don't want to do that when someone's sitting in the barrel, but...
no, obviously.
All right, here goes John Mark trying to get himself back in the picture. He needs a 3.9.
Guess
First turn
what?
was pretty good.
He
He's
did
been
it out the
missing to
back,
us.
which is that's exactly what you said.
Wasn't much of a wave, though.
No,
so
unfortunately.
see where the judges go with that one. So there's a nice little drone angle of what we're looking at up the coast.
Nice little haircut there.
He's
a Mohican.
Giving himself a little bit of a Tintin.
Okay.
Didn't mind that.
No, it was nice. His nose
It's going to
back
be
in.
touch and go. Oof. Needed a 3.91, got a 3.75.
Oh, that's a shame. But that is now his highest score, and he only needs another one of them. So, yeah, there's a bit of a difference there.
And here goes Joe Azuki. He'd love to get rid of his 3.15 and put something a little bit more substantial on the board with 3 minutes to go. And this one might run through for him through to the inside.
I mean, he's done a lot of good work so far. Okay, you're not going to get a finishing manoeuvre.
And then Danny Widianto on the wave behind. We'll need to catch up with that one on a replay. Here he goes down the end.
He's hanging on. He wants that last one. Boom. And another.
Oh, well, it continues
Oh,
to bend
that-
for him. Oh, he might have made life a little bit tougher for John Mark Figueron right now. 2.5 minutes to go. Be good to get back to the start of that wave and just see what Danny served up with his first couple of manoeuvres.
Looking at those inside manoeuvres, I'm calling maybe close to the best way. Well, I think he's certainly going to get the score to move on up into first.
All right, 2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes, John, 2 minutes. And so I can turn my head around and see if there's any sets are coming. Not really. He's looking a little frustrated out there, flicking the water.
So last score of Danny Widianto came in at a 4.3. And John Mark is now looking for a 4.5. Joe Azuki's previous last wave was a 4.85. So it's enough to keep him in the lead. Basically, the result of that set was that Joe and Danny built a little bit more separation from themselves and John Mark. A 9, an 8, and a 7. So not the greatest of heats, but
No.
Joe and Danny will take it if they get through with just under a minute to run.
So Danny mustn't have done much work out the back. All his work was done on the inside there, and it was really nice work on the inside.
Yeah, he had a great rhythm. Had the flow going.
John Mark desperately looking around. I'm desperately looking around. I think he needs more than 30 seconds. I do see a set, but it's more than 30 seconds away, I think. Or 20 now.
Well, might be the set that Philmar and Marimar need to kick off the next heat. The last heat of round 1, the round of 64. So we're sending 32 surfers home in at the end of today. Here goes John Mark. I think it'll be too little too late. The buzzer might have beat him. And Joe Azuki, this will be a victory lap for the Japanese gun. He's through the next round. One more heat to go in the round of 64. It's two of Filipino surfing's biggest names, John Mark Takong and Philmar Alapeo. Don't go anywhere. More action from the La Union International Pro coming our way right after this quick break. Well, welcome back to the La Union International Pro, coming to you from Mona Lisa Point, the beautiful right point break we can see on screen right now. We're operating out of one of those two white buildings you can see, and it's another glorious day down here in San Juan. John Carby, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you. Big heat. Excited for this one. Very excited.
Two of your boys from Siargao, Philmar Alapeo and John Mark Takong.
It's actually an all Siargao affair. We got...
it's a Siargao showdown.
It's a Siargao showdown. Shootout. It's, yeah, exciting. Two of the big names, obviously, Philmar Chipox and John Mark Marima Takong. Against these two, also shredders, local boys. There's Daniel, SPI up and riding now. Good heat. Good heat, like I said, some thoroughbreds of Cloud9 and some of the local boys there also. So they're a part of the Daniel Espion and Clarence are part of the Bagtick team. Support from the local congressman there in Siargao sending them over, and there's also the Happy Island support crew through Philmar and the boys. So yeah, like I said, close one of my heart. I like all these guys, excited to see the Siargao boys showing what they got out there.
And John Mark took out the Cloud9 event late last year. Great to have the WSL come back to town.
Yeah, I think he's one of the first back-to-backs there at Siargao. He's won it the most. He's done it back-to-back. Back-to-back, it was 2019 before we hit that terrible period of our lives. And he backed it up in 2022 September. Always good conditions down there at Cloud9. It always seems to turn on. If you go back through the highlights, get onto YouTube, get onto the WSL and just watch it back. Always a good event down there at Cloud9.
So what went on at Siargao through the pandemic? Did tourism sort of grind to a halt? Were the local lads surfing Cloud9 by themselves for 2 years?
There was a small break on surfing in Siargao. The authorities had it deemed unsafe for a while, as everyone was sort of figuring out what was going on and what to do and how to do it.
Surfing was unsafe.
Surfing was yeah, like it was in a lot of places around the world. No one was really allowed to do anything, basically. But a few of the local boys were actually arrested and put in the lock-up cell for a bit, and then they were made to go and do a bit of community service out on the farms. So it was a bit of a weird time everywhere where authorities had to make decisions, obviously. And
what if you surfed in a mask?
Well, if you surfed in a mask, they'd still wait for you to be on the beach. Small town, they had a lot to wait for. But yeah, tourism definitely took a hit. Obviously, with the international borders being shut for quite a long time throughout the world, it was really hard. But that said, towards the end of the pandemic, the local tourism from the Philippines definitely sustained Siargao. And a lot of the guys left behind did get some pretty good waves by themselves.
And of course, Siargao hit by a huge storm a year ago, 2 years.
Odette, 1 year ago. 1 year, 2021, we got hit by a typhoon Odette, 16th of December. Very, very wild experience. I was there for that one, and yeah, it was hard because a lot of the locals, a lot of the community lost everything they had. It was devastating throughout, but as all good communities do, they sort of banded together and we got each other through the hard times. And if you go back to Siargao now, you're almost... Unless you're looking for it, you won't see any devastation anymore. There's a few guys, some of the big names who got in there and really helped. It was just an amazing way that the community got together. Look at this set rolling in. I think we might have to get quiet as Espion or no, Blue.
Yeah, this is Philmar who's got priority. Well, it's a good looking wave, doing some damage on his backhand. Haven't seen too many goofy footers find the waves they're looking for.
No, it's been a regular footer's dream out there, hasn't it? But I think Philmar, with his experience and his knowledge and his competition approach, he's definitely going to make sure. JR Esquivel was the other one who made a bit of an impact earlier. And he was up against Bronson, so it'll be a Philmar and Marima a good chance, but those other two guys definitely worthy. There he is. He's just putting it together. And we'll see where the judges are going to go with that one. Didn't take them too long by the looks of things to throw in a 4.75 at that. So judges, nice easy work down there. I was down there with the boys before. We've got quite the crew down there, don't we? We got some, what have we got? We got from all over the place, Japanese, Indonesian, some locals. Big shout out to the local boys from Siargao. We got in Suguan. We have Manuel Melindo and Rasta down there on the priority assistant with Australians, Indonesians. Great little crew down there judging, and I was watching before, just technical in what they do. Always fast locking the numbers. It's definitely an art form watching them do their jobs. And like I said, didn't take long at all to lock in Philmar's score there. So looks like Marimar's yet to really get on the board with anything interesting. Little throwaway for him.
Yeah, Philmar got a 4.75 for his last wave, so that's the only wave of any real significance at this point.
Yep, once again, seasoned competitors out there. We'll probably see Takong, Marimar take his time. He knows what he's looking for, while Philmar's going to chase his back up right now by the looks of things.
Yeah, why not? Under priority, just sneaking this one. And it's not going to be a huge score, so he gets out of there. And Jerry Deegan was just saying in the last heat that, you know, a lot of the local guys go by nicknames. Where do the nicknames come from? And for example, what does Marimar mean? Is there a significance behind it?
So basically when they're born, they pick a name out of the hat, and it seems to be that way. Some have significance and some don't. Marimar, John Mark Takong, so Mark Marimar. Some of them will mean something, other ones won't really mean anything. Loy is a common nickname in the Philippines. So in Australia, we'll go for like Jono, Binzi, you know what I mean? These guys will have a name that has nothing to do with their name, and they often won't even recognise their own name because nobody knows them as it. And when you see them on a list like this, it's actually pretty hard to recognise them sometimes.
Did you ever, have you earned a Filipino nickname?
I haven't. I'm full name John Carby, seems to be everywhere I go. So instead of just being John or Carby, what I would be back home, I'm John Carby everywhere I go. And there are some variations on that which make me smile walking on here. John Krabby and John Corby and John Curbsy.
John Krabby, I don't mind that.
Yeah, there's plenty of variations and keeps me guessing, keeps me on my toes, but like I said, it's more about everyone will just say hi to you no matter what.
I was pushing to Oni Anwar that perhaps John Mark could be Anwarito, because he's like a scaled down shrunk version of Oni.
He is, and you know the best thing about Marimar and Oni being looking so close, they've had some awesome matchups over the last few years too. I know they went over to Thailand together and they had a little battle over there. They had a battle at Cloud9. They just seem to be matching up everywhere. I think the last exchange they had was actually, where was that? And Oni got the best of Marimar finally, because Marimar sort of was getting away from him on the scoreboard, and Oni finally got him back in his place.
And they could be twins, but in the Schwarzenegger and DeVito kind of mold. Or no, because they don't look the same. But these guys, you could put them next to each other, and then you just shrink Oni by, like, take it down to 80%.
Yep.
And then you've got John Mark.
What do you want to up John Mark by 120%? I think that might be the more beneficial way to go. But Marimar, for his size, like I said, you won't see anyone at Cloud9 doing what Marimar can do out there. So his power to weight is sensational. He's the only one rolling in on 8-footers under the lip. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, he's a barrel wizard.
Barrel wizard.
And then he comes flying out of the tube with all that speed and generally turns it into something pretty exciting as well.
Yeah, but he also gives it the hair flick, the Marimar hair flick, which is, it's, once you know it, signature moves are signature moves.
Yeah, he and Oni, two of the best hair farmers on in the Asian region.
They are.
Magnificent wigs.
Well, Marimar cut his hair a few years back, and he looked like a 12-year-old boy. I said, Marimar, keep your hair. At least it makes you look like you're a grown-up. And he agreed, and there he is back in the hair.
And did it affect his performance? Was it like a Samson
type
thing?
It was definitely a Samson where, yeah, he lost his magic powers through. Nah, he can turn on whenever it is. He's actually going to Australia shortly after this to sort of dig into the QS series over there in Australia.
Does he have an Australian partner?
He has got an Australian partner. Big shout out to Danny Takong, and their beautiful little girl, Olive. Great little family unit. I'll shout out to the Siargao crew, everyone back there in Siargao. I'm sure we've got a lot tuning in. Big shout out to the Takong family. and the Alipeos. Like there's some big names back there, and everyone's going to be gathering. They're both huge supporters of both Marimar Chipox and these other guys too. Clarence Saavedra, one of the young up-and-comers, and Daniel Espion. One of these guys been around forever, so I'm pretty sure Shargau's blowing up right now. So a big shout out to everybody back there in Shargau, Marajau, Karajau, everybody back there. Miss you guys, and I'm sure you're cheering your boys on. There he goes, Marimar's waving at you right now. See you right on cue. Hello, everyone in Shargau.
Yeah, definitely wasn't asking for the time.
No, it was a wave. It was a wave to family and friends because, like I said, there's a lot of them back there. To Kong Village and Alipeos. General Luna versus Katangnan is what we got going on right now. All right, how we going? Marimar's quite quiet. He's quite a patient surfer. Experience. We'll see how he goes if he can find that rhythm. Sit there in second priority.
Exactly halfway through this heat. 12.5 minutes to go. A few lines out on the horizon. You can see all four surfers in motion. There's not much behind this wave, so they're going to let it slide through. And that might be it for a little minute.
We got PJ sitting out in front. Throw away in a 4.75. At the moment, that 4.75 is not a bad score.
Yeah, you look at the last heat. Joe Azuki with a 9 total, beating Danny Widianto with an 8. And then, unfortunately, John Mark Figueron eliminated with a 7.
Yeah, so it's tight. It's hard to get anything getting towards that good or very good stage at the moment. So I'm sure with the quality out there, Philmar, he knows how to hack away at these waves and get the points just ticking away. And Marimar's got that air game plus a nice, fast approach to waves. So very interesting to see how they're going to approach this. And I'm sure Marimar's getting a little bit keen to get a wave, and it looks like he's going now.
Yeah, good looking wave. He's got some work to do to get out in front of it. Puts the foot down, racing, then goes the big open face carve. And, looking like this one's petering out, but that will be his best score. It's not going to take much to put him up into second, but a 4, probably not so much on that wave. Need to have a look at the front on replay to get a more accurate gauge on it.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of foam climbs and a few transitional moves. There he goes. Yeah, like I said, just a transitional foam climb to set himself up for the section. Nice wrap. Bit of pushing, and he's going to give it just another wrap, and I think that's sort of how it winds up. Has a sort of wobble in that wave, and it doesn't quite line up for that inside section. So he got the... Oh, looks like Philmar,
was that Philmar?
Did he get completed? No, it wasn't. It was Clarence Saavedra. Once again, a Cloud9 local boy. Looked like he gave that a good hit out the back. I'm not sure about the clean exit. Hopefully we've got a bit of a follow-up on that one. See what's rolling in as we get towards that 10-minute mark. Time flies when you're having fun. .3.6 for Marimar.
Yep, so 2.5 points between first and fourth at the moment. Philmar's about to slightly extend his lead. A 3.7 does that. He still won't be happy with those scores.
No, but boys with those experience, they know they don't need to get 10s the way through. They just got to get through to that next heat. Progression is key in these situations, aren't they?
Well, that's the incentive to get through as well. The swell forecast for the end of the window looking very, very appealing. So you don't want to lose out now.
You want to be in the finals. You want to be there on that day when it's 6 to 8 foot pumping Mona Lisa Point. It can handle a bit of swell, this wave. A little bit hard on the paddle back out when it gets to those macking days. Spend a bit more time paddling, but the joy of having these lower number competitions, you actually got the advantage of maybe extending the heat times and maximising the opportunity for surfing, which is what we want to see, right?
Any idea where the Mona Lisa name comes from?
I can't tell you that one. It'll be a Luke Landrigan question. We've got another point just around the corner, the famous Kirill Point, and that one's nicknamed Jesus Point. There's a statue of Jesus there on the corner. Warding off the
that
big
makes sense.
waves. Yeah, that one makes sense.
Yep.
But Mona Lisa Point?
We're a long way from the Louvre.
If you just point the direction of that way, I think we'll get there eventually, but yeah, a bit far away. Nice looking set coming in. We've got Daniel Espion having a look. Oh, he's going to leave it for Marima.
So Marima spins on the inside. Why not? Pouncing on the opportunity. Only needs a minor score to get up into second, and he's definitely done that. And he is out. So scoreboard position-wise, he'll be happy with how that's resulted. Filmer, whether or not he can extend his lead on the strength of this wave, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I believe Marima just knew what he had to do to get himself out of that elusive fourth place and get into number 2 to get himself into that next round, and he's just done what he could. And you saw his eyes on the ocean straight back out there. He's going to be putting in the effort to get back out to get another opportunity to actually improve himself rather than do what he needs to get by. Filmar up and riding. Like I said, he's a point machine. He knows how to just grind these points out of a wave.
Looks like he's got quite a fast hairdo as well.
It's pretty slick, isn't it?
What's he running? Is that the short sides, the long back?
It's a variation on the mullet. You're saying is that what I heard?
The long back, yes.
The long back. Probably more of a Mohican style, Mohawk variation, a Mohawk mullet. If we can somehow put that together in words and ask for it at your next hairdressing appointment, Binzi, I think you'll be onto something.
A mulhawk.
There you are. I knew you were working on it there as you were quietly breathing away. A mulhawk, the latest.
Ooh, bit of motion right now. We can see Marima on the move. Filmar spinning on the inside and can't get into that one. So John Mark's last wave was a 2.75, enough for second. Scores still to come in for, well, Daniel, your last wave was a 4, one of the better waves of this heat. Not quite enough for the lead. So 2s, 3s and 4s are telling the story at the moment.
And yeah, Daniel's last wave was definitely putting him into a really good position to get up into that second place, only needing a 2.35 now. That's a couple wiggles. And he can get himself up into that progressing position of second and get himself into that next round. The pressure's going to be on Marima now. With 6 minutes remaining, there's probably going to be another maybe 1 or 2 exchanges in sets. So he's not going to be able to hold on that priority and play the defense. He's going to be looking for something to probably put himself into first, which he's looking for that mid-range score to do that. Like I said, he can do it, but will he get the opportunity on these waves to do it with this onshore and, I'd say, a fading swell?
Yeah, so the forecast, it sort of drops off after this, but then comes in strong.
Oof, like I said, finals day. Do whatever you can to get to finals. If that means getting 3s and 4s to get through, get your 3s and 4s because it's going to be well worth it. Looking forward to seeing the longboards out here. First time at Mona Lisa Point with the WSL. It's going to be sensational just watching some of that beautiful technique that only the longboarders can deliver. Those nose walks, cross steps. Just another discipline in this surfing, and it's more of the elegant way, and they're going to go leaning towards more of the traditional surfing rather than turning those longboards into shortboards and doing airs and progression. They want to see some traditional stuff.
Yeah, the stylish, cool stuff. That's what we're here for.
Stylish, cool stuff.
Yeah.
Nose walks, hang 5s, hang 10s. Definitely way more technical when you come to judging the longboard stuff. So it's good for the judges down there that they're up for it and they know what they're looking for.
Big fan of the drop knee turn.
Oh, cross step drop knee turns. Here we go. Yeah. Now we're getting into the language. Yeah, I love the drop knee turn. And then when you put that cross step drop knee turn and switch it up, so many ways you can start squeezing points out on these longboards. You've got your fakey turns from the nose, little variations that sort of get those scores up and running. Like I said, can't wait for them to be out here in Mona Lisa, but I'm also looking forward to the girls getting in there next. Good little swell for them to get out there while the waves are still sort of cooking. And as this tide fills in, it usually gets a bit better as it fills in. It lines up really well, so can't wait to see the girls out there soon.
Yeah, 4 minutes to run in the last heat of the opening round for the men. So it's the round of 64. 34 surfers left after this. And for the women, round 1 is the round of 32. So 32 women in the draw. And it's 3 women heats.
Georgie May Hicks, I believe she's our Great Britain representative.
Yep, she lives in Bali.
Yep. And she rips. We got our Japanese girl.
Yeah, Minamai Nanaka and Diane Nagalo.
And Diane Nagalo, another Shargonian.
A Shargonian.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ruined that language, but I'm going to throw it out there. A Shargonian, I think of something like that. Luke's looking at me, he's like, no, that's not it, John. What are you talking about? Good little stack. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Getting towards the business end of the heat. The boys are definitely positioning themselves. The strategy of that priority does start coming into play now. Philmar and John Mark. Marimar's in first priority, Philmar's in second priority, and they're going to want to try to defend their leads. I don't know if they'll be working together. They are good friends, and they do often travel together and surf together, but I'm not sure if they're going to work together too hard. These guys are just more about, they want to get through, they're professionals, and they want to get the job done. It's going to be all about what Clarence, who's up and riding now.
Yeah, swinging into action on his backhand. Got a lot of drift out of the tail on that one. But one and done. He's out of there.
Looking for 375. What do you reckon, Benzie? What's your initial thoughts on that one? Is he going to get the 375 into that one move?
Nah.
Straight up.
And there it is, a 2.05.
Could have been a judge.
Yeah, it was just the one turn. Needed to be a bigger wave to,
absolutely
get a, I was going to say good score, but to get like a 4 for one turn, you need it to be pretty jazzy today.
Looks like they're feeding us again, Benzie. What do you reckon?
I don't know if I can eat anymore.
Thank you to the sponsors for looking after us so much. I'm going to go home a new man, I think. Unfortunately, that new man's going to be 120 kilos. And
I need to lie down and a nap. I don't need more food.
1 minute. We got Daniel Espion on the move. He's looking. Looks like Marimar's shadowing him pretty tightly. He knows he's got to keep him off a 2.35.
Exactly.
And he's in a priority position to do it. So defense will be the key for Marimar in this dying minute. And Daniel's got to get under him and find a 2, which is definitely achievable on one of these smaller insiders.
Well, we've got a set coming. There's a couple of waves in this one, so will we get one last reshuffle of the pack? Priority is with John Mark Takong. He'd love to get rid of his 275 and really put this one to bed. He doesn't think he's going to do it with that, so leaves the door slightly open for Danielle and Clarence. Neither of them go there. There's only 30 seconds to go. And, well, Philmar goes left, splits the peak with Marimar. So not sure what John Mark got up to. 10 seconds to go. Will Daniel or Clarence get one last crack at it?
Looks like a little bit of a sleepy ocean out there, and it looks like it's going to run away possibly without him here. A bit of frustration there from Daniel. He knows what's just happened, going down with a 2.5, but that's just strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, no surprises there. Two of the more highly fancied Filipino surfers, Philmar Alapao and John Mark Takong, through to the next round. And that is it for the opening round on the men's side of the draw at the La Union International. We're going to have a quick break. When we come back, the ladies take to the water.
What? 7.5. Holy moly. Kidding me, Mike? Heat of the women's shortboard open. In red, we have Minami Nonaka from Japan. In white, we have Diane Nogalo from the Philippines. And in blue, we have Georgie May Hicks. Surfer in red. Just got a 7.5.
There's a replay of that last heat. We got Marimar out there. We saw the split peak. We saw Philmar get that left. Marimar sent a little air reverse on the right, putting him into second place. Philmar coming in first in that last heat, and John Mark Takong coming in second. Not much between them. Daniel just couldn't quite find that wave at the end, those dying seconds to get himself through. But out there in the water, Georgie May just got herself a 7.5, setting the standard for the women's division. Look at that.
Was Minami?
Sorry, it was Minami. Minami
Nonaka?
Nonaka. Sorry, she got the 7.5.
Yeah, I would love to see that replay of that wave. Is this it?
No, usually it says replay. But she shreds. Like I said, these girls, Japanese women, they're starting to really set the standard of what women can do. It's exciting to see where women's surfing's going. We're working on getting that replay as she gets her second wave. Hopefully we'll get it up. If not, it's okay because the scoreboard's there and she's just about to drop a really good second number, I think. Alrighty, so there's that last wave of Minami, a 6.0 to go with a 7.5, setting a pretty big exclamation mark to the other girls that...
Her first 4 minutes.
Yeah.
She can come in.
She can come in, she can have a break. Maybe sit it out for a while and see what happens. But with Georgie May and Diane out in the water, I don't think I'd give them too much breathing room. I think applying the pressure might be the best way to go. Here's Georgie May up and riding now.
Nice first wrap.
I was watching the free surf earlier and Georgie May was hitting some good sections. And here she goes again, finding that rhythm. I believe she's Indonesian based. Most of our Europeans, the French, they're all European based. They're
Bali
all
based.
Bali based, basically, Indonesia. And yeah, a bit more freedom living in Indonesia, a bit more tropical. Get away from that cold sub-0 degree water that they get in Europe. They can keep it. Looks like, ooh, Cheapox is making his way in. Get in here. Get in here, fella. Here you come. Joining me right now is Philmar Alepeo. Welcome, Philmar. Congratulations. Got yourself a win. Made the trip worthwhile, huh?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to get busy because it's small day.
Bit small. I know we were talking yesterday. You don't love the small stuff. You were sort of conceding that you were not going to go very far, but came through with a win on that first one just by using your knowledge and experience of how to get points. And you can see it in you. How old are you now, Philmar?
I'm 30.
30, old man.
I am. I am now.
But it's your experience and like I was saying to you, stepping into that mentoring role and possibly moving into a Philippines coaching position.
Yeah.
So
excited.
Yeah, and well, it's good to see you can still match it with them out there and you're still knocking them over. You're actually knocking over some of these young guys. Until you beat the coach, you're not the coach, right?
Yeah.
How was it out there? There you are on the screen. Could have wore a shirt, but much better without. I'm glad I'm wearing a shirt at this stage, let me tell you. Any shout out to your family back home?
Yeah, I want to thank my wife, Andy, and to my family, everyone who's watching, and thank you for all your support, who supported us, my team here. Thank you so much, guys.
Let's talk about your team. What's your team? What team are you talking about?
So we have a group of team. I'm coaching them and I'm supporting them. The young guys who Siargao and few girls also.
And what's the name of it?
It's called Happy Islanders. It's our YouTube channel.
Happy Islanders. So
Yeah.
so get on YouTube and check out the Happy Islanders. It's basically Filmar and his wife and their family and
Yeah.
life in Siargao and what it's like to be a Philippine surfer and a Philippine family living in Siargao Island.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the most outspoken guy I know. Put a camera in his face and he shuts up and he's a YouTuber, but it's actually a great watch and it's a great slice of family life. Filmar's turning into this great mentor for young surfers, like you said, this Happy Islanders team that they've got together. Took it off their own back, they pay out of their own pockets, and they support a lot of the local kids. And like I said, you're still matching it out there, ripping it up. Looking forward to that bigger swell coming?
Yeah, hopefully I will keep it going, hopefully.
Keep it going? Well, I know you in big waves, you're a lot more comfortable in the big stuff than the little stuff.
I just need to keep it there.
Are we going to see a rodeo flip this event?
Maybe. Maybe.
That's
If
on my
it's
list of
bigger,
things
yeah,
to
I
do
need
for
more.
Filmar. I want to see one of those rodeo flips that you're getting famous for.
Yeah.
I don't
will
think
try.
anyone else is doing them.
If I will see a wall, I will try.
Yeah. So you want to shout out to anyone else back home?
Just to my wife, salamat mahal sa pagsuporta sa amo, maintain. Sa tanan mga bata. Sa ako pamilya, sa tanan mga nagsuporta sa amo, team, salamat karado sa iyo suporta.
Yeah. Who do you reckon we've got hopes on the girls? You reckon who's going to get there in the women's department?
What's that?
Who's gonna shine for the women's in from the
We
from
have
the Siargao? Who are you hoping for?
Dayan, Nelby, or Susan.
I believe you got young Via Estrellado. She's a
we have
part of
Bia
your.
also. She's part of our team now.
She's part of your
also,
Happy Islands team.
Yeah.
She's one of the up and coming young
stoked to have her.
surfers in the Philippines.
We're
She's
happy to have
actually
her also, yeah.
Philippines #1.
Yes. Yes.
And she's a competitor.
She's really good. She just needed support.
Yeah. She just needed support, and like I said, you're mentoring these young kids. She's, I think, 18 years old now, so a big future ahead of her. Start to fine-tuning her surfing. She's already got a competitive spirit about her, like we haven't seen so far in the Philippines, so I can't wait. All right, Cheapox, Happy Islanders, get on YouTube, follow them, subscribe. Don't forget to like and subscribe and follow the, what is it? Hit the notifications button. You should know it by now.
Thank you.
But congratulations,
Thank you so
good
much.
win. How does it feel beating Maramar again? It must feel good.
Oh.
I know he's a friend, but come on, it's always good to beat him.
Yeah, I feel happy. I'm happy.
I know.
He beat me at the last event.
I know he's your brother, but I'm glad.
I love him so much.
It's good to knock one
my
over on
darling.
him. Yeah, of course. All right, thanks, Filmar.
Thank you so
and
much.
look forward to seeing you in the next round. Give him hell. All right, that was Filmar Alipeo. Like I said, get on to YouTube, Happy Islanders. Check out what Siargao life is with him and his beautiful wife, Andy, and his family. Like, subscribe, and follow. Luke knows the YouTube game. Famous YouTuber yourself.
There you go.
Luke. There you go. Filmar Alipeo, Cheapox, one of the new generation OGs stepping through. Alrighty, we got a few waves dropped while we were chatting with Filmar then.
Yeah, I remember him. I think first time he come here is 2010 for a Grom comp. We
Here
were
we
on a
go.
few Grom. Here's a replay of Lash of Red.
I mean, she's putting some damage out there. She hasn't dropped anything under a 6.0 at the moment, and this is why she's just going to town out there.
Minami no Naka.
Minami, she would have cut her teeth in. Here's the other 6 of Minami, another 6 comparable. She's just, at the moment, she's out there just doing what she wants. Oh, nice little layback in there, got a little fin drift. Not too much chitter-chatter and pumping. She just waited patiently for that section to show up. And there she goes. I'm guessing she's got to finish pretty strong on that one. Nice vertical tag. Excellent as Diane Nagalo paddles her way back out. At the moment, Diane's only at 4.35 away from getting into that second place. Georgia Hicks has locked herself in 2 4.25s. So Diane sitting in third place at the moment, looking to get into that next level as Luke gets himself a packet of ding-dongs.
Ding-dongs.
Okay, we're going to have a look at Diane's replay and see how she went. Here we go with our surfer in white on her last. I believe this will be the 3.5 or might be the 4.5. That's just her duck diving. So that's how the surfer in white duck dives. Luke, what's the technique? Good? There she is, up and riding.
There you go.
And Georgie's last wave, I'm believing. Just getting a little bit caught up on that turn.
Is she using a blackboard?
I love blackboards. I always wanted a blackboard. I haven't got one yet.
Like a carbon fiber, no?
Yeah, sometimes they're just black. I got warned against them many, many years ago. I've always wanted one, so I'm very jealous of Georgie's board. Maybe I can borrow it. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure we ride the same literage. If she's up around 30 litres, then we should get along just fine. But I'm pretty sure she'd be riding about 20 litres or 23 litres.
Here you go. Here's a replay.
Here we go.
Straight
Ooh.
off the top. Another wrap.
All right, this will be a 5.0 from the one she just dropped as we were talking about her. All right, a couple of nice little combinations. That opening turn, I believe, would have been all that points. She just nice snap off the top, followed into a little bit caught in that second wrap, but she was getting that flow and combination thing going that the judges love to see.
Yeah. Thanks to our major sponsors, Next Gen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1, the provincial government of La Union, the local government of La Union, and San Miguel Infrastructure. Thank you guys for making this event possible. How's that ding dong, John?
It's really good.
Do you want some more ding dong?
No, I got a handful of ding dongs that I thought you were going to eat. Like, I'm happy to eat them. The MSG does wonders for the skin.
How was your chat with Philmar?
He's one of the most outspoken, shy people I've ever met in my life. He's great when you get him one-on-one. He's one of the nicest, most humble guys you'll meet. And you know, like I said, him and his partner, Andy, doing great things in Shargao. They're sort of stepping into the mentoring role. Red.
Nice.
Ooh. Man, she surfs good. Manami. She is going to town out there. Just smooth and crisp on everything she's doing. Looking for that end section. She's just going to run away from her.
I want a board like that. Wonder what board she's riding. Roxy Surfer?
Yeah.
There's a few of them here. A few
There
Roxy
is.
girls up here. A few longboarders. A few shortboarders.
I was talking earlier with, was it you? We're talking about the pros, we're talking about the men, and who's the next Italo Ferreira, who's the next John Florence, who's the next Gabriel Medina, and we were sort of struggling for names, but then when we started talking about the women and who's starting to push the limits, there was a list of women who are up and coming, and they're really setting a new standard in surfing, like the Clarissa Moore, Steph Gilmore. All those women have really taken the bat and set a standard in surfing. But then we got like Sierra Kerr and all these youngsters coming through, and they're doing full-blown rotators and everything on every second wave. So women's surfing's in a great spot, and they're the ones pushing the progression now. They're the ones that everyone's starting to talk about. So it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's so true. Do you think that has something to do with the wave pools and stuff? All these air difficult technicalities in the air. I saw Italo's post the other day on the wave pool. Oh my God.
He's a freak. He actually done
Oh
an
my
air, or
God.
I don't even know what they're going to call it, but he laid back hand on the board. It was a variation of a Superman where he just laid back down on the board and then got back up. There's Manami's last wave, a 6.25, so she's increased her lead.
A 7.5, a 6, a 6, and a 6.25.
That's an impressive list, isn't it?
She can win 2 heats with that.
She can at the moment, but these girls, so far, this is the standard. This is setting the scale for the rest of the girls, so a lot to live up for them. Diane and Georgie's got a little bit of work to do if they want to get into first. To get into first, Georgie's looking for an 8.75, or she's going to have to just push it up with 2 scores, which is a bit of an ask in these conditions, I think. And Diane's looking for a 5.10 at this stage to get up in. She's got a 4.15 and a 3.5, so she's definitely within striking range. You just got to maybe get that wave selection. She's also sitting out there with priority, so we'll see if Diane's got the patience to wait it out and if she can capitalise on her next opportunity.
Yeah, she needs 5.1 to advance.
Coming up in the next round, we've got another stacked heat. We've got Sumomo Sato, Nilby Blancata, Pinky Alapeo, and Gaidi
Inoge.
Inoge.
Inog.
Ino. Tricky last name. Well, too many consonants for me to pronounce. But that's a good-looking heat. Nilby Blancata, obviously, and Sumomo Sato, well-known surfers, and looking forward to that competition, that matchup. It's going to be another high-scoring affair, I think.
For sure.
For sure. Taking it out of you this afternoon. It's a nice day of surfing down here in the beautiful San Juan La Union. And like I said, you must be stoked to finally have a WSL event down here at your hometown.
The biggest event ever by far here.
Yeah, we have
a QS 1000 and a QS 3000.
With a 3000, that's a pretty big deal.
I would say that's could be the biggest event of the year until Jerry. We'll see what Jerry does with QS Siargao.
See what Jerry Deegan does with Siargao WSL event. No pressure, Jerry Deegan, but this is a 3000 and it's looking pretty good, buddy. He's nodding his head, he's smiling, and he's got a thumbs up. But yeah, the SEA Games 2019 was the last big event you guys had here.
Yep, that was a big event too. But this is way bigger. We have 120.
This is the big show. This is exciting. The SEA Games was limited with the competitors because it was one of those, a part of it's a mini version of the Olympics, we'll say, in the Southeast Asia region.
Yep.
For those who don't understand what the SEA Games is, it's the Southeast Asian Games, where for the first time ever surfing was listed in that games, and it was right here at beautiful San Juan.
First time it has been listed, and first time here in the Philippines, and
So
it's only for Southeast Asian countries.
Yeah. And here we are now for a QS Asia region WSL event. It's super exciting. And longboard, first longboard WSL event, I think, in the Philippines.
Yep. That's why we have countries from surfers from Korea and Taiwan, Japan, Indo, Thailand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's from all over. It's great and bigger and better for next year, hopefully. Hoping to make this a regular event. And hopefully, oh, here goes Diane. Let's see what she can do. Good looking wave. She's going to have to put something major on there to get that score up. Nice wrap there.
There you go. Strong core, strong legs, thanks to CrossFit Siargao.
Oh, yeah. Big shout out to Mike and Daff at CrossFit Siargao. Diane's a part of the national team there in Siargao. She's in that gym regularly. CrossFit Siargao helping build stronger athletes. What do they say? We say lift big, surf strong. CrossFit Siargao. Good call. Let's see what she needed. She needed a good score. She's didn't really commit to any major sections or anything like that. There was a little bit of chittery, chattery sort of transition moves between that.
Safe surfing, yeah.
Yeah, safe surfing. Dropping in at a 3.90. And you can see why in this replay. She didn't quite... You see the surfing that Manami's doing. She's setting the standard in this heat, so the judges have to go off that scale. Nothing really too committed or aggressive from Diane. And she's capable of it. Those safe sort of open face turns, more of a transition. The judges want to see that committed stuff on that open thing. But Diane Nagala, a great surfer, capable of it. Just needs to step up. Probably a little case of the nerves surfing against these two sensational women surfers out there. And with Manami sitting on a 13.75, a little bit intimidating out there possibly.
Yeah, there you go. Her last wave was a 3.9.
3.9, not enough. And hasn't really lowered her requirement either, so she's still looking for a 5.10 to get up into second with 4 minutes.
Few sets rolling in.
You know about this break, it gets a little bit better at the higher tide, Luke.
Yep. From low to high, it seems to wrap around better at that point.
Yep.
Compared to dead low tide, so...
Maybe stands up a little bit closer in and sort of hugs the reef a bit better.
Yeah.
It's a strange point because it's sort of a beach break, point break, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, further down on the right of that screen, you walk onto rocks and then it's sand.
Yeah, it's a beachy pointy.
Yeah.
It's a strange It's a strange
That's a new one, a
concept,
beachy
yeah.
pointy.
A pointy beachy maybe might be the better way to go about it. But
Plus, it's covered with seaweeds where the water is at, so it's pretty spongy.
yeah, but I did see a bit of claret, a bit of blood coming from one of our athletes yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
One of the Indonesian girls sort of had a little bounce and a bit of a run in with the rocks during the free surfing and put a few dents in herself. She's okay. She's got a bit of bandages.
Here we go, surfer in blue.
Georgie just
In
thrown
and out.
away priority. Minami's probably going to sit out there with priority now. If she goes again, it'll be just for fun, I think. She's very safely out in first place. I don't think anyone's going to catch her. She just might choose to pick another one off, so get a bit of practice in.
Thanks to our minor sponsors, PLDT and Smart, for our internet connection. Volkswagen Philippines. I saw you driving one.
I
John.
was given the opportunity to drive from Manila to San Juan. It's normally about a 5-hour drive from the heart of Manila. I did it in about 2.5. I'm just joking.
Volkswagen.
Volkswagen.
While drinking Red Bull.
While
There you
drinking
go.
Red Bull, that's the other minor sponsors. Yeah, I got a nice little Volkswagen, super comfortable car, very, very, very nice drive out.
Thanks to Justin for hooking that up for us.
Shout out to Justin. It was a pleasure. It was great, just getting to see the countryside, driving yourself. It's sort of good in the vans, but it's also good to have the control and the freedom to pull over and wee when you want to wee. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
So next we have in red we have Sumomo Sato. In blue we have Nildi Blancada. In white we have Pinky Alipayo, and in green we have Kate Ino. So that's our heat 2. I believe we're gonna finish 8 heats of this round.
I don't think we're going to get there. We might
No?
get from 4 to 6 done. Yeah, 6 heats probably maximum for the day, so we're probably going to be ending up finishing the girls at a later time, hopefully tomorrow, if this swell holds in. But we have got the opening ceremony tonight too, which is pretty exciting. Where are we doing that?
Yeah, we're doing that in Puerto de San Juan. It's about 3 kilometers north of here.
Yeah, and I believe they got some courtesy buses to pick us up.
Yep, they're in charge of the transportation too, so yeah, it's gonna be a fun night.
Yeah, get there. I think we're going to have some food. And
Lechon?
Pig on spit. There we go. When we did have another go, I believe that was just for fun, but it wasn't what she was looking for. 30 seconds to see if Diane can get herself that 5.10. Doesn't look like too much is happening for Diane. Ocean a little bit quiet out there. Hasn't done the work. That wave, I'm sure she wishes she put a little bit more urgency on that turn with 10 seconds to go. All right, looks like this one's going to wrap up pretty neatly. We can take that break with Manema and Georgia Hicks going through. Take a break and we'll be back with, I believe, Jerry Deegan and Luke Landrigan in the call.
All right. This is heat 2. Women's round of 32. Welcome back, Jerry.
Thanks, Luke. Nice to be back. Surf's looking pretty good still, and it seems to have cleaned up a tad. It seems to be lining up a bit better. You did suggest that as the tide came up, it would line up a bit better.
Look at this.
Yeah. Who we got paddling for that? Surfer in blue, Nelby. So Nelby Blancada is a person I've surfed with, as you have many. Oh, they're very unusual. That's a really big mistake, I guess, and a shame because that wave's still powering through there. But that's life. That's the way things work.
Here we go. Surfer in red's second wave, I believe.
Sumomo Sato. Nice style. Oh yeah, nice finish. So that garnered her a 4.25, and the lead only 2 minutes down. But actually, it is improving. Shame it's going to get dark eventually. We could run this whole round, but has anyone ever threatened to put lights out here or anything like that? Happened at Cloud 9 once. A lot of you will remember.
We've surfed a few times during full moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Here, well, at the point or on the beach?
On the point.
Yeah, we used to do that at Cloud 9 regularly, and then we got actual lights. It was someone's idea. Scott Down, a good mate of mine, and I sort of was trying to help him out, and just didn't work out. You know, it was a terrific idea that just didn't work out, and the plan was to, you know, charge people to surf at night time. The government was in on it, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out. Lights
Here we go, surfer in green. That's KD&O from Japan.
And Pinky Alapaya from right there at Cloud 9. Oh, okay, that wasn't a good start. It wasn't much of a wave. I know Pinky's family very well. Her mother, her father, and all the brothers and sisters. Had a shop there right at Cloud 9. Actually, they still do.
He's Yok Yok's daughter, yeah?
No, that's no. Pinky is.
Yeah, Yok Yok's daughter.
Why? She's always there at Elida's place.
No, maybe that's
And it's funny enough. Funny you say that because Alapaya is definitely Yok Yok's name, and Yok Yok's here. But for some reason, then maybe there's another Pinky.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, because it is Yok Yok's daughter. I stand corrected, my friend. And Yok Yok's down there. I was surprised to see him on the beach. I was thinking, why is Yok Yok here? So hello, Yok Yok, if you're listening, and Yok Yok's all the Alapayas. Terrific family, actually. And a family I've known for a long, long time also. So I promised a couple of people I'd give them a shout out. Jerry Garcia, not the famous one, the less famous one. Jerry in Manila, g'day mate, how you doing? I hope you're well. Here's your shout out, I love you. Wendell, who's downstairs watching. Wendell is a big supporter of surfing, and Wendell is down there on the beach, so whether he's listening or not, I promised him I'd give him a shout out. He's ever sponsored you, Wendell?
Wendell Vance, yeah.
Yeah, Wendell. He has Vance Philippine, terrific bloke, and a real supporter of surfing. And Rico Riddenback. G'day, Rico. I hope you're watching or listening, and Charles and all the boys. So there you go. I've done my duty. Have a good day and keep watching. And we'll be going on here for another 5 days.
5 more days.
5 more days after today. So keep watching. If you promise to keep watching, we'll promise to keep shouting you out.
Sorry, 6 more days. Yeah, it's a 7-day event. So yeah, 20 minutes to go. Surfer in red is in the lead. Surfer in green is in second. Surfer in blue needs a 4.4 to progress to advance. And surfer in white needs a 4.65 to progress. A lot of time, 20 minutes.
And Nelby Blancada, whose lovely sister Neldy was one of the first and best surfers, female surfers of Shargo. So hi Neldy, I know you're watching, and we're hoping Nelby can smash through this and take a win. So Nelby has been the best female Philippine surfer
for a while. Yeah,
I would say 5 years or so, and she's
won Cloud 9 event.
She's won the Cloud 9 event, and on her forehand, she's just vicious. She, I think she's at times unbeatable. Her sister actually is a goofy footer, which is a bit odd to see them both out there splitting the peak. But hello to all the Blancadas, and Nelby, who fell off her first wave, unfortunately has plenty of time to catch up there. So we have Japan v Katangnan.
Yeah,
Katangan
that's
is
right.
the small town at Cloud 9. And I have some allegiances there. I'm not a judge, so I can say it. So we'll see what happens and if a few more sets come through. Been a long day of surfing. We did 16 heats of the men, which is a pretty good day. And we'll have to keep an eye on the swell charts for the next few days and figure out how we're going to, well, you're going to have to figure out how you're going to run things, Luke.
Yeah, tomorrow would probably run some longboard heats since the swell is dropping.
Do you see us finishing these last two of the women's heats?
I think so, yeah.
So we'll
There's
just
5 more heats after this, and it's only 3:20 p.m. Sunset's around 5:45.
Okay, because they did, the beach announcer made a call stating that we won't run the last two. I guess that's what happens when you're the event director, but you're up here commentating. You're not always part of the thing. So maybe you can go down there and...
I had a chat with Ty actually a few minutes, 30 minutes ago.
And he said we would run through?
Yeah.
Okay, well
he
maybe...
said he said he made a chart that last heat.
Okay, well I heard the announcement earlier than that, so maybe they've
Probably, yeah.
changed their plan. Good. Look, I'd like to finish it. And I sometimes find it a little unfair if, you know, the last two heats get thrown out on a smaller day or, you know, who knows, it could be a bigger day, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, it has been a big day. We've been here since, 6 a.m. Started at 8 a.m.
And we have an opening ceremony, so we're not going to finish for some time. Hopefully we'll have maybe 1 or 2 beers and some nice food and relatively early night and do it all again.
There you go. Beat, beat.
And then we talked about the nicknames before. So Bibi is her nickname, and it comes because her name is Nelby, and they use the last bit of the name, Bibi.
Good power surfing from Surfer in Red.
Yeah, it's a nickname thing that I know the boys have talked about today, and it's funny, in the Philippines I went there with my wife Susan. Hi Susan. And in Australia her nickname is Sue, in the Philippines her nickname is San. Everyone called her San. For a while we're thinking, who's San? Oh, Susan. Okay, that's a better way from Pinky. And you've got a young daughter, Luna, who's learning how to surf now.
Yeah, she's 5 years old.
And she can paddle out. Can she paddle out on her own at
She
this stage?
paddles with me.
Yeah.
When it's manageable for her.
Has she been to the point yet, or just at the beach?
Only with me on the same board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the last time I saw her surfing, she was on your board and
Yeah.
you were doing it together. So now she's got her own board.
Yep. Nice first turn from Beat Beat.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's the replay from the previous one. Yeah, 3 really nice turns. Just tried to bite off a bit more than she could chew on that one. But a 5.10 gives her the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, thanks to our local sponsors, Hiraya, Sunset Hill and Restaurant, Clean Beach, San Juan Surf Resort, Alima, Sabong Fried Chicken, Surftown La Union, Tagpuan, Warung Local, Zera Water, Kermit, Seabuds, La Cantina, and Lineup Bistro.
What is Tagpuyang?
Tagpuan is like a restaurant.
A local food?
Yeah, just local food across 7-Eleven. They usually open throughout the night. After having a few beers, that place to go where you have some to eat.
Yeah, well, in Australia it'd probably be a kebab or something.
Yeah.
But
That's Tagpuan. Here we go, Surfer in Green.
KD Inyo, really not sure how to pronounce her name. I'll have to find that out for tomorrow, hoping that she makes it through.
There you go, Baby. Last wave is a 5.0. That pushes her to 2nd place. Surfer in Green, another change. Surfer in Green just got a 3.10. Now she moved back to 2nd place. BB only needing a 0.85 to progress, to advance. And Surfer in White needing a 3.7.
And Bibi out there with priority, and here comes a wave. How much line is on it, actually? Yeah, okay, I'm glad she didn't take that. Doesn't look like there was much wall there. She surfed in the games here in
Yeah, she
2019, was it?
She did win it.
And she won it.
She got gold, yeah.
Yeah, she's really hard to beat on a day. And a good person, you know, always friendly, always happy, chats to anyone. She's a mum now. She's got a lovely kid, Clyde. Hope you're watching Mum Clyde. Yeah, putting a lot into the turns.
I'm sure she gets a 0.85 for that.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's a good call, that one.
Here's a replay of our surfer in blue.
Yeah, not sure if we'll go up to where the last one went to, but nice wave nonetheless.
I'm just waiting for some scores to drop.
It was hard early in the day. We didn't have the scores.
Mm.
We had probably as much as anyone on the screen had, and thinking, oh, we don't know anything here. Been a lot easier since the boys, since Sam helped us out there. Thank you, Sam. You're a champion.
So Lass of Green is a 3.55. And Lass of Blue is a 3.9. That pushes her to first place.
All right, so that's good. Nelby's in the lead. Sumomo needs a 4.76 to move into first. Katie needs a 4.70 to move to second. And Pinky's needing a 6 to move into second as well. I think Pinky probably needs to build from there, start with a 4-pointer or whatever, or obviously get a 6-pointer if she can, but not a lot of high scores out there today. Do you think they're scoring the women slightly better than they scored the men?
I think so.
I've noticed. I saw
I
7.5.
think they'll have to change the scaling, for the girls.
Yeah.
To adjust it a bit. That's why.
Scores it's definitely coming in a little better than and what the men were scoring.
I think the girls are surfing better too.
Well,
just kidding, guys.
He's not kidding, guys.
Surfing better than us, I mean.
Oh. Yeah, well, that's a given. Just over 10 minutes to go. This is heat 2. So there's a round of 32 for the women, meaning we have 32 starters.
Yep, that means there's 8 heats.
8 heats with 4 people in each, although there are a couple with...
3
we might
heats.
not have 32 starters. Yeah, we're a couple of heats with only 3 starters. But that's the idea of round of 32. It allows for 32 surfers. And the men were 64, which allows for 64 surfers. And again, we had a few 3-man heats in the men, so we didn't quite have 64 surfers.
You have to have that even number for the heats.
Correct. How many longboarders do you have? Do we know?
Good question. I have to check. I'll check it now.
So we're looking like probably moving into the longboards tomorrow. The predictions are that the swell is going to continue to drop off. And then it looks like we've got a big swell at the end of the week or at the beginning of the new week. And
yes, on the 25th and the 26th, there's going to be a...
which may be too big for us. Could that be the case?
I hope it doesn't get too blown out or doesn't get bigger than 6 foot, because over than 6 feet here, the whole bay just closes out. But again, during SEA Games, we have 7 to 10 foot waves, and the boys were out there.
Send them
the
out
girls
anyway.
were out there, yeah.
Well, we've got a little bit of time to play with, so we'll see.
How do you see the schedule for the longboard here? Oh, there you go. Yeah, so the men's longboard is a round of 32, and the women's longboard is a round of 16.
Okay. And once we get to the quarterfinals in both the longboard and the shortboard, we'll do man on man?
Yes, correct.
Are we still allowed to say man on man now that we've got women doing it as well? Is there some new term that we need to use? Person on person?
One-on-one.
One-on-one? Not trying to offend anyone out there. Apparently it's pretty easy to offend people these days. So 8 minutes and 15 seconds just about. Slowed down a bit out there. We've still got Neldy in the lead and Susumo coming second. And hopefully a few more sets will power through.
Yeah, so coming on the next heat, we have Shinno Matsuda from Japan, Anissa Flynn from Thailand, Susan Escalina from the Philippines, and Suri Jabrik from Indonesia.
So Suri is Tippy's daughter,
Yep.
Tippy who has been commentating all day with us.
That's right.
And she's young, she's only 16.
14?
Oh, she's only 14.
14, 15, yeah.
Yeah, that's, you know, he was hoping there would be a junior division, which there wasn't, but nonetheless to bring her here and give her the experience is a really good thing.
Shout out to Feby and Chia, the wife of Tippy and the son of Tippy.
Yeah,
back in Bali.
they've been at the last few events, haven't
Yeah.
they? We'll see you guys back in Shargao in September, I hope.
Yeah, thanks to our major sponsors, Next Gen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1. Shout out to Jeff Ortega, a fellow surfer from La Union, who's the regional director for DOT Region 1, the provincial government of La Union, the local government of La Union, and San Miguel Infrastructure.
I'm not entirely sure what San Miguel Infrastructure is, are you?
They're doing, I heard they doing infrastructures now, like building the expressways.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Like civil works. And
Yeah.
Big company. San Miguel sponsored our event last October in Shargao. They were our major sponsor.
San Miguel Beer.
San Miguel Beer, yeah. They gave us a fantastic sponsorship deal and we really appreciated it.
Thanks to the San Miguel boys.
Yeah, so it was thanks to, I think Luli helped us a great deal. I'd like to say hello to Luli and Luigi.
Hi Luli, hi Luigi. Luli actually learned how to surf here.
Oh, okay,
Back
and
when-
then polished her surfing in Shargao.
Yeah, back when her and her mom came here to surf. Here we go, surfer in red.
She's got
Sumomo Sato.
plenty of style. She's a great surfer. She's going to get to finish it off. She's waiting. No. Had enough. Time to paddle back out. And there's Nelby right behind her. Five minutes remaining, so Pinky and Katie are going to have to get a wiggle on there, catch up to the two front runners. Katie's lowest scoring weight is a 310, easy to replace, and Pinky's, of course, is only a 2, so easy to replace as well. Oh, Susumo's got a really good score coming in here. Nelby's has come in as a 5.50, and Sumomo's come in as a 6.25. So they have moved further ahead. Katie now needs a 6.95 to move to second, and Pinky needs an 8.25. And Sumomo needs a 4.35 to move into first. Really close at the top, 10.6 and 10.5. They are tending to motor away from the other two at the moment. 4 minutes remaining. I want to thank those people that fed us today. I don't know why
Yeah.
we needed 4 separate meals. Feeling kind of bloated. I think I'll struggle to squeeze a beer in there after the day is
we had
done.
Clean Beach and ours and Elvis. 5.5.
Oh.
Spicy.
A drop wallet. Oh, okay. She finished it as well. Okay, that was pretty impressive.
And this is Red's 6.25.
Bam. Yeah, not much downtime in this one either. Like she kept the board going, decided to give up rather than just wallow along for a little longer. I think it was a well thought out wave, that one. So afternoon tea, what's that going to be? Actually, they already brought pizzas downstairs.
We have her pizzas there.
Oh.
I think that's from Kermit.
Thanks, Kermit. Thanks, Johnny. Hope you're listening. Johnny's in town.
Yep, he is.
Well, there's a shout out to Gianni. Thank you, mate. Hung out with Gianni last time I was here, so I better catch up with him this time. Okay, just over 2.5 minutes to go. And it's getting more and more difficult for our 4th and 3rd places there. Green and white. Green holds priority, so I guess they're just holding priority and I hope that a decent set's coming through. Pinky does not have priority, so she's going to have to catch something inside or outside their priority if she's got any hope of getting the score she needs, which is an 8.25. I don't believe we had an 8.25 today. You could break it down into 2 waves, but with only 2 minutes to go and a 1 minute paddle out, I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle now for Pinky. A bit of a set looming up out the back. There's Katie's opportunity. Is she a bit deep? Okay, round the section. Oh, it's just crumbling away from her.
Is that a deck pad in front of her, on her front foot?
Oh, I didn't notice. I'll see if the board pops out there. That was a really nice finishing manoeuvre. No, I don't think it was. Sumo's the wave behind. Just probably making it so the others can't get it. That's an interesting wave there from Katie. She didn't do much at the start. She had to catch up with it, but the last manoeuvre was sensational.
1 minute. 1 minute left. We see the next heat already out there, ready to go.
I don't think Nelby's not going to go. She's going to let Pinky get this wave. This is Pinky's chance, and she didn't get it. 30 seconds to go. She's going to go again. Here's this wave. So she chased it and chased it and chased it. And she got some speed up, finished it.
Oh. I think that's a deck pad in front of her, on her front foot. Here we go.
I missed it again.
10 seconds to go.
All right, so that's going to be the result. Nelby's just going to take this last one. So Nelby and Sumomo will move ahead into the next round. Bad luck for Katie and Pinky, but we'll just have a quick break and we'll move into the women's heat 3 shortly.
All right, welcome back to La Union International Pro. This is surfer in blue, Anissa Flynn on her backhand. We've got Shino Matsuda, the highly fancy Japanese surfer, in red. Susan Escania and Suri Jabrik in white and green respectively. So we have a Japanese, a Thai, a Filipino and an Indonesian in this heat. So the Asian region very well represented. And here goes Shino Matsuda, the top seed, in the red jersey on her backhand. And Luke, I was just down in the judging tower looking front on, a bit closer to sea level. Some of these mid-sized sort of runners halfway down the point
On the inside, yeah.
seem to have the best shape, and then as it comes in closer to the beach, there's still plenty of push. Not so much on the end of that wave of Shinos, but yeah, lots of opportunity going on out there right now. We just saw Nilby and Sumomo both putting up 10-point totals in that last heat. So very contestable. We've got some waves pouring in right now as well. This looks like Suri Jabrik. She's wearing the green jersey that her dad Tippy was wearing a little while ago. And this is a good looking wave for the young Indonesian. She's got some work to do to get out on the open face. And it comes unglued on her second turn. She's out of there. Here goes Susan Escania.
Yeah, Susan from Siargao.
Just about took Suri out then as well.
So yeah, who do we have here? Surfer in red, Shino Matsuda from Japan. Anissa Flynn from Thailand.
Yeah,
Anissa has won here before. She got second in SEA Games, I think. And Susan Escanila, surfer in white from Siargao, and Suri from Indonesia. There you go. Surfer in red's first wave is a 5.0. So yeah, thanks to our major sponsors, Next Gen Philippines Department of Tourism Region 1, Provincial Government of La Union, and San Miguel Infrastructure. So after this, we have Heat 4, Sara Wakita, Nao Omura, and Vea Estrelado.
Yeah, Sara Wakita, incredible surfer.
2 Japanese and Philippines.
And Anissa Flynn from Thailand. Have you surfed in Thailand at all?
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Phuket?
Yep. Super fun wave. Shout out to all the boys there. Ooh.
Is Shino? Yeah, talking to a lot of the crew from the Asian Surf Co. The Phuket event last year, one of their favourites. Plenty of waves, great times.
Were you there? You go?
I was not. I'd quite like to go next year though, that sounds cool. Never surfed in Thailand, I've been quite a few times, but been to Phuket as well. And, yet to surf there.
Yeah, they have fun waves, fun beach breaks.
All right, here is Susan Escania from Thailand.
From Philippines.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Yep, Anissa is from Thailand. Whereabouts in the Philippines is Susan from?
Siargao. I think we have like 20 surfers from Siargao here. 20 from La Union who entered this comp.
Would they be the 2 biggest sort of surfing spots in the Philippines? God, it's the thought of getting a boat and just going island hopping and seeing what you uncover is a pretty good daydream to have.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of opportunities, especially down there in the Pacific side.
Just wonder how many other Cloud9s are out there somewhere.
Surfer in white's last wave at 2.7. She's in second place. Surfer in blue in third needs a 2.66 to advance. And surfer in green needs a 2.7 to advance. Lots of time, 18 minutes.
Yeah, great atmosphere down on the beach. And with it being a Friday, are we going to see the crowd swell over the weekend?
We'll see a crowd start to pump in starting later this afternoon. Saturday usually is a big day for tourism here in San Juan. There you go, that's the beach.
And so the average Filipino who comes up from Manila for the weekend, will they obviously take an interest in the event, but have much of a clue about what's going on, or is it going to be a bit of a novelty? And
yeah, most of them know there's an event. Yeah, like the other day we saw, I saw a bunch of tourists by the beach, and we usually don't get that during the weekdays. So yeah, there's a few tourists here from Manila that's watching already the event. That's the beautiful San Juan Point.
Beauty. All right, we're being joined by the winner of the last heat, Nilby Blancada. Just sort out your microphone. Welcome to the booth.
Yeah, I'm back.
You're back. Run us through your last heat just then.
It was so much intense in there. They're so ripping. They're really good. So I was just in the first place, like I was panic, and then I fell, and I was just like, okay, I was just reset, and then I make it.
And you've obviously surfed here quite a bit in your career. Happy to be back in La Union?
Yeah, the last year, just like the national, I just like, lost. But now I'm happy to be back again.
And through
yeah.
Through to the next round.
Oh, it's so bright.
Yeah, we're in full studio lighting right now.
Yeah. So
that's us.
Hello.
Lights everyone at home. Oh God, so bright.
It's so bright.
What's it like down there on the beach? It's pretty hot outside.
No, it's not so much sun. There,
Okay.
I see some the cloud, and I thought it's gonna rain, but it's okay. The wave, it's fun.
Yeah.
So much fun. Yeah.
And what's been your strategy the last few days? Just surf as much as possible to practice and warm up? Or?
Yeah, the waves here, it's amazing, and the people is amazing, and like I just like sleep early, then go in the water, and then just surf with the pros. They're so nice.
And
Yeah.
you had some success on the QS last year, of course, winning at Cloud9.
Yeah, I was so lucky there, and then
You make your own luck.
yeah, and everyone here again. I meet them again here, so I'm happy to see them again here to compete with them, and we're excited for the next one.
Yeah, so exciting news when you heard that La Union was being added as a QS event.
Yeah, actually, I was so happy that it's happening here. It's the first time here in La Union, and then yeah, finally, and it's time. I hope there's another international here in the Philippines also.
Yeah.
Not
all right.
only here.
Susan Escania going left.
Yeah, she's ripping out there.
She's currently sitting second.
Yeah, she's lapping, enjoying the waves.
And have you seen the forecast? Looks like towards the end of the window there could be some real swell coming in here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be big swells coming after like the last event.
How's that make you feel? Pretty excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm gonna a bit nervous. It's gonna be big there.
Oh, not if you surf Cloud9. You'll be used to it out here. No worries at all.
Right.
How many boards have you brought with you? You've got to step up in case it gets big.
I have like 5'4", that's the biggest board I
A 5'4".
bring. Yeah, 5'4" is still big for me. That's why I don't want to use in that one. I don't want to ride it, but just prepare when it's big.
And what's your strategy when you're surfing a wave like this? It's a huge playing field. There's waves all over the place. Do you try and stay really busy and catch as many waves as possible, or are you using priority and waiting for the good ones?
I think I'm just gonna use my priority and wait for the good sets coming. That's my mindset to put already out there before, yeah.
And by the good ones, it's not necessarily the bigger ones, right? Like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
medium-sized ones can have better shape.
Yeah,
Here goes Suri, flying down the line. This is exactly the sort of wave I was talking about. Medium-sized, got good shape.
Yeah, good shape.
And she's linking some turns all the way through to the inside. So this is probably going to be, there's the potential for a good score for Suri here. She's only young.
Yeah, and she's really young.
And
she's ripping.
yeah, she'll be happy kicking out of that one.
All right.
And Susan Escanilla, is she from Siargao?
She's from Siargao, and yeah, only her. She's the local. She's the only local there.
Yeah, that's Anissa Flynn from Thailand.
Yeah.
Did you go to the event in Thailand last year?
I never been Thailand. I want to go there.
Yeah, it sounded like it was one of the funnest events on the QS calendar in Asia.
Yeah, I'm just like waiting for sponsorship. Just lucky that I have my sister. She's the one who always sponsoring me.
All right, here's the replay of Suri's last wave. This is going to be a 3.4. Couple of decent turns. We've got a couple of sets
There's sets coming.
pouring in now as well. So this is Shino Matsuda from Japan. She's got priority, electing not to use it there. That's the joy of having priority. Looks like she's going to pull the trigger on this one.
Let's see, no.
Okay, on her backhand. Strong first turn to get things going. And, well, this wave dies out a little bit, or does it?
Whoa.
One last turn, but not much push. So Suri Jabrick has moved up to second on the strength of her last wave. 11 minutes to go, and Nilby, might let you go. Thank you for having a chat.
Yeah,
congratulations on the heat win.
Yeah, thank you so
and
much.
we'll see you in the next round.
All right.
All right, waiting on a score to come in for Shino. And there it is. It's a 3.6, so it does not go into her top two. But she's still in the lead with a 5 and a 4.85. Suri Jabrick has just moved up to second. She's got a 2.35 and a 3.4. So Shino Matsuda comfortably out in the lead. Not much separating third, fourth, and fifth. And here goes Susan Escanilla on her backhand. She's looked to go left a couple of times. I'm not sure that's the ideal tactic. I'd say you take a left if it presents itself to you, but I wouldn't go hunting them, right?
Or maybe in crunch time when you know the ride's not that good and
no priority.
Yeah.
Need to do something.
Yeah, it's good to have be up here in the webcast. Always have a good chat with her.
All right, here's Anissa on her backhand. Had a good bit of momentum running on that wave, and she is done out of there with 9 minutes 40 to run. And here goes Susan on the inside. She's looking a little bit lost. I think she needs to get back out to the top of the lineup and
get priority and wait for those.
Yeah, just be a little bit more patient. She's caught 6 waves so far and nothing over a 2.
All she needs a 3.06.
Yeah. It's an easy wave to commentate, but I'm not sure if at the moment it's an easy way to surf. From up here, it looks like there's waves all over the place, but clearly the competitors are struggling to find their bearings somewhat.
From this angle, it looks bigger too. Yeah, swell's definitely gonna drop the next 2-3 days, and there's a new swell coming.
This is kind of where we thought we'd be this time last night, right?
Yep.
So we've managed to get a huge day of competition out of the way. That's a bit of a bonus.
So we'll run a few longboard heats the next 2 days and wait for that new swell to come in to continue with the shortboards. Yeah, 8 minutes, a lot of time. In priority, we have Suri Japrik sits in second, and in red, Surfer in red still in first place. Surfer in white only needs a 3.06, and Surfer in blue only needs a 3.36. Here we go, the current leader of this heat. Seems like that those backhands just standing that board more vertical, huh?
Yeah, it just fits a little tighter in the pocket to do that hook. On your forehand, it's easy to sort of get flat to match the shape of the wave.
Yeah.
If you want to see flat surfing, wait till I go out there on my twin fin after the last heat. Safe to say my rails will stay dry for a good hour. All right, here goes Anissa Flynn. That was a good-looking little left, going against the grain and chopping her way through a couple of quick turns. I quite like that.
Here we go. Surfer in white. Susan only needs a 3.06. Let's see.
It's funny, once it gets in closer to the rocks, you can feel every sort of little bubble and boil from the seabed underneath. I'm sure once you put in your time out here, you get to know it pretty well, but when you're surfing it for the first time, you're never quite sure of how much water you've got left underneath you.
Here we go, there's a few sets out the back.
So that's the north that you can see to the right of the screen, and the boil report, so waves and point breaks in every nook and cranny of the coast up there. This is Susan Escanilla on her last wave. It's 2.5, goes into a top 2, doesn't really change much. She's still looking for a 3.06. Last wave for Anissa Flynn was a 2.8 for that left. Suri Jabrick having a look, not interested. She has priority. Don't know if you've surfed with Suri, but she kind of lives her life as if she's got priority.
Lots of time, 5 minutes, 30 seconds.
All right, we've got a few more lines out to the horizon. Suri turns her nose up at the first one. I think the one behind it might be shaping up pretty nicely though. And indeed pulls the trigger. So Suri Jabrick would love to put a big score on the board. Strong first turn, I quite like that one. Oh, this is a great looking wave. It's got good shape. It's going to run through the inside. She doesn't want to get hung up. A little bit of a wobble, but that's okay. She's still going. Behind her, Shino Matsuda is swinging into action as well.
There you go. Waiting for some scores to drop from Surfer in green.
Yeah, and Shino Matsuda as well caught the wave behind that we didn't see. So 4 minutes to run. And numbers to come for first and second. And it's looking like this might be Suri's best wave. It's not going to be enough for first, but it does buy her a little bit more breathing room between second and third. So it's a 3.8 Shino's last wave was a 3.8 as well. That doesn't factor in. So this is the replay of Matsuda's last wave. Got quite vertical on the first turn, and then the wave really didn't offer her much beyond this point. Quite slopey, and Shino realizes that and gets out of there.
There's Surfer in white.
Yeah, and Nisa also went left. We can see her at the top of the screen. So Shino and Suri have gone straight back to first and second priority. We're waiting on scores for Anissa and Susan. 3 minutes remaining.
There you go. That's the northern part of La Union. Further up there is Baknotan. There's usually a pier by the beach that has good beach break.
And that's a cement factory,
That's
is
a
it?
cement factory, yeah.
So cement's what you make concrete out of, right? It's the sand that you add water to? Gotcha. So this is what Anissa Flynn did on the left. This came in at a 3.3, goes into her top 2. What does that mean? Doesn't get her any closer to Suri Jabrick, but, well, it does a little bit. She now needs a 3.9 for second, and builds a little bit more of a bridge between her and Susan Escania, who's in fourth. Susan's now chasing a 4.5, 2 minutes to go. Shino and Suri are first and second. Up next, Sarah Wakita, Nao Amura, and Vey Estrelado. And where's Vea from? Do you know?
Vea is from Sorsogon. She's.
Oh, sorry, just got tripped over.
Yeah, she's.
Someone pulled her leg rope, or she hit a coconut or something. Sorry, what you were saying where?
Vea is from Sorsogon. Shout out to the boys from Sorsogon, to Bitch and the crew there. I've never been to Sorsogon. I would love to go there.
All right, 1 minute remaining. This is Heat 3, round of 32 at the La Union International Pro. So there's 8 heats in the round of 32. And then we're down to 4 heats in the round of 16. And then the quarters are surfer on surfer heats. So we go from 4 heats in the round, four surfer heats down to 4 2 surfer heats, and then the semis and the final.
20 seconds.
Yeah, looking
Surfer
like
in red's in a
Shino
good
and
position.
Suri will have done enough here. 10 seconds to go. Anissa Flynn would love to get one last crack at it. She might go the left. So the surfer in blue is chasing a score. Shino Matsuda's got the win, looking out the window. And, well, Anissa Flynn did pretty nicely there, but I'm not sure that will be the score. It was a smaller running left. And she'll make her way through to the beach. So numbers to come for Shino and Anissa. Here's the replay of Shino's wave. This is academic. She's guaranteed of going through. You would assume she's going to go through in first. We're just waiting on the last score to come in for Anissa. She needs a 3.9 for second, a lot more than that for the win, and it's not going to be. It's a 2.35 for Anissa Flynn. So Shino Matsuda and Suri Jabrick are through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. Heat 4 of the round of 32 at the La Union International Pro is coming our way right after this quick break. back to the La Union International Pro at Mona Lisa Point. And 3 big names in the water right now: Sarah Wakita, Nao Amura, the 2 Japanese surfers, and the local surfer Vea Estrelado. And it is Vea in white who has opened the scoring with a 2-point ride. They're teasing us with the replay here. Okay, talk us through it, John Carby.
Okay, so this is Vea. She is actually the current new crowned queen of Philippine surfing. She just beat Nilby Blancada for the title of the #1 position for the women's shortboard in the Philippines. Obviously not too much excitement on that opening ride as a 2.0. A well-earned 2.0, I think. She wasn't actually looking at that one all the way down the point. Maybe a poor choice. But it does look like it's sort of starting to pulse a little bit, doesn't it? Some nice sets rolling in.
All right, here goes Nao Amura in the blue jersey from deep downtown, and the Wave wins the race there. And Nao is out. God, we've got some... this is Sarah Wakita flying down the line. She's got speed to burn. This is a great looking wave, and it's going to keep running for her as well through to the inside. It gets a little bit shallower here, which means the wave keeps standing up, keeps running, and seals the deal on the end section. That was a great opening wave for Sarah Wakita. She'll be very happy with that. She's got a long paddle in front of her, but she won't be complaining. That's going to be a decent number for the top seed from Japan.
It is a super strong Japanese contingent we have here, women's and men's, but these women, look at that opening snap. She just gives that little bit of a fin kick out on that top of that turn, followed by another snap. A few little roundhouses, waiting for the wave to stand up again. Nice little wrap. And she gets back to work on the inside here. Non-stop working. She's just going from section to section and finishing strong. Judges love a completion. We love a completion. And there's Vea up and riding again. Vea's just 18. She's still finding her ground in the surfing. She's got a really competitive nature about her, which is really exciting to see in Philippine surfing. The Philippine culture seems to always be so happy, relaxed and chilled that sometimes they might go a little bit easy on their competitors for friendship reasons, but Vea is one of these ones that gets out there and she's like a pit bull when it comes to competition. So super exciting for Vea to be out there, but Sarah, she just went to town on that one, and she's dropped the biggest score of the day, I think, Binzi, if you want to check that out, rolling in at a 9.0 for her opening wave, and you can see why. She's ticked all the boxes.
Yep, strong turns from start to finish, all tied together with plenty of flow, and yeah, great score. That one really sort of it just had a point of difference. Stood out from a lot of the waves we've seen recently where you can tell that the surfer was kind of hunting sections. Sarah just let the wave come to her and she dealt with each section appropriately. It was a great wave. It was superbly picked, and 9 points the result.
And that's it. She hit those big turns on that opening outside section too, which is full commitment, which is one of on the judges' checklist. They want to see you putting everything on the line in each turn, especially on that opening section out there. They want to see the big moves done in the big area of the wave, and she didn't just give it one, she actually gave a little fin drift too. If we can get another replay by chance on that one, just to sort of dissect it a bit more, because it is the highest score of the day so far, and deservedly so. We'll see if that one we can get online, and we'll just go through it again. I'll get Binzi to break it down, the little tweaks and the little pulses that sort of got her the numbers.
Yeah, so Sarah Okita, fairly certain she still lives in Hawaii. She grew up in Japan. Her father, Takayuki Wakita, has been a North Shore charger for years, was spreading his time between Hawaii and back in Japan. And then after an earthquake and tsunami in Japan in 2011, the Wakitas decided to leave Japan and move to Hawaii. And
from the cauldron to the fire, here we go.
Yeah, so this is the result of Sarah Wakita's opening ride. First turn was really strong, and then right about now, we've seen a lot of waves fatten out and die off through here, but Sarah could see down the line, could tell that this one was going to run and run and run, and she's put the foot down, and the big finish as well is what the judges will have liked. Here she goes again, staying very busy, opening the shoulders, strong turn and comes out of it with plenty of speed. Doesn't do so on that second turn, and she is out of there. But
That's the point of difference, that inside section there, where that link-up happened and she got that stand-up section for that big finish. It just put the exclamation on that last wave that she's there to surf, and the judges saw that.
yeah, if you can start big and finish big, you are well and truly on track for a decent number, and then it just all sort of comes down to what you tied in with in the middle. And that was where the 9-point ride came from. By contrast, that last wave of Sarah's just had the couple of opening turns, and that's come in at a 2.9. Nonetheless, an 11.9 total would have won you pretty much any heat that we've seen so far in this round.
And with 18 minutes on the clock, I'm sure we're far from sitting on that score by the end of this thing.
That 2.9 is not going to last.
Yeah. Oh, well, advantage of surfing in Hawaii, I guess what we're talking about before about the Japanese surfers usually fighting for beach breaks and pushing it through, whereas Sarah's got Hawaii to deal with, and then coming to a place like this, I guess that's the other side of the coin where you've got to deal with the power and sort of manufacture it yourself.
Oh yeah, Takayuki Wakita is a legend on the North Shore, and so Sarah's got big boots to fill.
It's always hard to keep this generational, but here she is, and there she is with a 9.0 in this QS 3000 down here at La Union. It's impressive. And how old is she? Do you know?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
She was competing in World Juniors in Taiwan when we were there in 2019, so that would, I'm going to say she's around about 22.
Okay, which puts her in the quite young category still, and plenty of time ahead of her to sort of develop and move towards that later stages of the career where women develop their surfing, their strength and their technique sort of same as men. They sort of comes in that mid-20s where they sort of really start putting the whole package together. The maturity of surfing gets to that next level. Very rare to get those youngsters who can put the whole game together. We've seen it, of course, over the years. And there's always those potential young guns who are going to step up and show everybody the world. And they do. Who else we got? We got out there. So Vea's opened up with a 2 and a 2.85. She's right now in second place with nothing really going on. And Nao Amora, she's opened up with a 1.90, waiting for her second wave to come through, only needing a 2.95 to get up into that second place.
So Sarah Okita is 20.
20, bang on.
She was born in 2002.
I still have trouble fathoming that. I'm an 81 baby myself.
I can't believe people are born in the 2000s.
It wasn't that long ago we were fearing for the Y2K. These people don't even know what that is. Yet they're born, and here they are surfing in an event as big as this. Where does the time go, Binzi? Where does the time go?
Life comes at you fast. All right, well, apart from Sarah Wakita's obvious 9-point highlight ride, sleepy start to this heat. Just 4 other waves ridden, none of them over a 2.
No, and there's that onshore wind, a little bit of cloud cover. It's been nice. It's actually been pretty brutally hot here throughout the day. We've had a lot of sunshine, so having a little cloud cover is a little bit of a reprieve for us. The breeze is blowing and we're enjoying it. Not so hard on the eyes out there for the spectators. 15 minutes. Via looking again.
Yeah, this is with second priority. And this one might run for her, actually. She's putting her foot down. That was a strong turn. I like that. But it's just going to be the one turn before she is out of there.
She is. She's a tall, powerful build for a Filipina. She's quite strong already. Just getting a bit more muscle tone on her as she gets a bit older. She's definitely going to have a few tools in her belt to get really far in surfing as she continues to put it all together. She was a part of as we were talking to Filmar before, she's a part of the Happy Islanders team, which is Filmar and Andy, his wife's team, YouTube channel. And they're actually sponsoring and supporting a lot of local Philippine surfers to go on tour, to participate in these QS events, and also go on the national tour. So,
how good's that?
Yeah, it's locals supporting locals. We were talking to Filmar before. Like I said, he's a YouTuber now. He's getting quite famous here in the Philippines, and he's using his position now to help get other people into what he's learnt and grown and known, and the success he's had. He's definitely sharing and caring and showing the community that he's there for them, which is really cool.
Is he a YouTuber? Is he a TikToker as well?
He's a TikToker. I think he's more concentrating on YouTube.
TikTok's out of control here. Everywhere you look around, there's groups of guys and girls dancing, and I don't want to sound old, but what's going on here, John Carby?
I'm in the same generation as you, Chris Binns. We would never hold a phone up against ourselves and dance unless it was for a bet. But
definitely not in Crocs.
Definitely not in Crocs. I don't own Crocs. But it's a cultural thing. Filipinos love dancing. TikTok has its different flavors throughout the world. Philippines seems to be a dance app. In some of the Western worlds, it's more of a conspiracy app.
You know which pro surfer is a TikTok star?
Gabriel Medina.
Is he?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of our young surfers just imitate him. All he does is get on and he does dancing and he does all this stuff. Gabe Medina, get on and check out his TikTok account. I'm pretty sure he could use the followers.
Okay, less obvious. Name another surfer who's a TikTok star.
I don't know.
His brother is competing in this event.
Rio.
Yeah. He has something like 750,000 TikTok followers or viewers or whatever
they are on TikTok land. Yeah. Even people like Diane Nagalo, Charlie Ahona, all these young kids, Noah Arkfeld, they've all got TikTok and they're all, I don't know. I'm still coming to terms with Hotmail. So I'll hang around the MySpace accounts.
Oh my God.
But it's a changing world, Binzi, and cell phones are a very, very big part of it now. I believe the WSL's moving into these smartwatches too for this year.
They are, yep. Wearable technology, I think is the term. So the surfers on the championship tour will be wearing an Apple Watch. Apple's come on board as a sponsor. It's going to be compulsory, and it's not going to be you're given a watch at the start of the season and you're just expected to, not lose it or anything. You get given a watch before your heat.
Yep.
It's going to have a scoreboard on it. It's going to have priority. It's going to have the time. So you'll be able to know the situation without having to listen to the beach commentators. Issue there, obviously, is if the coverage drops out. So you can imagine a place like Bells that's bottom of a big cliff, a long way out to sea, might struggle. So there still will be the more traditional ways.
Sitting over in G-Land, if that ever happens again. It'll be the same similar thing.
I've had this conversation with Will Hayden-Smith from the WSL. He was saying Chopes, Tahiti, which is actually quite a long way out to sea. Great coverage out there. Great reception. Coverage. Yeah. Australia's the issue. We're still waiting on broadband. We're still on dial-up down under.
Pick it up, Vodafone. Pick it up.
Yeah. And the good thing for the surfers is as long as there's decent coverage, they will have all of the scores, priority, etc. at their disposal. They'll just have to look at their watch to know what's going on. The great thing for the viewer is, I don't know if it's going to be live or if it'll come through after a heat, but we will be able to know how much distance a surfer's covered, their speeds, and this is going to be called their heart rate. So you can imagine someone sitting out at pipe and it's 15 foot, and you might have to check John for a pulse. His heart rate might be 15 or something.
Yeah, 32 beats per minute.
Whereas certain others might be through the roof. So it'll be good to see who, the heart rate thing is fascinating.
If you're talking comparisons and you're going to compare John Florence to someone like Italo Ferreira, who's like a hummingbird.
Well, I mean, he's so wide on Red Bull the whole time.
Exactly.
His resting heart rate's probably 240.
Exactly. He's a hummingbird out there, while John Florence is partially corpse out there.
Yeah, it'll...
You're right. It's
it'll make for fascinating... I'm a nerd. I love all the stats and facts and figures.
Well, speed and that sort of thing also. Well, when Gabe Medina's ramping up for a punt, then you want to know that dude's doing 43 kilometres an hour or something like that. It'd be fascinating science to know what sort of speed you want to gauge yourself at if you get yourself your Apple Watch.
Well, I remember years ago at Snapper, the trackers jerseys had GPS built into them, a bit like the AFL footballers back in Australia.
Yep.
And the fastest anyone ever went was through a turn.
Yeah, right.
So that moment where they're going from flying down the line, obviously you're sort of harnessing the wave's power, but you're working with the wave.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden you lay everything on rail, and not only are you using all of your momentum, all of your muscle, but the wave is giving you a push towards the beach. That's when you go your fastest. And it's probably the same on a big drop as well.
Well, I was thinking, imagine if that was on its snapper, you could imagine some of those big...
Here goes Nao Imura. See, if she had a watch on right now, we'd be able to tell you how fast she's going through her turns.
Exactly.
Heart rate's probably not racing, but again, I think it'd be fascinating to see, you know, a guy like Italo. He's probably got his heart rate up the whole time because he's just fast twitch, go, go, go.
He works on point, that fella. He
John
works on...
asleep. Some guys might be terrified. Some guys, you know, do it with their eyes closed. Some guys might perform better at a higher heart rate. Some guys might perform when they're more calm and zen and in the flow state.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting and a great... Ooh, here we go. This is an exchange. We've got 3 for 3 out here.
Yeah, this is Vaya. That was a nice
starting to pull
turn.
together.
Bit of a reaction from the beach as well. Waking up. The
Yeah,
Friday afternoon crowd starting to roll in.
Yeah, well, it should be getting pretty busy this time of day. We're going towards the weekend. Should be pretty cool down here. I'm glad we're not on the road today when we drove in the other night. Chris, after spending a bit of time in the airport, you got a nice cruisy drive in.
Why'd you have to bring that up for? I was having a good day. All right, here goes Vaya Stellato. So we're waiting on scores for all 3 surfers right now. So the judges will be going to replays. But this one ran nicely for the local surfer. It's going to be her best wave. Just a little bit flat with the turns. I think the judges would like to see her put it on rail a bit more. But a 4.25 the result for Vaya. That's the same as Sarah Wakita's last wave, which was a 4.25. Naoa Mura, she's got the better of that last exchange, a 5. So what that means, Sarah Wakita now has a 9 and a 4.25. She's extended her lead. Vaya is sitting in second. She needs a huge 9.01 for first. Naoa Mura is just 0.2 behind Vaya, so she needs a 2.1 to get up into the lead. And yeah, she's got a 5 to her name, so she's probably in the box seat over Vaya at this point in time, but plenty of time still remaining, 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, only 2 waves ridden from now. She'll be looking for that one that's going to give her that score. She's been super patient to this point, and she's sitting out there with priority, so she's in a comfortable spot to sort of do what she needs to do to get through this one. Anvia's probably going to get out there in 3rd priority, is she? Yes. Yeah, so the watch is definitely an interesting, exciting thing, and I know I feel my friends have got the Apple Watches and they get obsessed with the speed and the amount of waves, and it's all about checking the data when you get home, which is it is pretty cool. Like you say, I'm a bit of a nerd myself, and just to know you've gone out in an hour and caught 33 waves, or 2 in Jerry Deegan's case. Yeah, you know what I mean.
I think I dropped in on half of them.
It's all right. You had a meeting to get to.
I did.
I think you
I
actually...
thought he was going left. He's a goofy footer.
You actually impressed both of us. You dropped in on me and then followed up by dropping in on him the very next wave. It was sensational.
Just wanted to say thanks for having me in the Philippines.
Very welcome. I was actually hoping for a bit of a crossover weave to the beach, but instead we almost dinged up our rails. Such is life.
Wouldn't have dinged my rails on that.
The big pink 20.
Big pink 20. It's very well cured.
No, I was on the American. It's actually made of soft skin, so I'm glad we didn't bump.
5 minutes to go.
5 minutes to go. Who we got coming up in the next one?
Kailani Johnson, highly fancied Indonesian. Jasmine Studa and Maria Graciela.
Looking forward to that. I've been watching some of Kalani's free surfing out there. Here's a replay of Sarah again.
Oh no, that wasn't the 9, that was the 4.25.
4.25. Like I said, she's definitely done enough to walk through for this one, I think. At the moment, she's just sitting out there in 2nd priority, probably just enjoying the atmosphere here down at La Union. Being out and competing, first comp for the year, I believe, for these girls and boys.
I think so as well. 4 minutes to go.
So what does it mean for the Humble Beach commentator with the watches? He's gone, or he's there for backup?
Well, you still got to entertain the crowd.
You do have to entertain the crowd.
yeah, you can't always rely on technology. So
No, my thoughts are going out there to Mark Clift. Big hello to Mark Clift. You're safe. You're safe, Bunga. Mark.
yeah, commentator Taja Small Fries with Mark Clift on the weekend, and he came up here late last year to the Philippines to run a bit of a judging course, I believe.
Yep, through ASC we had Mark Clift come in and run as he's a certified level 3 judge for the ISA. He can come in and run the courses for us, so we had about 20 Filipinos go through, re-establish their certifications that were sort of fell away during the COVID hiatus, and we got a couple of new level 1 judges throughout the national tour. Mark was down here. We had a great time with him in the beautiful Cabugao.
Yeah, so when I found out I was coming to this event late last year, I had a long back and forth with Mark all about the waves here. He sent me some photos, told me about boards I might want to bring. And then last weekend at Taja Small Fry event back home in Yallingup, he was like, oh, I don't think it's the same place.
Yes.
So this is Nao Amura. She's currently down in third. She only needs a 2.1 to get up to second, and I think she will have done that. And she's not done yet either. She is now. So gets out of there, but a few turns. It was only a small wave, but had a bit of decent shape, a little bit of push. And
I reckon she's going to get that 2.1 that she's looking for. Obviously a smart way for that one with 2 minutes remaining. She's going to probably want to get out there and sit on Vea's heels now and put a bit of pressure on her to make a mistake.
Yeah, there it is. A 3.6 does indeed put her up to second. So Vea Strelado is now chasing a 4.36, and run us through this replay.
There's that rail game that you were talking about that Vea's got to sort of lock into. Nao sort of on that opening turn, just set that rail, bring the head, bring the shoulders, opened up her chest, and she's continuing to do that throughout that wave. So there's Vea on her response.
Oof, body language doesn't look
Body
good. Minute
language
40 to
isn't
go. Get back out there. You have plenty of time. You're chasing a 4.36. That's very gettable. But not if you're right on the shore. Here goes Nao Amura. I think she'll be using this wave just to get over to Vea, to be honest. Get down the line and make sure that...
Oh, she's gone past her.
Yeah, well, Vea would have priority over Nao after she's caught the
Sarah's
wave.
going to do. She might sit back and just enjoy the show.
Yeah, I think Sarah just wants to stay
Here's
away.
a replay of Vea. See what she did, if it's going to get there in that 4.
That wasn't a bad turn. Bit of spray. Just that turn there could possibly lean into it a bit more and just drive the rail through.
She's a little bit vertical up and down in her stance, just a little bit more experience and age and a few more conditions. She's on a beach break out in, where is she? Oh my gosh. Sorsogon. So she's a beach break surfer. Just got to get a bit more power in her surfing. She's a powerful girl. She just needs to put it into play on those rails, I think.
30 seconds to go, and that last score came in for Vea at a 3.35, so she's still chasing a 4.36, and it's looking like time might run out. We do have some lines on the horizon. Whether there's enough time for Vea to latch onto one of them. 10 seconds remaining. Sarah Wakita has priority.
Looks like Sarah wants it too.
She'll probably use this as a victory lap, make her way into the beach.
Doesn't matter anyway. It's all null and void at this point.
Yeah, very nicely done for the Japanese surfer in red, and her compatriot Nao Amura is going to be joining her in the round of 16. We have more action coming up right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. The La Union International Pro will be back very shortly.
Here we are. Out in the water, Jerry Deegan, John Carby on call. We have heat number 5 of the women's. This is the second to last heat that we're going to run today. Kalani Johnson out there from Indonesia. Like I said, she was out there. She's been ripping it up on the free surfs. In red and in blue, we have Jasmine Struder from Indonesia also, and then my Maria Gracielas Migulas from the Philippines, from Siargao Island. She's actually a dapper girl.
Yeah, I have had reason to deal with her before. She's a good surfer. She surfs more around that side of the island.
She does. She spends a bit of time at the famous G1, isn't it?
Yeah, but she's on the team, the Philippine team. Is that correct?
I know she's one of our grassroots. She's only 16 years old, so she's got a bright future ahead of her. I took her out to one of the notorious lefts up the coast, which I'm not going to talk too much about. But you know it well, Jerry, and she was actually hunting out some pig dog barrels. So
good to hear.
It was really cool to see her sort of trying to work out her pig dog stance for the barrels, because I want to see these girls get pitted.
Yeah. Kalani's been surfing competitively for a while. She came to not the last one, but the one before, women's event in the Philippines, and I've got to think that was 7 or 8 years ago now. Oof. She and her sister Pulani came, and her dad. They came. The whole family came. It was really nice to meet her. They live in Indonesia, and she's a lovely girl. And so is her sister and her family. So good luck to you, Kalani, and hello to the Johnson family.
It's hard to pick the personalities of any of these surfers. It's such an amazing little crew down there. Just getting involved in the surfers and chatting amongst them. They're all happy. They're all stoked on life.
They are, and the ones that are getting knocked out are a little disappointed, but they're still pretty happy. I mean, they're young, they're surfing, they're travelling. I'm more interested to know that when I'm surfing one of those little secret lefts up north in Siargao, that you don't show up with the Philippine team.
Well, Jerry, when I'm with the national surfing team, we can sort of go wherever we want and do whatever we want. That's the joy of being with the national surfing team.
Yeah, I guess so.
And I use that card quite liberally wherever I go.
As long as I get a job with the national surfing team.
There's not too many foreigners who are going to jump up and down and cause too much grief with us when I'm with some of the names I'm with.
Ironically, I know a couple that would, but
yeah, absolutely.
Painfully enough.
Absolutely. No, it's a great expat community. Mixes well with locals along Siargao and throughout the Philippines. Like I said, Filipino is very hospitable, very loving, caring, and we all gel together so well. It's really fun.
To me, I don't think there's a nation that is more friendly and loving and caring than the Filipinos. And I've said it for the last 30 years, and I'll continue to say it. You know, super generous with what they have, even if they don't have anything. Super generous with their time. Even though they're late for everything. But yeah, no, we're just a wonderful, wonderful people and a wonderful country, and I loved my many, many years of living there.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier, you come to the Philippines, and it's contrary to popular belief. It's palm trees, blue skies, green lands, blue oceans, waves everywhere, and that's not what you fall in love with. It's actually the people and the communities that you come across that actually sells the place. So it's
100%. Look, there's no way I could have stayed the years I stayed with my wife, who doesn't even surf. And, you know, she loved the people, she loved the country, she loved the culture, and that's why she wanted to stay.
Yeah, and that's it. It's the relationships why we're all here.
So here we go with Kalani. Just working away onto the inside, going to finish it off. Finish it off strongly. That was a good wave.
And we saw it rewarded before with that 9 from Sarah. The judges love a good finish, and that one is going to be a good score because she just hacked away at it and got the finish. So, this one looks like it's stepping up nicely. See if my can put together a few decent turns.
Oh, that was a decent turn.
Probably her strong point is her wrap. She's got a lot of power in those legs, and she can wrap a board back around.
How's the backhand?
The backhand, who knows? Haven't seen her go left yet. No, she spends a bit of time at G1, so she would obviously have a bit of time going left on that little break. Most of the time she can, but she's also got a lot of development to do.
She's a kid still.
Yeah, a lot of growth and a lot of maturing to do in her surfing, but great prospect for a young girl. And this is how you get the experience stepping into these big events, a QS 3000.
It's a big event, yes.
It's big news, and I have a good relationship there with Mai's mum. We talk regularly about Mai surfing. Her mum's very strict on her going to school and attending and getting good grades, so great shout out to those people. Her mum actually works abroad as a teacher, so she's got big high hopes for Mai. and gives her this little arm advantage to support her as much as she can.
That's
So
nice. Well, she got a 3.5 for that, and Kalani got a 4.75 for hers, and I think a lot of that was in the finish.
Yeah, I think Mai sort of got knocked down a little bit just because it wasn't so smooth in the transitions and she didn't really give too much variation, whereas
No, there wasn't much variation.
Kalani sort of did a similar thing. She did a lot of turns, but then she gave that nice vertical snap finish just to give it a little bit of a flavour for the judges to sit back and enjoy. 18 minutes, we're about halfway through this heat, is that right? Or am I completely
Your
off?
math is just shocking. We're 7
13
minutes into we're 7 minutes into the heat.
13 minutes would be about halfway, wouldn't it?
12 and a half approximately.
Yeah, roughly,
I-
approximately 12 and a half.
I know you're from Queensland.
All I can score is Origin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't score. That's the only math I can't do.
Yeah, that's it. How many won? We don't know. We don't know that one.
All right, so who's paddling? We
Streeter.
have Jasmine, no, not paddling, and then inside, no.
Not quite a look. No, let that one go begging. Like I said, the tide fills in here. It fills up a bit, but it gives it a shape, but also slows it down a bit.
It
Some of the ones
does.
don't actually hit that outside because they sort of push through to the inside.
We had a little discussion about not even going through to Heat 6, and then someone in Heat 4 got a 9. It was like, well, I'm not very well pulling the plug now.
Well, that's the way she attacked that wave. Like I said, it's the high score of the day, and deservedly so. She pulled that wave apart. She done everything she could, start to finish. Big outside sections.
Ooh,
Here we
here
go.
we
Here we go. There's 1, 2,
Jasmine has priority.
at least 3 to 4. It looks like the second one's going to be the big
She's
one.
going to go for the first one, which could be a mistake, but
Yeah, it looks
could
like
be good as well.
Mai's running for the second one, and she's probably just seen that one and gone, here we go. Where's Jasmine? Here we go. Let's see what she's got.
Bang, okay, keep going.
A little bit missed time on those 2 turns. She didn't quite get up onto the lip line, just a little bit early, if anything.
Okay, ran away from it. Not bad, not a bad wave.
And we'll see if Mai is still hacking away on the one behind her. She's about to come into view if she's still there. Surprised she's not, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, well, we'll get a replay of that one.
You're just pulling out a little bit early on those top turns. Once
Yeah.
again, just a little bit under the lip line where she wants to sort of set that board.
Yeah, that one was slightly better. Unfortunately, it ran away from her. Most of them are running out, and that one ran away from her.
Yeah. And Mai behind her has done something, but we won't know if we get a shot of that one or not. Nice drone view. I was against drones for a little while. They make a lot of noise in the water.
They do. They sound like mosquitoes, and mosquitoes are annoying, but I do like the drone shot. I'm not always a huge fan of it following the surfer. Here we go.
Mai, that's actually a live one. Obviously, she was looking for another little inside runner.
But the drone, look, I love the shots the drone do of the landscape, of the overall look of the whole site. I'm a big fan of that. Now, following the wave, it just depends. It really changes the look of the wave to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's hard to see how steep the wave is.
Yeah, size, steepness, and critical angles of it. It is hard to see, but then you get the occasional shot where you actually get a real unique perspective of what a wave's actually doing that you don't see, which can be pretty cool. Like I said, I was against drones until I got my very own first drone shot, and I was like, okay, now I like it.
It's all about you.
Now I like it. It's all about me.
Me.
me. And that was Nicholas Canar over there in Shargo, Tropic Drones.
Oh, look, I missed out on all of the photographic stuff of Shargo. I spent 20 years there and got about 3 photos. People now spend 1 year there and have 400 photos. So I missed out on that bit, but I got the odd photo here and there.
Well, it won't be long until we've got them on our wristwatches, and who knows what's coming. Who knows what's coming. I think I'll be out of it by then too. Well, we got 14 minutes. I want to get halfway so I can say we're halfway and do it properly this time.
We've got a minute.
I know, I can't wait. I'm going to
Actually,
bide my time.
Minutes, two minutes before we're halfway.
So Kalani currently out there in first place quite comfortably, 775. Let's thank our sponsors, huh?
We can do that. Our major sponsors, Next Gen. Now, Next Gen are a group that have been supporting not just surfing, other sports, I'm told.
Yes, Next Gen is very active in supporting. They really are about legacy and next generation. They want to see the Philippines get to that level across the board. They're talking high performance centers for surfing. They actually want to get involved and set up stuff that's not just going to be short term. It's going to be long term, beneficial for literally what they have in their name, the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. I know some of them personally, and they're amazing people. They have no agendas other than sort of getting what they want for their countrymen and women, for the next generations, the kids and stuff like that. So it's great that we've got, through Ops, we've got a connection with Next Gen, and we look forward to working for them long time into the future.
Yeah, no, it's lucky, you know, in reality. It's a huge stroke of luck to have a group like that are selflessly supporting sport, you know, and the next generation. So good on them.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, they're not just good people, they're a pleasure to deal with, they're a pleasure to work with and talk to and go and have a coffee or dinner with at any point.
Yep.
Really cool.
So the next is Department of Tourism, Region 1. It's funny, I've been announcing the Department of Tourism for 20 years, but it's Region 13 down there.
Here we are in the top Region 1, led by Regional Director Jeff Ortega. We recently had a surf summit up here organised by the Department of Tourism Region 1 to showcase what surfing is in the Philippines, the potential of surfing in the Philippines and what it could mean for communities to sort of create livelihoods off the back of surfing and surf tourism. So great initiative from Jeff Ortega up here in Region 1. Took many years to get this thing together, and then obviously they had pandemic and it got knocked on the head and it got knocked on the head again. So last year, late 2022, we got to have the surf summit here in La Union. It was a great week. Great few days of talking surfing.
Okay, here's Kailani. See what you can do with this one. Up and over it. Okay, is she going to hang on? She is.
Here it goes, standing up.
1, 2, and 3.
Maybe 4. Will she get a finish? She's got to be up on the rocks by this stage.
I can turn around and see where she is. She's nearly up on the rocks.
She's going to stand up in waist deep
they
water.
don't pay for length of ride anymore, do they?
They don't. But she surfed it well. She didn't have much downtime on that wave. She sort of gave it everything.
No, I think it'll be similar to her last score, myself. Jasmine. You know anything about Jasmine?
I don't know anything about Jasmine, other than Jasmine is from Indonesia.
Either from or lives in Indonesia, yeah. We need Tippy up here to give us the info.
Yeah, it's great. Like I said, we were talking, was it us talking earlier about who the next male prodigy of surfing is, who's stepping up into,
No.
My mind's almost run over. I'm guessing it probably would have been Jasmine at that point.
Yeah.
And yeah, we ended up, it's hard to pick the next male who's going to shine like the Medina or we talked about a little bit Jack Robinson and these guys. But then you get onto the topic of women, and these young girls up and coming are starting to do some pretty amazing things out there.
In particular, I've got to say the Japanese girls out there today.
Out here, the Japanese girls are. They've got the formula bang on. I remember last year over in Indonesia watching them at NIAS. These Japanese girls have got some serious talent. They're obviously putting in the hard work.
They are amazing. I mean, and the Japanese boys were no slouches either, but the girls seem to be almost, apart from one or two other surfers, in a league of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they are. And like I said, they seem to be coming up together. There's the hot topic is the top, I think, of the Asian region last year it's Japanese.
Yeah. And, okay, so Kailani got a 5 for that last wave. That's the highest scoring wave, and it moves her further ahead.
Here she goes.
She's working hard.
She put on about 6 or 7 turns on this wave.
Yeah, and really tight ones on the inside too. Had a little slow section and then pumped it through here. And I think she did 3 solids in a row.
There
Boom,
it is.
and got rewarded. So that was a 5, and that moves her to 9.75 total. Jasmine now needs a 5.90 to move into first.
Well, here's Jasmine's replay. Her last one, a 2.90. I think she only really gets 1 turn into this one, and then she sort of has to kick off, maybe 2 turns. There you go. Prove me wrong.
Your math is shocking. So she now needs a 5.9 to move into first, and Momo needs a 3.66 to move into second, which is very doable. There's 9 minutes left. You missed your halfway mark.
I know. You distracted me, Jerry.
I apologise.
Here's Momo. She did get.
Oh, well, that was
very
replay,
close.
yeah. Do you get points for running people over?
I think it's different scale, different schedule. You do get points, but it's in a different category. It's not the one these judges are marking. I actually competed in the WSL over in Shargow. I donated some money to the
I remember.
to the WSL, and I got ran over by one of the competitors, and they would have given an interference against me if I didn't lose anyway. So Ty, was he the tour director?
Head judge?
No, Ty, the tour director. No,
Yeah.
head judge Ty said he would have given me an interference, but there's no point in losing twice. So there was no point in kicking your dog when he was already down.
Well, here's a bit of math. You lost 3 times because James O'Donnell beat you too.
James O'Donnell, shout out to the James O'Donnell for...
James O'Donnell Greenhouse and his all his staff and friends, and Andrew and
yeah, Andrew. Who else?
guys down there.
Lots of guys over there in Shargow that I'm sure are watching. Like I said, we had the Super Shargow heat before, including Filmer, Marima.
It was pretty good, yeah.
Daniel.
Yeah, well, half the crew are here. I mean, guys like Soot are probably down there watching. Hey, Soot and family, I hope you're enjoying it.
Yeah, Soot. Love the guy. Who else? A lot of them are here, actually. It's pretty cool. Like I said, the Congressman Bingo supported about 20 surfers to come and join this event, which is a great support for these local surfers. Like 20 surfers from Shargow have been supported here by him, which is really cool.
Yeah. And look, it's what happened in surfing. You know, I mean, originally when I went there was no support for surfing. I mean, it's only been in the last, I guess, 5 or 6 years that there's been really solid support.
Yeah, well, like we said, it's an industry, it's a resource here in the Philippines. Surfing it's there, and they're starting to take advantage of it and seeing the benefits of tourism and...
without question. Look what's happened in Shargow, you know, from 25 years ago, 2 resorts.
Yeah.
You know, and sleepy resorts.
Absolutely.
And you know, you can say, oh, it's the beaches, it's the island hopping. It's not. It's the surfing that did it there, that started it, got people to notice the place. And, of course, then they discovered all the waterfalls and the other really cool things to see there.
There's a cave under a road over there, which is pretty cool.
I've been in the cave under the road, and there's a bat cave, and there's so many things to do there.
You can swim around in bat crap for half an hour.
Oh, how good is bat crap? But it's the surfing that started it.
It is, and it's starting to happen. Like, look at La Union in the last 10 years is also really filling in. There we go. There's a great drone shot that was sort of going on there, pulling back. If you get a bit further out from that, there's not too much going on, but the buildings have filled in. The quality of restaurants, 23 surf schools along the beach. It's a great industry, and it puts in plenty of money to the economy.
1/4 of the time to go.
1/4 of the time to go. It's some maths wizardry from Jerry Deegan. Spends his spare time counting, I believe.
Oh, yeah, no, I just ask my daughter any questions I need to know. Lily, I ask you, don't I?
Yeah, shout out to Susan, Lily, Christine, my wife, and my kids, Shelley and Asher. Family's a big important thing for us. That's why we travel, so we can go home and take them nice gifts.
Surfing's not as important. They're probably not actually watching, but they'll claim they did.
Other regions around the Philippines also started to take on boards in Bale. There's a great place there. There's also great like surf
Palawan,
schools.
they're surfing in Palawan.
Palawan, there's a competition on at the moment, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So from the north to the south, down the bottom of Mindanao, across to Palawan.
Everywhere.
We're on the west coast here. Go to the east coast. We've got competitions going everywhere. Surf schools popping up everywhere. If you want to check it out, come over to the Philippines. Start here at La Union and work your way around. I suggest clockwise.
Yes. And know your seasons. PS.
Know your seasons, exactly. PS, know your seasons. Do your research, and you're going to go home a happy surfer.
Well, you know how many people come here for a 2-week holiday and stay for 2 years.
Exactly. Oh, here we go.
It's worse than Hotel California.
Here we go. Who we got priority? We've got Kalani in priority. Interesting to see if she's going to get on this first one. Looks like there's about 3 or 4 in this set. She looks like she's going to give it to Jasmine. See if... Oh, here we go. That's a bit more committed from Jasmine off the lip there. Looking to throw away. She's got a 3.5 and a 3.05. Let's see if she can go up, make it a little bit harder for Mai. What do you think?
I think that's going to be in the same vicinity as what she already got. Maybe her lower, somewhere near her lower score.
There's Kalani behind her on that drone shot. Ooh-wee. We've just been handed the prize money. I think we're going to go halves, Jerry. What do you reckon?
Yeah, we're going halves. So the total prize money for the men's shortboard is $20,000 US. The total prize money for the women's shortboard is $20,000 US. I'm not sure exactly what the breakdown is, And for the 1,000 men's longboard, it's 5,000 US, and for the 1,000 women's longboard, of course, it's the same, 5,000 US. So
A lot of cash. Generally, you half that as a general rule. You half that and give it about, that's your top prize thereabouts?
Approximately, that's where it often goes, but it'll be up to the powers to be that decide. But there's 50,000 USD. That's pretty friendly money, and none of which we will receive. I was just handed that by Luke,
Contest
our event
director.
Yeah.
And true OG of Philippine surfing. Got together with his friends a long time ago and started to professionalise Philippine surfing. Those guys know who they are. There's a lot of them. I don't want to offend anybody by not naming them, so I've tried a few times to name them, and they know who they are, and it's a huge honour and respect to those guys who've done the hard yards here in the Philippines. Well, now we soak up the glory of their hard work and have QS events throughout the Philippines, as Kalani just went to town on that.
Yeah, so Kailani, we just missed that wave, but she went to town. That's her best scoring waves, 5.75, just making it harder and harder for everyone else with only 250 to go.
Once again, she seems to get momentum as she sort of goes down the line. When she gets that opportunity to hit that finish,
she's certainly building. She started with a 0.9, went to a 3, went to a 4.75, a 5, and then a 5.75. So I can only imagine the next one's going to be an 8 or a 9.
Well, if it wasn't only 2 minutes remaining, we might end up at a 10 here. But 2 minutes and 20 seconds, how many? That's about a quarter of a quarter now, Jeff.
You work it out, buddy. You work it out.
I'm out. It's a tenth.
Need your calculator.
It's a tenth. How's that?
10th. Okay. 10th is close.
2 minutes 15 on the clock. My still chasing that. 3.66 at this stage to get into second. And
I
Jasmine's
see some sets out the back as
pretty
well.
safely in second. And Maria has priority. So bit of an ask for my mind, but definitely within her reach, within her grasp. And all she's got to do is get this wave. I think Jasmine's going to sell this one to her, make sure she goes. And Mai's going to have to go, maybe hope for the interference. Jasmine's sort of flirting with danger there, and it's obviously rattled Mai a little bit there with a huge wobble. There we go.
Yeah, that could have been her last hurrah. She quickly paddles back out there. She might have another chance.
Oh, body language.
She's feeling it. She's feeling it.
She is feeling it. It's one of those ones.
What a shock. Kailani's just all over it again.
Kailani just gave it. She's
Look
given
at that.
it.
Boom.
Oh.
Boom.
I think she's building again. I think she's definitely
She's
gonna.
done. She's coming in.
She's definitely gonna go up a little bit. Oh, here we go. Jasmine on the one behind it.
That last move of Kailani was just incredible.
There's about 3 of them, and now Jasmine's going to town.
Go. Oh, nice finish.
These girls are putting it together. She's coming in too. Mai's going to be sitting out there hoping and praying that something comes through where she gets to have her attack. She sort of started that round of sets, that exchange.
Yeah, with priority, and then just got walked all over. So unfortunately, it didn't work out well for her. Hopefully, there's one more chance.
She's got 40 seconds.
One more roll of the dice.
And yeah, here we go. I think you're almost bang on with your prediction on Kailani. Look at that.
7.25. That's an amazing heat total. I mean, and what she's done during the heat is just amazing.
Well, as you say, some people go with strategies to build and grow their scores and stuff like that, get a bit more confidence in that, reflects in the scores. Kailani's just done that exactly.
I think she got 3 points on that last manoeuvre. That was incredible. It's probably maybe the best manoeuvre I've seen in the women's round today.
Well, you didn't see that 9 before?
No, I didn't. True, I didn't see the 9.
That was class the whole way, but that not too far off.
So with 5 seconds left, I think Mai's going to struggle here.
Yeah,
and that's
it. 4.2 for that last one of Jasmine's. That's a good mashup. There's Mai's falling in quite short of that requirement. So
absolutely. So that's heat round of 32, heat 5 of the women's. We're going to go on a short break, and we'll be back with heat number 5. Okay, we're back here. This is heat 6. I think I'd said heat 5. I was wrong. It was heat 6. This is the last heat for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the last heat of the day. We'll be packing up after this and coming back for a 7:30 call tomorrow morning. Would that be right, Luke?
Correct. Oh, what a great day of surfing and waves.
Waves all day, you know, really good surfing, great weather, and just a damn nice place to be. And here's some sets lining up out the back there.
Yeah, I think the 2 heats before this, I saw a score drop 9.0.
It was amazing. So what have we got? We've got Sheila May from Shaga. We've got Anon Matsuka.
From Japan, yeah.
Yeah, Tayana, how do you pronounce that?
Ooh.
Izquierdo. And D. Novasari.
Dea from Bali.
Dea
Taina from
Novasari.
Bali too, I think. Let me check.
Indonesia.
Oh,
yeah.
Indonesia, yeah, Indonesia.
So Taina is also Indonesian, yeah.
I believe
Sheila
Taina
May's
was
from-
here during the SEA Games. She
Okay.
represented Indonesia.
Well, Anon was here in
Siargao, yeah.
Siargao, yep. I don't remember the other 2 Indonesian girls being here. So, yeah, I mean in Siargao. Could be wrong.
Yeah. Taina wasn't there. Yes. Day 2 scheduled for tomorrow, January 21st. It's a 7:30 a.m. call time and a possible 8:30 a.m. start. All divisions, please stand by.
So only the one wave ridden, just a really quick one from Sheila May.
I was just looking at the beach and I see influx of tourists has already come in.
It's got busy, so I imagine
Yeah.
if we run tomorrow, there's going to be a huge crowd to watch this.
Yep.
So why is the influx of crowd here, Luke? What happens here
Friday.
on a weekend?
Friday is the start of the weekend.
And do most people take a bus down or drive down or whatever? The people are coming down from Manila, that's what
Yep.
you're saying?
Yep, people come from Manila. Surfer in blue.
Not much of a wave, that one.
Some of them catch the bus. You know, that's the national highway by the road, so you can get off the bus and you're here.
Too easy, and that's a 5-hour bus ride,
Yep.
correct? Okay, so that's Sheila May, our Siargao girl, who's been competing for quite some time now.
Yeah, I've seen her in a lot of national tours.
Yeah. And Anon was going for that one. Go the goofy. Yeah, finished it nicely.
Yeah, shout out to Gino. He's just arrived. Our secretary for Philippine surfing.
.20 minutes remaining. Not much ridden at this stage.
There you go. Sheila May gets a 2.5 and puts her to second place. And Surfer in Blue gets a 3.0, moves her to first place. Red and green still about to catch a wave.
You think it'll get crowded out there after the last heat?
For sure. I see a bunch of guys already getting ready to go out. Longboarders.
You going out, Luke?
I want to.
I bet you don't. Well, I hope we can finish with a bang here. I hope there's a bunch of sets for this heat. Certainly the last heat was pretty good.
Seems like there's like a lull moment, and then next thing you know, it's just like
Off and on.
off and on. Yeah. That's a sign that the swell is dying.
Well, we'll know all when we wake up in the morning.
It's true. So I was looking at the schedule for the longboard in QS, and so far this is the only one on schedule for Asia.
Oh, really? Only
Yeah.
one. So does that? Is there a?
I'm pretty sure there's gonna be one or two more in either Indonesia or Japan or in Taiwan. And what I hear is whoever's the top 1 and 2 in Asia can join the world tour.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's well worth joining this event then.
Oh, good
Well, that was a really good surf. Yeah, that was. And she, I believe she made a semi-final, if my memory serves me right. In I don't know, I shouldn't really say that, but I know she did well in
Taiwan. I think she won Taiwan.
Did she?
There's 2 Japanese girls in the finals in Taiwan.
Well, she did well in Shargo. I remember interviewing her a couple of times. We can get the phone out. We can Google anything. We can find out anything. Yeah, and already it's the best score of this heat. She's got a 4.50. They're going to replay it here. Nice start, and then a little section. Bang. And then she finishes it right there. Oh, that's a great manoeuvre. Yeah, I think the goofy footers are doing better on that last manoeuvre than the natural footers today. It just seems to be set up well for the finish.
No, it's Nanaho Tozuki and Minami Nonaka who won in Taiwan. Let's
Okay.
check the Sharga one.
So up and riding, we have Dea.
Yeah, she did.
She was in the final,
Second, yeah,
Yep.
with
With
Nilby.
That proves my older memory is better than your younger memory. I just remember interviewing her quite a few times, and we were on stage at the end when the prizes were given out. So, really nice girl, really, and she'll talk. She'll talk on the microphone. She'll, really gentle sort of soul, and a ripper, obviously.
That's her surfing do the talking.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the last heat for today. We've run 16 heats of the men's and 6 heats of the women's.
What we would never be able to do that in Shargau for that event because the tide just restricts us too much. So to be able to run from go to woe is a real advantage here.
How many heats can you run there at once? Like maybe
You can-
12? 16 maybe?
You could probably get 16 in a pinch. It would depend on the swell direction and
Yeah.
how low the lows are, and not how high the highs are, but essentially how low the lows are and what time of day they fall. Traditionally, we don't book the dates for looking at the tides because the local government likes to run the event directly after the fiesta.
Yeah.
So we kind of just get sort of stuck with those dates. So, you know, sometimes you get lucky, you'll have a midday high and high lows, and then you can run, you know, let's say 8 hours for the day, and other days you've got 6 or 7 hours maximum. You know, so if it's a slow day and you want to have a 30-minute heat, you don't get too many heats in. I don't know if I like the idea. You know, people keep saying, oh, it'd be great if Shargo had this kind of tides and you could surf it all day. But if that was the case, we wouldn't get to surf all those really nice low tide
That's
waves
true.
there either. You know,
That's true.
Stimpy's and Rock Island amongst others.
Come on, you can name more, G.
No. No, I won't be invited back. So, and on now is sitting on a 7.3 total. Dana needs a 4.31 to move into second place. Sheila May needs only a 1.91 to move into second place. Sorry, Tana needs a 4.31 to move into first place. Sheila May and Dee, they need only a 1.91 to move into second place. So with 14 minutes to go, it's very, very open. And definitely has slowed down during the day. Let's hope for a last-minute pulse. Oh, yeah, I see the people with their surfboards all getting ready to roll straight out there. Looking pretty quiet out there as we speak. You see that wide shot there. 4 ladies bobbing around.
Gonna get a good sunset too.
Yeah, there'll be a bazillion people taking sunset photos. A bazillion people taking sunset photos like it's the first sunset they've ever seen. Yeah, people really use them. They post them once and they never, you know, you got a phone full of sunsets.
You know, this, especially kids this day, you know, post so much stuff.
Oh.
It's a generation of sharing, they call it.
Okay, I haven't heard that exact term, but I agree with you. That's what it is. I mean, my daughter posts pictures of me, and I always say to her, don't be posting pictures of me. Yet if I post a picture of her, she goes, Dad, that's a terrible photo.
Wrong angle, Dad.
Yeah. Yeah, she's 16, every angle is right, so I don't even know what she's talking about. There with the real short wave there, not going to come in. It's actually going to go into her score, but it's not going to come in to help her situation a great deal.
I think Dea's from Nias? Dea? Is Dea? Oh, East Java. And Taina's from Bali, yeah? There you go. Dea's from East Java. And Taina is from Bali. Surfer in white asking for some information.
I think you're pretty lucky if you grow up a Bali surfer.
Very lucky.
Any surfer's lucky in reality. I think the people that grow up in Siargao are lucky and all they want to do is go somewhere else and go surfing. Grew up in Australia and all I wanted to do was go somewhere else and go surfing. Couple of sets out the back possibly. 11.5 minutes of our day left remaining.
Yeah, it's currently 5 p.m. here, and we probably have another 45 minutes of sun before the sunset. Here's Surfer in Blue, Taina from Indonesia.
Ran out of wave there. I think it should be better than her 1.4, maybe similar to her top score. And on, here we go. Yeah, she's a pretty powerful surfer. I you know, won't be surprised to see her on the Challenger Series next year.
Oh, so good.
Feel sorry for that wave.
Is she smiling too?
She does. She looks like she's smiling the whole way.
I would after 5 to 6 snaps. Yeah, great surfing from Anon Matsuoka from Japan. She's currently in first place with a 4.5 and a 2.80. She'll definitely increase her lead after those scores drop on her third wave. There you go, a 5.25.
Yeah, real control. You know, she's got a lot of control. Oh, there's a bomb. There's 2 bombs coming in.
Oh, look at this.
Okay, that's Dia. She's, it's not going to link up though, is it?
No, usually it stays flat there already. If it's a set like this.
And Sheila May out the back, which might line up a little better if she can make it through. Oh, okay, she wasn't prepared to find out. Okay, well, it looks like it's going to be a battle for the second place here. So with 9 minutes to go, maybe that's a bit premature to say that, but I'm feeling that's the way it's going to be. The scores are coming in pretty quick. They're all pretty similar. And it hasn't really changed much at all. So Anon is still in the lead. Taina needs a 6.75. So all that's happening is Anon is making it more and more difficult for all of them. Taina needs a 6.75 to move into first. And again, they're both on the same. Sheila May and Dee need a 3.15 to move into second. So the battle for second is firing, but first seems to be motoring away, similar to last heat.
Here's the first wave of the set. Replay. Surfer in green. Surfer in green needs a 3.15 to advance.
Yeah, which she didn't get, so she got a 2.4.
A lot of waves ridden in this.
Yeah, plenty of waves, and you know, with almost 8 minutes to go still, there'll be plenty more, and here comes some more sets as well.
16 waves ridden.
So, Anon chose not to take that wave. She didn't have priority. Who's got priority? Taina. Oh, they're racing down the line to try to get this one. Sheila May. What can she do? Oh, she couldn't get around it. What did she need? A 3.15. I've struggled to think that's going to be a 3.15.
Yeah, the tide's coming in too. It's going to be high tide around 6 or 7 p.m. Usually when it's high tide, it wraps around more towards the inside.
So you would take off further in, or you would take off deeper, or you would just do what they're doing?
Yeah, I guess do what they're doing. Usually when it's bigger and it's like the tide's coming in, it breaks further out to the right hand of the point.
Okay.
And if it's a proper north swell, it usually breaks there and just wraps around slowly like this.
I don't think our people out there could see you pointing to breaks there, but what he's saying is deeper.
Yeah, there you
so
go. See
where those
free
longboarders
surfers.
are over there. That was a well-timed shot. Thanks, drone people, and Sam and your crew. So that's essentially looking north from where we are.
Correct.
Six minutes to go. Let's see some action. So the surfer in blue is paddling super deep. Maybe listening to what you just said. Hopefully those longboarders won't get too close. They'll get an earful from the people on the tower. Okay, on the inside, is that Sheila May paddling for one? No, she didn't get it. So it'll be interesting to wake up tomorrow and see what the surf's doing, to see what we choose to do or what you choose or the group chooses to do tomorrow. It's a bit of an unknown. You know, you lie in bed thinking, can I hear surf? What's going on? But plenty of time, plenty of days to go.
Back in your day, G, there was no forecasts. There was no 14-day forecasts.
No, there was definitely not. I remember we used to look at the synoptic chart. We'd get the newspaper, you know, on a Thursday or a Friday and look at the synoptic chart and figure out ourselves whether it was worth driving down the coast. Yeah, always the paper on a Friday. It's like, okay, we need to do this, we need to do that. No, there's nothing there. You could hear it on the, you know, on the news channel. They'd give you a bit of indication, but all they did was look at the synoptic chart as well. Synoptic chart was important. As a matter of fact, in my first days in Shargau, we used to eat dinner at Maridell's. We'd eat chicken, and across the road were the only people that had a TV, and we'd all be staring in their window looking at the news forecast so that we could see the synoptic
7 p.m.
chart.
weather news.
Exactly, yeah. And they didn't tell us anything about the swell, but they showed the chart, the synoptic chart, and so we were pretty good at reading that chart. Yeah, look, I know people that used to cut them out. We'd take them to work and photocopy them and give them out. What do you think? And we'd all be looking at this synoptic chart.
Now there's 14-day forecast. There's
Oh yeah, look,
windy.
There's a bunch of people my age out there that are going, yep, yep. Johnny Uluwatu, come on, agree with me.
So yeah, this is last heat 6. This 3 minutes to go, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Sheila May's getting plenty of waves, but they're all similar scores. She's trying hard and probably feeling a little desperate now. She just needs a slightly bigger wave. They don't seem to be able to get any of the scores on the smaller wave, especially now that the tides come up.
So tomorrow, we still have 2 heats to run for the women's shortboard.
We do. Now, do you anticipate if it's absolutely tiny, we will hold those 2 heats till the next time we run any shortboards?
Are we allowed to do that?
Oh, we don't have to run it tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
No, if the surf is no good...
I mean, can we jump to another division and run it before finishing this division?
I believe so. If the surf's tiny and the guys decide that the longboarders should go, you know, essentially it's a different event. One's a 3,000. We don't have to. We can mix and match, yes.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, that would be my thinking, that if it's, you know, tiny and the longboarders are happy to go, or the people that decide the longboarders go, we don't need to run the last 2 of the women's, no.
Here we go, surfer in green. She needs a 3.15. This is probably her last chance.
Yeah, and I think she realises it. Don't know that she's going to get the 3.15 for that one. The judges are not giving away free points today, that's for sure.
Yeah, shout out to our major sponsors, Next Gen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1, Provincial Government of La Union, Local Government of La Union, San Juan, and San Miguel Infrastructure. Thank you guys. Thanks PLDT and Smart, Volkswagen Philippines, and Red Bull Philippines.
1 minute remaining of today's episode of the La Union International Pro. We will reconvene tomorrow and let you know what we're going to do. So tune in at, when's the call? 7:30?
7:30.
8:30 start.
Yes.
So there'll be some info there as to exactly what we're doing tomorrow. Of course, we don't know till we wake up and essentially look out the window. The green is on another wave that you can't see there. It was a nice top turn. What does she need? While I watch her, another nice top turn and boom.
3.15.
Oh, she just missed the finishing manoeuvre, unfortunately. She had a hope there. Okay, Blue is already in the second position, so White is the only chance. So White has 12 seconds, and there is a wave that's probably a little less than 12 seconds away. No, she couldn't get it. So that will be a wrap there. And Red will get another fantastic score to finish off with. So thank you, Luke.
Thanks, Jerry. Thanks to everyone. Thanks for watching. And yeah, hope to see you guys again tomorrow.
Okay, nice one. All the best. And we have Anon and Taina moving through to the second round. So cheers. Take care. We love you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.